we are speaking about is that on our daily basis, when we think about climate crisis, it's all very clear. It's a big problem. It affects lives of many, many people. We need to do many things, which we are not doing, of course, all of them on a global basis. But from the perspective he was presenting, of course, all of this is true, what I said. But in addition to this, climate crisis is also an opportunity for humanity to sort of wake up. And I personally don't think about it on a daily basis because we live our daily life. We have some small errands to run, etc. So we don't think about humanity, awakening. And when we hear those words, they don't mean a lot to most people. But yesterday it was such a sort of profound and spirited conversation that it really became very clear in our hearts, right? Not just the words, but really it became very clear down in our hearts that indeed all those big challenges they present, it's not sort of a very light and easy, but a welcome opportunity for people to wake up from our usual ways of doing things, from our being not ability to respond correctly, right? To understand clearly what's going on. We lost sort of as humanity a bigger picture, and we are sort of focused on short-term results. And it's really like a wake-up call for people to go back to our original, potential of people understanding what's going on, having this clear connection with the universe, etc. So that was, sorry for speaking so much, but it was a very extremely engaging discussion, and we just didn't want to leave the room. Nobody wanted to leave, and when we were finishing and completing, we felt a great sense of ease. It was surprising, actually. We realized we'll do the best we can do. So it's not about not doing anything, but it's really having the sense that, okay, we do whatever we have to do. And at the same time, we need to broaden our perspective and horizon on what's going on. And I know that the video is ready. So thank you very much for all of our colleagues who support this broadcast. And let's start the video on Living Cities Earth. Thank you very much.
We are humans.
In this VUCA Bani world, what does it mean to be human? How can we human well?
How can each human feel truly alive?
How can each community and city thrive and evolve?
How can 10,000 cities on our planet interconnect for our collective benefit?
How can we live in harmony with all life on Earth?
These are the questions that brought us together at Living Cities Earth, a very young and fast-growing global collective that started 3 months ago. We are a horizontally organized action community of 25 of the world's leading integral researchers and practitioners, with a total of 300 years of research and leadership that has benefited millions of people in over 1,000 cities. Living Cities Earth interconnects both people and institutions that together reach over 100 countries on all continents. Our aim is to integrate our capacities to human well with 10,000 cities serving Gaia's well-being, and to discover how can we nurture cities as complex, adaptive, living, spiritual human habitats in the right relationship to humans, bioregions, all other cities, and the planet.
We trust that by acting together, now and in the future,
we can learn to human well and help millions of people live happier lives.
In harmony with each other.
And all life on Earth.
Wow. How beautiful. You saw the heart?
Absolutely, there's a big heart there.
We'll have a short meditation with Sue Cooper. She's in a retreat right now, and so she pre-recorded video, and we'll watch it right now. It's a 15-minute meditation So you could just find your way. And while the video with you is being switched on, we could also share our first part of the program for the day, which will start in 15 minutes. And it's about a very interesting subject, sustainable versus beyond sustainable, the ideas battle. We were criticized that we could formulate things in a more positive way, and it was, of course, on purpose. We wanted to make it a little bit more exciting for some people. Of course, there is no contradiction. We need to be sustainable and then to go to being sort of flourishing and thrivable, etc., etc. But we'll talk about it with some very interesting guests. And before that, let's start the video with you. Thank you.
Welcome to an Earth Day meditation. And on behalf of Living Cities Earth, I'd like to invite you to enjoy a meditation based on focus and presence. My name's Sue Cooper. I'm founder of MOM, and I'm one of the co-founders of Living Cities Earth. And on this really special day, it's time for us to simply come into the present moment and be. So let's begin. I invite you to firstly notice how comfortable you feel and find a position that's even more comfortable for you. And if you feel comfortable, let's close our eyes or soften our gaze and connect with the breath. Simply connecting with this moment, the present moment, through the power of the conscious breath. This short meditation of around 10 minutes is based on 3 stages of presencing. The first stage is by balancing the nervous system, and we do this through the breath. The second stage is the feeling sense of gratitude and belonging through evoking the endocrine system, the hormonal system, particularly the hormone oxytocin, the bonding hormone. And the third part is to activate and boost the immune system. So let's begin. Here we are in this moment, this present moment, sensing into the breath. We seek not to change the breath at this stage, but to focus on the rise and fall of the chest, on the in and the out breath. Using this laser beam of attention to bring us into this present moment awareness of simply breathing in and breathing out. Notice where you feel the breath. It may be as it enters the nose. It may be as the chest rises and falls. Or it may be in the belly, very subtly rising and falling on each in and out breath. Simply being present. And let's consciously regulate the breath to balance the nervous system. And we do this by focusing on the heart space area and using a count of breathing in for 5 and breathing out for 5 without a space in between. So I invite you to start a count. And if you find that this count isn't as comfortable for you, the aim here is the count being the same, in and out, but with the attention on the heart space, the rise and fall of the chest as you breathe in and out. And then let the count drop and stay with the gentle flow of the breath, with the attention on the heart space. So as the nervous system settles, we now evoke this sense of gratitude and belonging. Again, with the attention in the heart space, bring to mind a person, a place, or a pet that brings you a sense of joy. A place or a person or a pet where you feel a deep sense of comfort and gratitude. Visualize this image and feel the expansion within the heart space. Maybe raise a smile on the lips also evokes this sense of gratitude. Focus. Be present to the sensation of gratitude. Expand. This opens up what we call the higher hormones, oxytocin, dopamine. This sense of connection and belonging. And then to activate the third stage, the immune system, we can do this through gently humming and feeling the vibration of the hum. We can do this with our mouth open or closed, but we do it and we take a deep breath in and we hum quietly on the out breath. Hum. Breathe in, maybe make it a deeper breath. And vibrate through hum. Continue to simply hum on the out breath and sense into that vibration. It could be a low hum, low C, a deeper hum, or you could move to the high C, a higher C. Sense into this and feel the feeling of the activation, the throat chakra. And let that simply fade away and breathe however feels right for you, which brings this sense of nourishment. Our eyes are closed. Let's be in the stillness just for a moment or two. I'll watch the time. Stay in this present moment awareness of simply being. Now I invite you to feel your feet on the earth. Focus on the earth. Focus on your feet and wiggle the toes, starting to bring energy into the body. I invite you to gently open your eyes and look at the screen. And in front of you, you see the word half, surrounded by the earth and the symbol for the heart. Simply look at this word. And remembering that the Latin definition for focus is half. Focus and half. So see that word half. And hearth is the heart of the home or the community where the fire is lit, illuminating and warming and heating. And as we look at that word, we focus on the first 5 letters of the word half. And in front of us emerges the word heart. At the heart of the hearth and the home is the light of the fire. And if again we keep our focus on this full word, the last 5 letters, the word earth appears. The heart, the earth, the hearth, all beautifully coming together as one word with 3 separate meanings. So on this Earth Day, the simple remembering of the connection between the earth and the heart, and the hearth of the fire, the ignition, the light within all of us, to connect and to be one together on this very special day of remembrance. So I invite you to enjoy the rest of the Living Cities Earth programme for these days in April 2023. I'll be joining you and remembering that together we really can make a difference when we focus on Mother Earth and the heart of our communities together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sue. Welcome everyone. Happy Earth Day. Guy Eames, Lev Gordon, we're here today as co-hosts for our first part. Welcome very much to everyone who is joining as speakers of our next panel. I see Indra, Adnan. Indra, welcome. Indra is a co-founder, Indra is a founder of Global UK and also Global Alternative UK and Global Alternative Alternative UK and Global Alternative. Sorry, it's 4 o'clock in the morning in Seattle, so we're still waking up and everything is so much united. So welcome Indra and Anton Sobepanik joining now from Colombia, from it's what between Latin and Latin America, I guess, right? Not South America yet.
It's Latin America, yeah.
Latin America. So Anton is also a founder of SDG Plus Club, Sustainable Development Goals Plus Club, and he's an executive at a global company focused on the sustainable energy solutions. I see also Dr. Okafor joining us and potentially, I guess, participating in our first discussion today. And we might have a couple of other speakers, but let's start right away because the topic is extremely interesting. Hello, good morning, good afternoon, whoever is in which part of the world. We are celebrating our planet, and of course, we have so many challenges. And yesterday, one of our colleagues was showing the development of different concepts, right? We had the industrial economy, which was very extractive for a couple of centuries, actually. Then the Rome Club, the limits to growth came around, and the whole idea of sustainable development was introduced on the global scale in the 70s. Of course, there were scientists who were speaking about it even earlier, but in the 70s, the idea of sustainable development started to make some, steps into our collective consciousness. I learned about it only 5 years ago, so I'm a representative of the more ignorant part of humanity, and I know many people have never heard about it yet. But so the sustainable movement started about 50 years ago. Then we had some other waves, regenerative economy, right, donut economy, and then we came to the idea that we are in the process of a collective evolution, and we should maybe speak about thrivable economy and many other beautiful things. So our short discussion today, we have about 27 minutes, is really to hear perspectives from different action leaders, global action leaders, thought leaders, experts from around the world. How do you see this whole development, sustainable, thriving, regenerative, etc., where we are today and what needs to be done? And if you have time, how will we do it? So the first question I will suggest maybe Indra to start. From your perspective, and I know that you're very active for many years trying for the humanity to wake up and start onto this collective path of taking care of our planet. So where do you see this whole process? What's important today, right? And if you have any suggestions to people who watch us on YouTube and will be watching the video recording, which will be sent to more than 100 countries on Earth, to leaders of positive change. So please share your perspective, maybe 2-3 minutes, and then we'll pass it on to Anton and continue the circle. Indra.
Yeah, thank you. And to be honest, Lev, I think I mentioned to you that in a way I'd like to speak last because I'm not a climate scientist. However, I could just open rather a wider conversation right from the beginning, if you like. So just to explain to people what the Alternative UK and now the Alternative Global is, which is a platform that asks the question: if politics is broken, what's the alternative? And we got to the point of asking that question because for me, after a lifetime in a way of trying to understand where is human agency, what is the possibility of us taking control of the future in any sort of way? This came from a very early question about life and death, and it moved through different emanations, if you like. I looked at conflict transformation. I looked at the role of hard power versus soft power. I mean, it's had quite a lot of development in terms of a question. But I got to the point where I realized that whatever good work is being done, if human beings are being divided by our political systems, we won't be able to achieve our goals. And so looking at it from this broad society perspective is always going to be very important. So when I think about sustainability versus beyond sustainability, I've got two immediate responses. One is that maybe as a woman, the call for a regenerative response to any crisis will always be the first response. How do we come back into holism? However, as a person looking at the state of our global civil society, or beyond that, how people themselves are being able to face the multiple crises, what I do recognize is that the first move from being unconsciously extractive, unconsciously destructive of our planet to becoming conscious and becoming sustainable is probably the most difficult and the first move that has to be really focused on. If we don't prepare our societies, prepare our children, prepare our communities for that step in the first place, so the idea that the sustainability itself is vital, then we will have lost the battle, because it's too easy to divide people and to trigger them in the opposite direction sociopolitically. So I would say that we have to be able to hold at the same time the importance of sustainability and regenerativity in our minds at the same time, not hold them against each other or not make them the enemies of each other. And for me, that's very similar to the task with Maslow's hierarchy. If you think about Maslow's hierarchy, so many people buy into this idea that nothing can happen until we have material self-sufficiency. And after that, everything else happens. People buy into that very quickly. Whereas those of us who are more holistic, we understand that unless you have the conditions to move beyond materiality, as you're trying to meet materiality, you will never go beyond that. And politicians themselves will only hold themselves accountable for the material aspect. So that's my sort of opening salvo. It's a big picture. It's not about climate science specifically, but I hope it's helpful.
Andrew, it's so beautiful. And I'm very happy that I forgot your request to invite you last, because I felt that you should speak first. And the reason is also because you have such a present and beautiful presence in this moment, and everything you bring to our discussion, it really provides this foundation you have just shared, that really it's about the dialogue and both and not either or. But let's hear Anton. Anton is one of those people who have actually told me about sustainability and sustainable development, not only as a abstract concept, but really how to implement it in our personal lives and in our professional lives. So, Anton, thank you very much for being one of my guides on this path, and please share your perspective on those things.
Thank you very much, Lev, for inviting. Thank you, Indra, for this intro. It's really beautiful because I can, where to sign. Because for every word that you say, I guess the very philosophy we are doing in SDG Plus Club is that we're trying to awake people so that they become conscious, so that they are no more unconsciously extracting, and they're consciously just, evoluting. And yeah, so Lev, probably a couple of comments. So I guess this term of sustainability started even earlier, before 1970s, and Vernadsky with his noosphere has started that when he just suggested that we should, again, consciously understand that we're influencing our environment, and then start transforming it consciously again. So that started there. And answering your question, where we are and what needs to be done. So we are at a pretty bad shape, and I guess everybody knows that, because SDGs are not being fulfilled, and we're not on track to fulfill them. And corporations that have joined the game with ESG principles or CSR principles are also not setting themselves not ambitious targets with net zero commitments, and are not fulfilling them, even those low ambitious targets. But that's understandable because they have been made for profit, and so it's hard for them to change within the system that expects them to be extracting, and just to change the rules because they're working within the system. So again, reflecting what Indra has said, I guess though the only way, and now passing over to the second part, what to do, the only way to really change things is to change the operational system of people, the philosophy of people, their lifestyle, the way they look at things, because all those corporations or even governments, they don't exist in reality. As Harari named them, intersubjective notions. So they've just been thought about, and they have been just created to ease in something as well as money, right? The only thing that, or not the thing, like subjects that exist are people, and there are people in those corporations and in those governments that are really influencing the things. So the club that we have is for people, not for corporations, not for governments. We're not affiliated with anybody or with any country, with any location, with any legislation, etc. So we're free from all those constraints and limitations. And it has its advantage because we can really bring ourselves to the table, to the conversation, to acting. And we just regard all those locations, countries, citizenships, again, corporations, etc., only, or money, only as the means to reach the ultimate targets, sustainable development goals, or even beyond. Yes, and beyond sustainability, because sustainability is to a certain extent about survivability, or resilience is just about sustaining, retaining life, in the long term. But I guess so. This is just a minimum goal. Okay, let's survive. Well, I guess like nobody would disagree with that. Let's survive rather than die. Okay, but for what purpose would we survive? And should we go back to hangers, hunters, gatherers, or should we be progressive? What would progress look like? What do we want to become? What species do we want to become? And these are truly philosophical questions that we also need to answer right now. Do we want to blend with AI? Do we want to become cyborgs? Do we want to settle on other planets, become intergalactic species? Do we want AI to become entitled for citizenship, etc., etc.? So all those questions are mind, tickling, and at the same time philosophical. And we try to answer those questions right now because we see, for instance, with ChatGPT, how it's disrupting everything that is happening, at least in terms of knowledge workers. And we really need, or COVID, or climate change, etc. So they all are really stimulating us to think about all those questions. So yeah, I invite everybody to think together about those questions here or in our meetings of SDG Club, wherever. Thank you for having me here. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Anton. I also want to welcome Aidar Bana, who joined us for the discussion, both which will start in 15 minutes. But also, Aidar, we invite you to join our sort of round right now. And we're talking about basically what is sustainable for you, and is it enough to ensure the future of our planet, and what's beyond sustainable? At the moment, I would like to invite Guy Eames. Guy is one of those amazing people who really take care of things everywhere. So he works in many countries on a green economy, sustainable construction, sustainable buildings. So Guy, what's your perspective? I know that you meet hundreds of people from very different backgrounds. What's your perspective on those questions?
Liv, thank you very much, and wonderful event, and very interesting to hear the perspectives from Indra and Anton. I work mostly in the built environment. That's my main focus, although the green economy and green technologies and solutions and sustainability and ESG are topics which are sort of on our everyday, in our everyday lives. And in the built environment, green buildings particularly, and as you know, we spend 80% of our time, or most of us spend around 80% of our time indoors, whether that's at home or in the office or shopping or in sports clubs or doing whatever, has a huge impact on the planet. And I would say that for green buildings, if we use that as an example for what sustainability is, there's a lot about common sense. And I would agree with Anton that sustainability wasn't sort of just invented, 20, 30 years ago. There's this like common sense, which people to a large extent would have understood 1,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago. There are just some things that you don't do. They're just crazy. Why would you want to do that? So, I mean, if you take buildings as an example, people for thousands of years have found ways to heat and cool their buildings. Why would you want to use 10 times more energy or 100 times more energy than you need to heat or cool your building to make it comfortable for people to be in? And unfortunately, that's what we do. Most of us, we spend time in buildings which use ridiculous amounts of energy, and that energy has been brought from thousands of miles away, quite often in gas pipes or electrical wires. It's just absolutely ridiculous. And I like often when I'm talking with students, for example, just to switch off the lights or say, what would happen if we now went downstairs and switched off all the power to the building? Let's discuss that. And people are all in shock, like, why would you want to do that? So a lot of very common things, energy use, water use, waste. I ask people, well, so all this waste that you're throwing away, you bought all that stuff. You bought it. You spent your money on those things. Why did you buy them if you're going to throw it all away? It's very, very, very understandable and common sense things. Very briefly, for the people out there, and there are many, many people who don't really either understand or believe in sustainability. Yes, we touched on also with Anton the idea of survival. That's one of our main instincts, is to survive regardless. Obviously, for the built environment, we need to adapt to climate change, regardless of whether you believe in what the causes are and whether we can stop it. We need to adapt. If you're in India now, today, and it's already 45 degrees centigrade, and it's only spring, we have to do things to make our buildings to adapt and to adapt to the whole environment around us. Rewilding for me is also a wonderful topic, and it's just so wonderful to go to places and see examples of where ecosystems have been restored and to know that the world can be restored. So I don't think it's that difficult to understand. I love Poran Desai's definition of this one planet living. We only have the resources from one planet. You can explain that to a 5-year-old or to maybe even a 3-year-old. And I think we have to have some very common, easy to understand messages that people just wouldn't argue with, that you can really unite everybody. And anybody who's really against those ideas should be somehow outcast, should be somehow, because that's one of the human traits, is to if there is somebody who's doing something very antisocial, is to point that out. And I think that there is a small group of people who really are against what we're doing, and that group needs to be sort of pointed out what they're doing, called out. So I don't think it's difficult to understand. I think there is a chance for survival of mankind or humankind. I'm not sure whether we will survive or not. I have my feeling that probably most of us won't, but I'm an optimist, and I'm doing everything every day to increase our chances of surviving together with nature and with the ecosystems around us, and not to destroy them. So I think there's enough from me. Probably have many other interesting speakers. Thanks very much, and over to the next.
Thank you very much. I love how you said that I'm an optimist, and I think that most of us will not survive. That was a very interesting contradiction, but we are doing the best we can do, of course. I was really observing myself before I pass it on to Christian, if he could talk, and I welcome again to the conversation. It was interesting for me to observe myself. I'm a relatively intelligent individual with lots of education and sort of relatively caring about other people and the planet. But as I said, I'm 49 years old, lived in many countries, worked in many countries, and I have heard about sustainable development only 5 years ago. That's amazing. I've never heard about it anywhere, neither in Harvard, nor at Columbia, nor in Europe, never. And after I learned about it, it took me several years to really, for it to sink into my heart. And only maybe 1 or 2 years ago, I started to really changing my ways. And the SDG Plus Club is exactly about this, to invite intelligent sort of individuals from all over the globe to come together and start changing our personal, professional, and social ways in the way which really has some metrics attached to it, because Anton, as the founder of this club, he is very much about metrics and sort of measuring the results. So I'm everything which is not metrics, which is not measuring. That's why I really loved our SDG Plus idea, that we're trying to measure our personal consumption, our sort of family consumption, and see basically how we're doing as larger collectives, as cities. And we'll talk about sustainable cities a little bit later today. But now let me invite Christian. Christian, thank you very much for joining. What's your perspective? I know that you worked on the ground. You've been an advisor to many sort of UN Habitat projects. How do you see this sustainable and beyond sustainable discussion? Thank you. Maybe 2-3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Gordon and colleagues. It looks quite an ambitious target. I mean, when you look at the actors, the issues that are emerging, especially with conflicts, and that many people are not really taking into account as we're measuring sustainable development in our cities. I mean, it looks an ambitious task. People think it's realistic to achieve, but over the years, we've had a lot of dynamics added to it. We've got conflicts from the Sahel belts into so many countries in Africa, and that has actually made it much more unrealistic within the shortest possible time. And what is even worse to it is the coordination, the approach, the financing, and so on and so forth around it, where we've got governments not being so committed to addressing sustainable sustainability issues within urban settlements. You've got a lot of displacement, you've got a lot of refugees, you've got migrations, and so on and so forth. But everybody looks at it as if it's an individual business. Is the government business, or is it the UN business? Is it the IDPs or the refugees to be left on their own? So it's quite a lot. And the everyday life of an IDP or a refugee affects the environment positively or negatively, because of their coping capacity. So how do we then say we have achieved sustainable development or inclusive cities and all that? So it's still quite dicey. It requires quite a holistic approach to get there. And I think talking together, bringing in a lot of dynamics, the perspective together, and then looking at the emerging dynamics of conflicts and climate-induced issues, challenges, then we'll be able to see and be able to measure some of the progress that are being made within the narrative of sustainability. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I would invite Aida. I'm sorry. How do you pronounce your name? Aida or Aida?
Aida.
Aida, you hear?
Good evening, everyone.
So many options, right, in every situation.
Like the opera.
Yes. Please share your perspective. You've been heading the UN Habitat Office for Tunisia, and so basically many projects globally. What's your perspective on sustainable and beyond sustainable? How do we approach all of those issues on a planetary scale as well as on a local scale?
I was listening. Thank you very much, first of all, for inviting me and for having me in this webinar. I wanted to first of all to say that sustainability is not the same when you are in the cities of the north than when you are in the cities of the south, because the situation is not equal. So for me, sustainability is first of all dealing with inequalities and dealing also with inclusion of the most vulnerable. I think that this is also something that UN UN Habitat is doing everywhere, including, of course, in Tunisia, and Dr. Okafor was also mentioning it. And we are every day, in fact, dealing with this, because in this part of the world, it is very difficult and it is also luxury to have, for example, talk about clean energy. It's also a luxury to talk about planting trees. It's luxury to talk about GES. So, and of course, people then don't even know what is the meaning of GES. So I think that we have a lot to do in terms of inclusion. So for me, sustainability is really dealing with inequality and inclusion. So this is what we as UN Habitat, we are trying at least to do in our everyday work, and also to bring the perspective, of course, and the good lessons learned from other countries and things that can be adapted to the context where we are working now. I'm also covering Libya. So in the Arab region, there are many conflicts also. So let's say that the sustainability for some countries in this region is sometimes very challenging.
Thank you very much. Aida, how beautiful. What does it mean, Aida? Is there a meaning to the name?
First is the opera of Verdi, and in Arabic, the meaning is the one that comes back every time.
Regenerative.
Yeah, regenerative. Yes.
And beautiful. By the way, Indra, I also wanted to ask if I could kindly, what does Indra mean? It seems to me that it should have a meaning. Adnan for sure, but Indra?
You know what? I think it has a meaning in 5 or 6 different religions. So, in Anglo-Saxon, it's a bit of an angry god. And in other religions, it's more of an enabler. It's to do. It has something to do with power. Yeah. But I would say soft power, not hard power.
It's interesting. The first time I saw your picture on your website, maybe a year or two ago, I really felt this woman has power. That's for sure. And so today is our first sort of online conversation. Thank you again for joining. And I see that there is some flow of planetary energy which comes through you. So thank you for joining us today. Well, we have about 3 minutes before our next session starts. And of course, we only touch the surface. It's a very profound question. And Aida, thank you very much for bringing this issue that different people have very different life circumstances. And as I said, even living in, as you called it, global north, I have never heard about sustainability in my life until 5 years ago. I don't know how it happened. Again, with lots of exposure to information, just never crossed. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. So I take responsibility, full responsibility. So anyway, it's very interesting. I will maybe just share a couple of thoughts from our colleagues with whom we discussed a very similar subject yesterday. What they say is that when we focus only on sustainability, we are not fully activating our resources as individuals, as communities, and as sort of humankind overall. The reason is, the way they explain it, is that we are capable of so much more than just surviving. But most people don't even think about it. It doesn't cross, as I give my example, it doesn't cross their minds. They're thinking about, okay, we need to feed children. For sure we do need to feed children. We need to earn our living and a couple of other things, of course, health, etc., etc. But they say when you are focused on survival only, and when the agenda is only about survival, you never activate your creative resources individually and collectively. You don't think about what can you do together if you build a better future, and it gives you inspiration, it gives you power to cross the boundaries and to change the way life is organized within your family. So I always start with myself, like, do I have the right relationship with my daughters or with my wife? Is it sustainable or is it beyond sustainable, right? Do I have the right relationships in my neighborhood or on our planet? So to finalize, we have about 30 seconds left, and then I'll pass it on to Anton, who is sort of the leader of the next 1 hour and a half. So to finalize this a little bit provocative title for our small sort of group discussion, sustainable versus beyond sustainable. Of course, we need sustainable. Everybody is very clear about that, right? But to be sustainable, maybe we need to increase sort of the level, increase the breadth of understanding of our situation and see how much potential each person has, whether he lives in Africa or in Asia or in Americas or in Europe or in Australia, and to bring up all those amazing qualities we have as individuals, including spiritual power, our heart power, right? Our communication ability, our ability to feel into other people, and together have those larger sort of goals. And I don't know how to get there. So that's the purpose of our discussions. And I'm sure that we'll get there all together. So thank you very much. Tim, thank you for being the silent observer. We felt your presence. It was very important. And everybody who watches us online will be watching the recording and who joined us today. Anton, thank you very much for organizing the next couple of sessions. I pass it on to you. And we look forward to seeing everyone today during the Earth Day and every day. Thank you very much, Anton.
Thank you very much, Lev. And before we start, Dr. Okafor Christian has asked for a couple of minutes, I guess, for probably some very important notes before we start the session. So yes, the floor is yours, Dr. Okafor.
Yes, thank you. Just to draw our attention, colleagues, that it's not just sustainability, but again, looking at issues, there's more conversations around resilience now, and then people have developed frameworks for actually measuring resilience, talking about urban governance, urban planning and environment, resilient infrastructure and basic services, urban economy and society, and then the last one being urban disaster and risk management. These 5 indicators clearly around making sure that settlements are resilient. But just to contextualize it to the issue of IDPs and refugees, there are quite a lot of number of them moving, and they are threatening our environment on a daily basis. And many of them are living with their communities. Many are living in confined settlements. I want to say clearly here that until we address the issue of refugees and IDPs and returnees holistically, it will continue to threaten the narratives around sustainability. There is no amount of effort you will put that they will not, their migration trajectory and displacement trajectory will not frustrate the whole idea of sustainability. And we've got the numbers increasing. So many of them are moving into urban areas. So many are moving into secondary, emerging secondary cities. So we have to really deal with it as, as public sector actors or private sector actors, and everybody has to be a collective effort. The advocacy, the financing, and everything has to all come together, and it has to be dealt with as quickly as possible. Otherwise, it will continue to threaten the environment, threaten our security, our human rights, and so on and so forth, our safety and security on a daily basis. And I think it was important for me to leave this message before we exit. Thank you, and over from you.
And we're not exiting, we're only launching and starting. And Dr. Okafor, you would have a separate, I guess, 10 or 15 or even 20 minutes to talk about different topics. So don't be afraid. Yes, so we'll have time. But yeah, thank you for this note. And I guess you are absolutely right and absolutely agree with that. And it's really, and I guess Aida has also mentioned that inequality, and especially in the South, is the predominant, the underlying priority before we think about everything else. And Lev has also probably mentioned something like that when he said, and you mentioned Maslow pyramid, right? So people have to have the ability to think about those things. If they are displaced, if they are hungry, if they are ill, too poor, etc., they don't have this ability. They have to think about their existence. And therefore, this equality absolutely is, well, at least one of the key priorities of the SDGs, right? I guess it's the goal number 4, right? And we have to make it an underlying principle with all we do. And just a couple of, notes on that. We try, when working with big corporations, or even governments, to really explain this holisticness that you've been mentioning as well. That you can't do kind of a carbon footprint, or I don't know, you name it, healthcare, peace and justice, etc., without dealing with inequality. It's just impossible. it will swallow, as Dr. Okafor has mentioned, it will swallow, undermine, threaten the narrative, etc., of everything else. So the heart, it's easy to just take from one pocket and dedicate it to the other pocket. So to do something at the expense of the other part, it's like super easy. You don't have to have a PhD. It's not rocket science to do that. The hard thing is that you have to do all of those things simultaneously at the same time. So you have to develop kind of the world, if we have some vision, in a spiral, so that it will be the new way, a new chapter, and all of the parts would be like win-win-win situation. All of the parts would be co-developed together. That's the hard thing to do. That's why we're gathering. That's where we need to kind of dedicate our mental, intellectual, all smart scientific resources we have. Because again, it's very easy to do one goal exclusively, like without mentioning the others. So I guess we can wait a second, and I will start demonstrating some deck, and we'll spend probably 5-10 minutes on that. But I can start without even the deck. So probably a few words about SDG Plus Club. So who we are. I've already mentioned that, and even the mission of this club. So we are a global nonprofit organization that is welcoming all people around the globe, regardless of nationality, location, etc. So it's totally online because, again, it's super accessible by everybody. No local representation, physical representation, because that would kind of intrinsically mean that there's some kind of locations where you can go visit the club meetings and where you can't. So it's super equal and accessible in that regard. Unfortunately, or fortunately, the only language is English, because it's kind of the most spoken language nowadays. And I guess so all the trends show that this very language is going to be even more and more spread all over the world. And I really hope that that would be a unifying enabler for all the people, so that they can speak the same language, regardless of the meaning of that phrase, right? So you have to, before you speak the same language, you have to speak the same language. So like literally. And that's why we really help the participants to study English, to be able to feel themselves, the members of that global community, to feel themselves citizens of the globe, and to really be empathetic and feel the pains that are felt like in different organs of the body in different parts of the world, because that's the same body, right? It's your own body. Whether you have a pain in your knee or in your neck or in your head or in your heart, you're still ill, right? So you have to be healthy with all your organs all together at the same time. So, or you will be unhappy. So that's also one of the images we have to bring to the agenda. So we are currently 126 members. We're going to grow to about 300 to 700 this year, and probably to 20,000 in 3-5 years, because we feel that's the amount, that's the number of people we need to really make a global impact, a global change, to really influence with the power. And we need Indra for that, right? Or we need Indra for the power to really make the impact, make the change. So again, everybody is invited. I guess all the links and materials or whatever would be shared with the participants, with the guests, with the watchers, listeners of this seminar or conference. And now I'm going to show you a couple of slides. Just wait a second, please. I'm sorry, Lev and other organizers, do I have the right? It seems I don't have the right to share the screen. Can you please enable sharing? Thank you. Okay, let's try. Yeah, it seems to work. Wait a second now. Yeah, so can you see the screen now?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
So let's start. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. I'll be really brief. So just to emphasize the importance, because our conference is named Happy Cities, right? Happy Cities, Happy Earth, why those notions are interrelated. So this graph just shows that most of the population ultimately would live in cities, in urban populations. So we have to really emphasize that. And I guess it wouldn't be overestimation to say that sustainability has to happen in the cities, in the communities. So thank you for organizing this lab and kind of putting our attention to this very level of decision making, and at the same time engaging the people in city management or community management or habitat settlement management, whatever you call it. So as we've already talked a little bit, our today's guests are from the UN Habitat organization, and I really thank you for that, for joining. It's just my little observation that the UN Habitat, I guess, was the founder of this methodology or framework that is called City Prosperity Index, and it covers different angles. And I hope Dr. Okafor and Aida would be able to unveil it even further today. But I guess so it's cool because already 539 cities are already using this methodology. And it's really important. As Lev said, I'm obsessed with numbers, with figures, with benchmarks, with something quantifiable, because then you can do the comparison between different cities, because then you can set the targets and you can allocate resources and you can measure the progress. So that's why I just wanted to bring your attention that there exists this methodology, this framework, as well as some other frameworks that probably our guests are going to talk about today. So here are just a few examples, a few aspects of sustainable development of city, like renewable energy, transportation, circularity, green space, smart city, gender pay, and the density of the population. So we've just analyzed the data from the resources mentioned on this slide. So we tried to make it justified. Here are the figures that we've found. So as you can see here, only 50% of cities really apply sustainable development principles in city management. But it has to grow to about 90% by the end of this century. Again, the green space per capita, 50%, and needs to grow to 90%. Gender pay gap, also really important, especially in terms of the gender equality goal in the sustainable development. It also is going to decrease this gap. The circularity is going to grow. The renewable energy sources that I am kind of trying to emphasize my attention on. Then the 5G or some other technologies, because smart cities are easier becoming sustainable, because again, they can track, emissions, they can measure the parameters, they can influence those parameters. As for the technologies promoting health-related sustainability goals, namely telemedicine, we see that it's quite spread nowadays, but it has to grow also to increase. Again, we have the goal number 3, healthcare and well-being for all, that we have to expand the affordability, the accessibility of those services. And then we have the sustainable transport. Then I'll just pass over the next slide because they're just talking in detail about each and every parameter and some kind of explanation what each of them means. But yes, just to save time, I won't go in detail on that, but just showing and spending some time so that our viewers that would watch this watch this meeting in the recording, they would have the chance to familiarize themselves with these deep explanations. And here you can find all the links for the proof links for the data sources we've used to basically collect and create this deck. And basically, I'm going to finish here. Probably I was as quick as possible. because we have very beautiful guests today. And let us probably start with Aida, who's, as Lev already mentioned, the head of UN Habitat Tunisia. And she will probably tell her perspective and probably share some slides about this term of sustainability, how we distinguish the sustainable city from non-sustainable city. How can we influence that? So Aida, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for joining again.
Thank you so much, Anton. If I may maybe ask Eva to share my slides, because I'm not very sure of my internet connection. I don't know if it's possible to share my slides. Otherwise, I will try.
Yeah, sure. Let's try this.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So good afternoon, good evening, everyone. So my name is Aida Robana. I am the head of the UN Habitat in Tunisia, covering also Libya and Algeria. Sometimes I will explain why sometimes. So I would like to thank you again, Mr. Anton Panek, for this invitation and for this beautiful panel and this timely webinar, I must say, on happy cities and happy planet. We will begin with the theory, the definition of a sustainable city, because you have presented some indicators, of course, but I think that it's good to begin with some maybe explanation. Next, Eva, please. The SDG came after the Millennium Development Goals. And in 2014, the United Nations, with all the member states, have launched the World We Want survey that took place in 2014 worldwide, asking people, really people from the planet, all the people, to say what they want for the next decade. It was a global impact platform that was launched to unlock the collective strengths of people, ideas, networks, media, technology to address the most critical challenges and accelerate change. And so the definition of sustainable city has been a little bit defined by the people that answered. And when I say the people, it was for everybody, disabled people from the south, from the north, from institutions, rather public or private. And this platform, you can, of course, visit it. It's the Word We Want platform. The definition of a sustainable city was to improve the quality of life and well-being of every city dweller, to stimulate the local economy to develop its attractiveness, and to achieve carbon neutrality by reducing greenhouse gas emissions. This was a little bit the definition that was developed after this first survey took place in 2014. So we have the 17, of course, Sustainable Development Goals. Next slide. The one that is important for the discussion of today is the discussion about the SDG 11. The SDG 11 is the SDG about cities that are sustainable, resilient, secure, sure, and has these beautiful 6 indicators, because something that also the theory has shown us is that we really need definition, we really need indicators, we really need baselines also to know if a city is sustainable or not. So the people that has worked on the SDGs and the SDG 11 has developed this set of indicators about what you have said, Anton, before with your presentation, is that we need safe and affordable housing and basic service, the habitat, the shelter, the housing. We need safe and sustainable transportation systems. We need inclusive urbanization that is, as I said when I was discussing the first panel, that is participatory, that integrate in the planning process everybody. We need also to be aware that some countries and all countries have cultural and natural heritage that is very important. History is very important also for cities. We need to develop the resilience to disaster. We have seen very early with the COVID, but we also will wait for new, unfortunately, other disasters, rather natural or health disasters. So we really need to be resilient about that. We really need to adapt, and we really need also to be prepared. We need also to reduce the environmental impact of cities, and this is what is also about sustainability, to have green and public space, so to also build, plant trees, and to plant vegetables, and to develop biodiversity, and also to see the rural-urban linkage, because we have seen also that cities are all built when they are formal, but there are also informal settlements that are built in the rural areas, and also I can also maybe develop better, and also to see how we can develop together with the population good comprehensive disaster risk management, and also to have for all of this financial and technical support to develop sustainable and resilient buildings. And this is also all about also financial and technical capacities to be built in several cities. Next slide. The role of UN Habitat, very quickly, it is a UN agency, of course, one of the many ones that are existing, but UN Habitat mandate is a very technical one, is to promote social and environmentally sustainable towns and cities, and to promote the urbanization as a positive transformative force for people and communities, to reduce inequality, discrimination, and poverty, and achieve adequate shelter for all in order to have no one left behind. And this is also something like a motto for all the UN agencies, including, of course, UN Habitat, to work with the most vulnerable, because also we know now that our resources are really scarce, and we need really to do a lot with very few. And this is also something that we have integrated in our planning support to communities and to urban and rural continuum in the world, and of course here in Tunisia for ourselves. Next slide, please. You have also, I think, mentioned the main urban challenge, all of you, of course. We know that for many discussions that are now going on. The COP27 was done in Cairo, in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, and the next one will be in Dubai. And all of these urban challenges have been discussed, the energy supply, the unplanned urban sprawl, the informality that we know a lot in our countries, the social and economic inequalities I was mentioning, the air pollution, the water supply and sanitation, the waste management, the natural hazards, and the climate change. These are, as you see, the photographies from some of the cities in the world. Unfortunately, these are now not an exception, are things that we are seeing more and more. Next slide, please. We know also that the climate change has some risks to urban areas that also we already know. Is the rising temperatures. For example, in Tunisia today is 25 degrees Celsius, whereas normally in the same period, we are in the spring, we have between 15 and maximum 20 degrees Celsius. So it's very hot today. So we have the heat stress, the water security and pollution. More and more we are countries that has a lot of problems of water and water scarcity, and water also security and food security also. We have a sea level rise more and more also, with storm also coming in this region, the Mediterranean, for example. It's really very new for this region. As I said, extreme weather events, heavy rainfall, strong winds that we didn't have before, flood security, and ocean acidification, and water and sea level, of course, and sea acidification that is also more often observed. Next slide, please. So now this was the theory, a little bit of the challenges and the definition, and what is the practice that we as UN Habitat Office in the world, and also of course in this region, in Tunisia and Libya and Algeria, we are doing. Next one, please. So we would like to first of all underline that this SDG 11, of course, like all the other SDGs, are linked, and of course this the battle of the cities cannot be done only with cities or with the local authorities or with the national government. It should be done by everybody. I mean, and every SDG is integrated and is part to the SDG 11. So when you talk about cities, you will talk about education, about health, about infrastructure, about environment, about climate change. So something very important on the definition and also on the practice of the sustainability is that we really need to understand that the SDGs are really interlinked and are very integrated one to another. And it is very important when you plan for a city or plan for a sustainable city, you really need also to pass by all the 167 indicators, 169, I think, indicators in order to understand what are the most relevant for the sustainability of your city. Next. So what we really begin to do, or we have done also in some places also as pilots, that we need data, we need to assess the situation of city in order to see if it is sustainable or not. So one of the first things that we do is an assessment that is called a voluntary local review. That is a participatory process, and that is also a tool that allows cities to assess the achievement of the agenda and of course, the element of the sustainabilities, which are the economy, the social part, and the environmental part. And it is very essential to have this data because something that UN Habitat, but also the UN have seen this last decade is that data at the local level doesn't exist. In some of our countries, there is no data at the level, I mean, accurate data, of course, that can be used to assess and to monitor progress about sustainability to see if really there is, for example, actions that has been done about climate change or energy or to build infrastructure, if there are any indicators that have been put in place to do the follow-up of the SDGs. So one of the key elements that UN Habitat is following, and of course that it's not doing it alone, but with all the local authorities, with the private and public sector, with the national authorities, but also with the population, is to develop a voluntary local review. A voluntary local review is a report. You maybe also have heard about the national national voluntary reviews of the SDGs that can so at the local level review and see how we can achieve and how we can monitor the development of a city, the sustainability of a city, and some very good tools, rather formal or informal, using also now all the open platforms that are available to also use the inhabitants of this city to also say, for example, is my street secure? Do I have good infrastructure? Is the transportation here or not? So everything is collected at the local review side and analyzed, of course. And with that, we can use formal and informal information to construct and to develop the voluntary local review. For now in Tunisia, we are doing it for one pilot city called An-Nour. An-Nour means in Arabic light. And we are doing it in a very remote place in a governorate called Kasserine. And it is a very dense city, but it's also a beautiful one with a very beautiful cultural heritage, very Roman one that I encourage you also to visit. And we are also developing in this particular city a tool of certification on SDGs that you can also visit on our website as UN Habitat, called the SDG City Initiative, that has been launched by the Secretary General for more than 10,000 cities in the world for 1 billion population in order to accelerate the SDGs at the local level and, of course, the sustainability. Next. So this is the planning process of the VLR, the voluntary local review, that you can find, of course, as I was just discussing it. I mean, how to plan it with people and with the local authorities, and also coordinating with the national level, gathering inputs and data rather formal from the Statistical, of course, Institute in order to measure progress, write the reports together with the population, send it and present it as for example, for Tunisia, the Tunisian government or the local authority authorities at the local level. It will be the municipality or the mayor of the municipality or the team of the municipality that will present on behalf of its population what has been done and what is not done so far. So it is very important because it will show the gaps, and it will also bring with specific platforms that have been developed also by the UN Habitat to bring also around the table where the challenges are existing and where also, maybe, for example, the private sector could have an impact or bring financing in order to accelerate some elements of this city, a particular city. Next. Another concrete example is you know that also that one of the problem or challenge is the waste management. And particularly the plastic. The Mediterranean Sea is, for example, one of the sea that is really impacted a lot with the plastic. And some of the cities in the coastal areas of Tunisia are very impacted by the plastic. And you know, of course, worldwide that it is a big challenge. So UN Habitat has developed a Waste-Wise City tool, which is a step-by-step guide to assess a city's municipal solid waste management, and will accelerate the management performance also of the composition of the waste, but also on how we can do and use the 5 very popular R's: refuse, reduce, reuse, repurpose, and recycle the waste. We are also experiencing and trying to develop on 2 big cities in Tunisia, the capital and another place called Sousse, and we are trying to see how we can reuse this very big amount of waste. In Tunisia, more than 60% of the waste is organic, so we are trying to see how we can reuse it and reduce it, of course, and when possible, of course, to recycle it. Next. I have heard that you have talked about smart cities. Also, it's something also very new in this part of the world, because of course the use of information and communication technologies have developed, but still we need to develop some tools in order to first of all develop the capacities of the population, develop the capacities of the local authorities to understand how to optimize city functions, how to optimize the use of these technologies to better improve the sustainability of the cities, and also, of course, to always look at the human rights perspective, because when we say ICT, sometimes we will have people that even don't know what it is about. They don't have a smart telephone, so it's really very important for us also to be aware of the human rights part of the sustainability, because smart cities are really about people-centered initiatives and experiences that we are targeting to do. So UN Habitat is working on digital rights, on the challenge-driven innovation that are launched every time to time by our innovation units that are in Bonn. And also there is a very good global compendium of best practices in the world that you can visit, and that are really very useful for us in the field to use and to see how we can also contextualize them to our context here in Tunisia or elsewhere in Africa. Next. This is also like a model that we are also trying to use. You know also that the transparent governance is very important for sustainability, collaborative and transparent governance. We need, as we said, to have technological capacities in place to co-create smart cities, to have communities, citizens that are aware of what they are doing and how they can use the smart technologies for good, and also that smart cities are for all. We need sustainable mobility. We are working on that, for example, on Mobilité Douce. For example, in Tunisia, we are working with a campus, a university campus that has 16 institutions on it. and 60,000 students, and we are trying to develop with them, together with them, really step by step, people-centered campus approach to sustainable development in the campus. So for us, it's very important to have everybody on board, to understand also what are the roles of everybody in order to maybe shape better the smart cities and the sustainabilities. Next. We have another tool of that we are on now also experiencing and using. It's the Her City toolbox. It is the inclusion of girls' voices through the urban planning process. This is also a very key element for the sustainability, because this Her City toolbox that you can also find on the net and that can be contextualized is to include women, and you know that in some part of the world it's very difficult. It helps to support urban development from a girl's perspective. It guides urban actors to implement projects through a step-by-step methodology. It provides an open and digital accessible platform for all, and facilitate, of course, an ongoing dialogue between professionals, but also with the inhabitant. We are using it, and we will use it, of course, in a small city in front of the old Medina of Tunis. And for now, it is used in 700 registered users from 250 cities in 90 countries, in Johannesburg, for example, Nairobi, Beirut, Flemingsberg in Sweden, Koge in Denmark, Lima in Peru, for example, to cite some of them. And in Tunisia, we are going to use it with women potter that are placed in informal place, call it Haye Hilal. Haye means cities, informal city in Tunisia, or hood. And we are trying to develop this Her City in order really to collect the ideas of these women about their urban public space around them. Next. With the young girls and women, we of course need also to integrate the ideas of the youth, and also we know that more than 50% of all urban doulas will be under 35 by 2030 and by 2050 as well. So the youth are really the ones that are critical and key to have them on the process, and to have them from the beginning. So in this area, meaning the Arab region, we have more than 50% of the population that are under 35, under 30, I must say. So it's very important also to bring them on board from the beginning in order to develop the planning of their cities and the sustainability together. And of course, it's really always very insightful to have them. Next. I think it's the end, voila. So saying that we have also very good practices from Stockholm, which is of course a model of a green and sustainable city. We have cities like Zurich also that are one of, in 2016, Zurich was one of the world's most sustainable cities ranking. So of course we use the examples of these beautiful cities to take some of the elements that we can bring in our context and also take the good part and understand better how we can contextualize and use that. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Aida. Very interesting presentation, very deep and thorough. Really a lot of aspects. We loved and shared a couple of your slides already with other colleagues and participants of our club, etc. And thank you for this really interconnected view that, again, holistic view, as you've named that, because yeah, I really believe that's the issue, that's the problem. And yeah, so probably the question, probably the summary of your report, can you just tell us probably, or maybe you can even think of that a little while Dr. Okafor would be presenting, what would be the top 3 outcomes, recommendations for us, for people, for, I don't know, probably even organizations, how to really, where to start, what should we focus on? Because, you know, all those frameworks are pretty hard, and but at the same time, there are a lot of them and they're quite known. And probably the problem is not that people don't know about them. It's just that they don't have something, some secret source, you know, the key, the enabler, the catalysator. Okay, so probably you can answer right straight ahead, straight away, or you can think about that, just up to you at your discretion. So what would be your choice?
Oh, I can just maybe throw something at him. I didn't think about it. I will say that maybe before Dr. maybe Okafor goes for his presentation, saying that where to start is really to build trust, because this is something that we have seen through decades about development. And as you said, I mean, the instruments, the tools are here, and there are so many, very interesting for some of them and very important also. But you, before using your city toolbox or whatever instruments or tool, we really need to work with the population and say what's in it for me, and explain to them what's in it for them, and what we can do and what we cannot do for sustainability, and what will be their role and their responsibility as well. So this is something that if we need to start somewhere, we really need to go for a community. I don't know what is the community. For us, it's there are hoods and cities, but for others, there are other groups. We talked about IDPs, migrants. We have worked with migrants, for example, in a very chic suburb of Tunis, but we discovered that there are lots of vulnerable migrants there. So we said that we need to develop trust. So we have discussed with them, and we said that art, maybe using art, culture, will be the best way to bring people together in order to develop projects that can be meaningful, of course, for them, and that can also bring this trust. So from my point of view, working on development, I have learned that we really need to begin with trust. We mean to bring people on what we are doing is to bring them. I mean, it's not a matter of finance, or it's not a matter of whatever planning, or, you know, that we have all these beautiful tools, but we really need to gain the trust of people, and to say that we are not, we will try to build something with them, even if it's only one block, we will do it. And at the end, they will see that we have done it together. And then the appropriation, of course, sustainability means also long-term. So we the second element, I would say, I mean, one of the, I don't have three, but for me, these two are key. How the population, or how the inhabitants or the community, the hood, will take what we have done together and will bring it after to another step, or another block, or another development. Voila, over to you.
Sure, thank you very much. Yes, I can't agree more, really. I would say the same thing. That's what we are all here about. So Dr. Okafor, probably continuing this note about internally displaced people, migrants, refugees. I know that's been a priority, you've named that. And so Dr. Okafor Christian, yes, so your experience, your understanding, or probably some examples from Nigeria. So the floor is yours, please.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much, Anton. First and foremost, let me thank my colleague, Aida, who have done justice to the session. We're from the same constituency. I can only but compliment what she has said. She's done quite a lot in the field and have presented that here. I totally agree. So many things that she has mentioned. But let me also thank you, the Living Cities, as members of your organization, for extending invitation to me. And of course, I'm happy to be part of the Global Earth Day meeting, quite very important presenters and experts on this call. Just to say that I will try as much as possible to provide some field concrete examples, and of course, linking it with the Agenda 21, I mean, Agenda 11, which has its clear explanations about making cities resilient, inclusive, safe, and sustainable. But then having practiced more in conflicts and post-conflicts, I will bring in the examples of the people, the most vulnerable population that I have worked with, you know, the IDPs, the refugees, and all that, and then share as much as possible how issues around them have actually influenced or affected the whole narrative about sustainability. So just building on where Aida stopped, a colleague, I must say that, like I mentioned, we in this part of the world, Africa, and most specific the Sahel belt of Africa. You know, we're talking about Burkina Faso, Niger, Nigeria, where I'm involved directly in the Sahel Resilience Project that is being implemented and funded by the government of Sweden. We have discovered quite a lot of similarities among those countries in historical connections, infrastructure, the gap in infrastructure, human rights abuses, land governance systems, quite a lot of things. There are similarities, and of course, one of the clear revelation is that the issue of migration, there are conscious, but there are also unconscious migration trends, because people have got some historic connections. For instance, in Niger, in Nigeria, there are already pre-colonial linkage between those people. So even if you put the boundaries, you can still not separate them from trying to find a way of linking with each other. So, I mean, we're still in the process of coming up with a whole spatial analysis and strategy for the region. But just to tell you that, for instance, in Nigeria, we've got huge number of IDPs, refugees, and returnees. So many of them living with communities, so many of them living in confined settlements. And of course, UN Habitat has always been seen as a development organization that does, you know, urban planning and development and provision of infrastructure and so on and so forth. So we were not at the center of conflict management. But the emerging situation, the current situation, have actually brought UN Habitat in the middle of it. And I can tell you, in terms of even technical implementation, you know, the UN is talking about humanitarian development peace nexus today. And so no one is done in isolation. It's actually working as one. And in UN Habitat, I found itself dealing with issues that helps other UN to actually manage even a humanitarian intervention. And I will cite one example. For instance, we have what we call the Sahel Resilience Project that is being implemented in 7 countries, Burkina Faso, Nigeria, Chad, Niger, Senegal, and Mauritania. At the moment, for Nigeria, we've got some 12 states within the northern part of Nigeria, the Kano, Adamawa, and all that. So, and the Sahel Resilience Project, one component of it is divided into 2. I mean, one of the output 4 is divided into 2, where we have to develop a spatial development strategy. And then we also have the city resilience action plan. And in this case, what we do is we go to the states, we train people, we do advocacy, we build the capacity of the local actors, we empower them to collect qualitative data, and then we use Kobo tool, we analyze those data, but we allow them to understand what the data will be for, and they actually drive the process themselves. They bring in data in line with specific metric of functions, whether it's economic infrastructure, social infrastructure, physical infrastructure, and at whatever level they are. And then we then analyze this whole data and bring in some literature, and then also, of course, some quantitative data, and make reference to our existing tools, and then we come up with spatial development strategy. It is important to do a spatial development strategy so that we do mapping, GIS mapping of what exists on the ground. And one of the advantage this brings is that it helps you to actually see visibly even the SDG interventions, where they are, how they are spread in the whole territory that you are analyzing, for instance, in Nigeria, in Burkina Faso, and all that. Then that helps the governments, the communities, the donors, the international partners, and every key stakeholders actually understand the gaps on the ground. Spatially, you see it on the paper and you see the data. And at the end of the day, it also informs prioritization decisions. It informs, you know, investment decisions, and we see clearly the gaps. And then people are also trained to be able to actually, bring in their local resources. It doesn't have to be international commitments. It could be local resources. When they understand what they have within their localities, they are able to deploy that to complement what every other person is doing. And so that's for the spatial development strategy, and then which is at a bigger scale. But then the city resilience now zooms into specific municipalities where we also build capacity of the people. We train them, we bring them together, we form them as local committees. They do that local data collection in government. I mean, at the very municipal level, government institutions, and then they bring data, whether how the infrastructure are funded, how the implementation capacities, whether they are human or institutional capacity gaps and availability, and then they bring also information from the local communities as to what they want and how the government have actually served them and what sort of resources they have, so that we build their capacity along the line, and we understand also make them understand also the opportunities within their locality. So we do also spatial plan, and then but that's at a very local level now, not spatial development spatial development framework that is at the very bigger scale that covers a whole state or a whole country. So then we marry the two to be able to come up with a spatial development strategy to support sustainable development. Again, one thing that is very obvious here is that we've got a huge number of IDPs that are today living in some of these communities where we are doing those studies or activities. And what is obvious there is that you have so many of them living in camps, you have so many living in isolated camps. And then what is at the center of affecting sustainability is land governance. And I can tell you that IDPs' rights, and my colleague Aida mentioned the issue of rights and all that, and inclusivity. To what extent are IDPs able to acquire land, for residents and then for livelihood? So for some of them who want to do agriculture, to what extent do they have right to acquire land? Because they are seen as IDPs or refugees, and then you see state government saying, well, you don't belong to this state, you don't belong to this country, you don't belong to this. So those narratives and denial becomes a major challenge, and that's one major effect around sustainability today. And again, for us who are actors, we also ensure that when we have land for settling IDPs, we ensure that the whole processes of land governance is done. That's what UN Habitat does, basically, supporting other UN agencies and other partners to ensure that those lands are properly acquired, prepared, so you don't throw the whole community into chaos with IDPs or refugees. You ensure that the land are well prepared, they are all mapped, everybody understands their boundaries, and they are provided very good size of land where they could, as the family expands incrementally, they are also able to build their houses incrementally. So you build their expertise around housing prototype, incremental housing prototype, so that they can continue as their livelihood improves. They continue to develop even their houses, yeah? And their family size increases, they can continue to expand. And it's also important to ensure that you ensure that women within the locality or within the IDPs, you build their capacity to understand how they support post-conflict reconstruction processes. Some of them can do activities that are very important in supporting reconstruction processes or reintegration processes, I would say. But land is very key. And, the experience we have here in Nigeria is that the state governments are very adamant. They don't want to provide land because they say, well, IDPs have no right to live here. And then they give them very small amount of land. That becomes a major impediment because you are actually making them not to grow. So you bring IDPs, you settle them in a community, and you don't give them land. You just keep them in a camp. Then you're encouraging dependency attitude and then entitlement attitude, and that's also not a very good strategy to develop. So we ensure that we build their capacity. We advocate for government to provide land, even though we have this dichotomy of government versus community ownership of land. We understand that, but we ensure that yes, communities provide land, but the government should do the management, map the lands, digitize them, and then provide the IDPs the rights documents to own the land. If they choose not to go back to their place of origin, that's fine. They can remain here. Everybody has a right to move and live anywhere. So we've got this complication. So what we're doing as UN Habitat largely is to help other UN agencies that have come together to talk about durable solution. You may be aware of the new discussions around durable solution. The UN Secretary General have had the Office for Special Advisor on Durable Solution. We have got UNHCR and IOM at the front line with UN OCHA, but again, UN Habitat has been brought as a major technical expert in terms of implementing it. And I am at the front line of implementing that in Nigeria, in northern Nigeria here. And we are ensuring that whatever, before you even resettle IDPs or refugees, you should be able to do, to ensure that the issue of land, issue of urban planning, whether they are living in primary cities or emerging secondary cities, we should be able to provide infrastructure. We should be able to ensure that we have urban plans and make sure that the environment doesn't also induce another displacement. We must have some infrastructure that will make their settlement quite resilient, yeah? And then we must also ensure that they have good economic opportunities. You don't just put them in a place and allow them to stay. They should be able to have opportunities so that they will contribute to the economy of the country. And what is important here to note is that you can have IDPs in one location. The most difficult thing is to cluster them in one location. If you don't utilize their potentials, they become dangerous. But if you utilize their potentials, they add a lot of value to the economy. So these are the things that UN Habitat is bringing. And of course, then you have the issue of urban disaster. So many IDPs are vulnerable to that. The moment you have disaster, they don't have the capacity to manage that. And they don't have even the resources, to recover from the shock. So what we are encouraging is to have a spatial plan that incorporates what we call early warning, early response infrastructure, where you provide early warning infrastructure and capacity at a very local level so that IDPs are not further displaced. I mean, while they are living within their communities, they are safe. They are carried along. They are part of the whole operation. So then when there are disasters, they will be able to understand what to do, how to respond, how to recover, and so on and so forth. But then how to even report the potential danger before it happens. So we are building capacities around, but we are encouraging that there should be a spatial plan that puts a lot of information at the domain, at the people at the very local level. So UN Habitat is doing quite a lot in supporting other UN agencies to achieve durable solution and ensure that IDPs, which was not our primary mandate, are supported. The refugees were also supporting. We are in partnership with UNHCR and IOM now, trying to bring in our expertise to support the humanitarian efforts that they've made within our development mandate. And like I said earlier, we've got quite a lot of IDPs. As long as we don't deal with issues of managing them and managing them comprehensively, our efforts in achieving the SDG will continue to be thwarted. Even within the Agenda 11 of inclusive cities and human settlements and resilient cities and sustainable development, it will be difficult because you have people that are displaced. If you don't plan to settle them, then they are bound to be displaced by either the host community themselves or natural disaster. So when they are displaced, they add pressure because they have to move. Now, when they move to other locations, they add pressure to the governance systems or the new communities, and they become even a threat to us. So it has to, just to agree with Aida that it really has to be done collectively. Everybody have to come on board. It has to be whether governments, whether us as development partners, the donors, and everybody. We have to pull resources together, and we have to do it not in piecemeal. It has to be simultaneous, and everybody has to be included. It doesn't have to be. There's no one that should be left behind. Whether you are a woman, everybody has their role to play. And I will leave that conversation at that. As we move on, if there are other clarifications, I will jump in to provide. I mean, these are concrete examples that we have here, and we're trying to come up with very spatial analysis, spatial based interventions to be able to address that and make it even much more sustainable. Thank you, and over from me.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Okafor, Christian. And just the same exercise as I usually love to do is to reiterate what you've said in a kind of a summary, so that to be sure that we've understood you correctly, and then also to make some very short outcome and advice to our other club members or viewers or those who would watch this recording afterwards. So I've distinguished three things, kind of, again, enablers for really managing this task of IDPs, of making basically displaced people settled. So, and it's kind of very interesting that I guess all of them could be solved also by applying some kind of digital technologies. That is my background and probably the background of some other people of this call. So it probably would be even able to help, and we can discuss this, how we can address those pillars after this conference. So the first one is the quantitative data, to be able to analyze it and inform all those investment and financial decisions. The second one is decomposing the SDGs and city level to the municipalities, zoom into specific municipalities, so that we can, again, transplant the goals into the local community level and understand what it means for the local community. And the third one you've named is the land governance is the keys in the central of it, right? So that, you know, urban planning, secondary cities, and also the mapping and understanding where people can really be entitled to use this land to either live there or make the agriculture. And thank you for overlapping with or reflecting what Aida has said about engaging people, so that no one is left behind. So I guess this is the common ground that regardless of the goal, of the aspect of the SDG, it's crucial and vital everywhere. So first of all, please confirm that I have understood you correctly. And secondly, please expand if you think just probably a couple of more things, like the key that I've missed, so that we really have to put in this kind of a summary of your presentation.
All right, thank you, Anton. Just to say again that it's important that we deploy, you know, the bottom-top approach, looking at people at the very local level, leveraging on their potentials, taking advantage of their presence in the community to understand the local resources that are available, and then using them actually to be able to, you know, to feed into the global agenda of sustainability. The local people have got a lot of potential, whether they are women, they cut across different tribes and religion and all that, but taking note of their religion's diversity and cultural diversity, but then bringing them together under one platform. So many of them in cooperatives and leveraging on their potential, particularly even the youth, to feed into the global agenda. I think that's very important. And for us also, I always say that working together as one, leveraging on the data. There are many people who are working together today. So many have got quantitative and qualitative data. Everybody is running with their data. Even for us, what I have seen in Nigeria here is that there are many government institutions that are that have deployed space-based technology. They've acquired data, but everybody is so individualistic and keeping their data to themselves. And then the people at the very local level don't even know what this data are for, even though it is meant for them. You know, you don't go back to tell the people how to use the data. You've not built their capacity. You are keeping the data at the comfort of your office at the national level. It doesn't add value. You know, the people have to understand, build their capacity, how to translate this data, and the state actors to translate this data into substantial development and to feed into the global agenda. But again, like I said, I most narrow my conversations around the IDPs, the refugees, and all that, because I always say, while we want to achieve sustainable cities and settlements, the role of IDPs and the refugees is very important. If we have them and we utilize their potential and their population positively, we can have a lot, we can achieve the global agenda of sustainable development. If we allow the population to be unutilized and not harnessed, then it becomes a danger, and then that affects the issue of inclusivity, safety, you know, and so on and so forth. So, and it also creates a lot of social and security pressure on us, because then, and it borders also on our national security. So while we're talking about the whole idea of, sustainable development SDGs, and then looking at the agenda number 11, it is important to look at that component, because that is the emerging trajectory today, where we have a lot of displacement induced by natural factors and human factors, and it's affecting every effort that are being made, whether collectively or individually. So it is important to address that that sector holistically. And I say that we have the responsibility, we have all the resources that we can pull together to be able to achieve that, and then it fits into the global agenda. Thank you, and over from me.
Yes, thank you very much again for this, emphasizing the focus, what is really important. And by the way, so I guess almost, or probably even more than half of the participants of this sessions are members of the SDG Plus Club. So thank you for joining. And probably you guys have some questions or comments or ideas. Please feel free to share or ask our speakers the questions. Go ahead.
I have a question.
Sure, Yeva, go ahead.
Yeah, hello everybody. And on behalf of myself, I would like to thank Aida and Dr. Okafor again for joining. And I had pleasure of communicating with them prior to the meeting. So thank you very much again for finding time. And this content is amazing. I have a question for Aida regarding those tools that cities are supposed to be using. Is there any process of onboarding, and how do you explain to the management or to other stakeholders how to use those tools, and how do you sell them on that idea? How do you explain the benefits? And have you ever encountered any resilience or like people not willing to use those tools and to like utilize those approaches?
Thank you, Eva. Yes, the onboarding process usually is done through our projects. If we are going to do it with some donor funding, we will bring around the table the citizen of the inhabitants of a city and local authorities, of course, and all the stakeholders that can be relevant for the use of this tool. So we usually begin with a capacity building around this tool and how the population can use it. And then we usually also work with sometimes small groups of girls. For example, one of our partners, Cities Alliance, has worked with some groups of women using this Her City toolbox to develop inclusive public spaces in the capital, Tunis. And we do the onboarding usually step by step because we just show to how and where to use it, and also we share it with the local authorities in order also for them to be used to this kind of tool, and to see also the relevance, of course, for them to develop it in other to use it in other settings. So the onboarding usually goes through us or goes also through our project, and sometimes when it is a good tool, it will be used by other NGOs, for example, associations that will use it also. We have seen that in many parts of the world, UN Habitat has piloted this kind of tool, and then some of our partners will continue to use it and to develop capacities of people using it in order to really set the delivered outputs around the urban space. And then if we have seen some resilience or some maybe challenges using it, no, because usually we use also we use a little bit of the gaming with the new generation, or Gen Z, and now the Gen Alpha, and we try to bring them around gamification in order also to make them appropriate, take these tools and use them. But it depends on the context, of course. If we are in a very remote place, we cannot use gamification. We will go through very traditional ways to present the tool, the utility, and we begin to test it, to experiment it, to experience some test with the population. Over.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
Oh, sorry, I've interrupted you. My name is Diana Gamazova. I'm one of the members of SDG Plus Club. It's really awesome to see all of you here, and it was really interesting listening to you. But as I'm a first-year environmental science student, and as you know, like I guess from my age, I'm 18, so I'm a part of Gen Z. And from perspective of conscientious, sustainable cities, how do you think, what is the best advice you can give to my generation to make cities better? And maybe how can someone interested in being conscientious about my living can distribute this idea to others? Thank you.
Maybe Dr. I can go.
Yes, Aida.
Yes, thank you. No, I think that it's very interesting question. Yes, because usually, at least in the part of our country, Gen Z sometimes doesn't want to go to this kind of discussions or project. But what we do is that we go to universities, we go to schools, also to do things that webinars that we are doing now to explain better what is sustainability and how they can be also part of the solution, and how they can bring also their knowledge also of the city, and how they can bring their solutions. So we participate, as I said, to innovation challenges. We work also for our office. We usually also be part of some incubation of startups that are developing sustainable solutions. I am part of some juries of these incubators that are now very important in Tunisia to develop and accelerate solutions for the SDGs. This is for the, let's say, the tech people, the Gen Z, but for the others, I think that the main, let's say, channel should be schools, universities. For example, there is what we call the Fresque Climat to work on climate change with universities, and it is a very important movement now to develop solutions working with the students in several universities. It has been, working in lots of places in Tunisia, in France, in Algeria, and it is really dealt immediately by the Gen Z. They are developing the solution. They are also discussing about this solution with others from other universities in the world. So I think this is the way this is one of the way, let's say, to do it. But maybe over to Dr. Okafor, maybe he has also some insights. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I think also one of the things we have tried to do here is, considering our background where we see a lot of individualism, people want to do something and take credit to themselves. They want to be known. It's Eva who invented this, and then the credit goes to her alone. And that's not sustainable. So we try to deploy sort of a cooperative mindset where you bring people together, you build their capacity, you harvest their potential, you empower them, and then you change their mindset from being of disadvantage to being adding value to the society. And so that has helped us achieve quite a lot by having a few of them who are good to become ambassadors of peace, ambassadors of development, and so on and so forth. And then when we have, for instance, workshops, or we develop tools and we want to deploy, for instance, the spatial development tool, the Kobo tool. When we wanted to do that, we have to bring people from the academia, the NGO, the religious institution, because they're all very important, yeah? Governments at very national and sub-national levels, you know, all private sector actors, academia, and so on and so forth, so that everybody goes back to institutionalize, whether you are youth, whether you are from the youth category, you'll be able to institutionalize. If you are from the women group, you are able to, if you are from the Market Women Association, the church leaders, the Muslim Association, the farmers group, and so on and so on. So everybody has a role to play. So it becomes more of a collective effort. And the youth, most importantly, are central to it, because then it's easier to harvest their potential, deploy ICT, do some innovation. And Aida, you mentioned the issue of startups and all that. It's very important. So many of the youths today don't even understand the amount of potential they have. So, but they need just the opportunity to have that. And I think when we harvest all these varying components and harness them together, then we'll be able to achieve a lot more and have much more better development. And over from you.
Thank you so much for answering. It's so nice to see all of you being so positive about new generation, about people overall, because while studying here in university, I saw so much negativism to a whole human race, as if we are some consumers and we are only harm to the planet. So it's awesome to see that you believe in people, and thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay, so empowering youth. Yes, Lev. Yeah, and by the way, so you can probably say a few words in a closing kind of part, and we can pass over and probably save a couple of minutes.
I would also love to
Ask
comment
questions.
on what Diana asked,
Sure.
and what Dr. Okafor and Aida have already commented on. The Living Cities Earth, and I represent a large sort of collective. We have about 50 co-founders from 5 continents. So we were trying to define who we are, because when we think about ecological issues, that's definitely part of the whole solution, but there are many more, right? There are social issues, etc. So at some point we realized that on a certain level, we're about what I call social urbanism. Of course, we are about much more than cities. We work with eco-villages and villages and regions and sort of other larger, we call them living systems. But what we discovered is particularly important, and where our focus is really on working with the local leaders, local and global, but mostly local in terms of numbers. Why? Because we realize that we want to change the world to the better, right? To improve the quality of life, to deal with pressing issues, etc. But it's not 1 or 2 or 50 or even 1,000 leaders in some organization who are able to change life on the ground, right? We cannot go all over the place, all over our planet and do the things. So it's really creating this network of engaged citizens. We call them leaders of positive change, change makers, city makers, etc. And inspiring them. That's what Diana mentioned, that she was inspired by what Dr. Okafor and Aida have provided as their perspectives. So we see what's very important is to inspire. It's basically opening this quote-unquote spiritual or energetic connection, right? To open up the heart so people feel engaged, inspired, they want to act, they have the emotion, right? They're ready to move to the action. Then, of course, we definitely need the right perspective, the worldview, that we are the people who can change things, we are responsible, etc., etc. We could learn from each other, we can co-create. So number 1 is inspiration, number 2 is the worldview and how we identify ourselves. Are we just the consumers of this life, or are we the co-creators of this life? So the worldview and the self-identification is very important. The third one is what to do, right? What are the things which need to be done? And that's all about sort of dealing with experts and creating guidebooks, etc. So understanding what to do and how to do it. But then comes the most difficult part, and Aida was talking about it as well. So when we have all the guidebooks from very smart people all over the world, then we need to actually do it on a daily basis. And this is what SDG Plus Club is also about, right? How do we implement those ideas and know-how into our daily life? And this is where the community of leaders on a global scale really come to the task by supporting each other, by sharing our best practices, by sharing our mistakes, right, errors and weaknesses, but then also combining our resources and our strengths, we build this global community of people who believe in our future, right, who believe in our inner resources, both individual as persons, right, but also collective. For example, until today, I didn't know neither Dr. Okafor nor Aida, nor many other participants of our sort of panel who watch this live on YouTube or in recording. But thanks to Anton and the team of SDG Plus Club and Living Cities Earth, we're creating those connections. And we believe that there is an emergent process. So we cannot plan everything in advance. We just don't have this capacity. We can plan some things, and they will change, of course, as well down the road. But we can create conditions and the processes where the right people get to meet each other, they talk to each other, they formulate some ideas about their common future, their common goals, and then they move to combine their resources and energy and strengths and capitals, etc., to change things to the degree available to them. And then they grow their networks, grow their sort of various types of collaboration to really increase the impact, the social positive impact, the ecological impact, etc. So, Anton, I would really like to thank you more than anything. And of course, the whole team, because I know how much energy Eva and Ashraf and other members of the team have sort of invested in preparing this event, and of course the team of Living Cities Earth. This is so beautiful, and I'm very inspired and want to thank every one of us for our joint sort of discussion today. And Anton, on to you. And we still have 10 minutes.
Yeah, by the way, just for the final note, so we'll definitely do the, the sharing of knowledge that we've generated today. I think we can't afford ourselves to waste that. And secondly, probably we can discuss that with Dr. Okafor, Christian, and Aida. What could be the next steps, next practical steps, how we can collaborate, how we can help you? Because as Lev said, LCE is Living Cities Earth, the organization, nonprofit organization, global, that aims to help cities and city leaders to make cities more alive and more sustainable. We in the SDG Club are also about inspiring and enabling people with the information, knowledge, networks, and solutions to, again, solve the problems. So probably you can name those couple of very practical issues that are on your table right now that you tackle every day, and where you have some, obstacles or issues, where we can be of help to you and really foster the attainment of your sustainable goals in your cities and countries this year. And I guess it's the ask from both of us, from both organizations, because the ultimate goal is not only to share information, but on a very practical, down-to-earth level, make those actions, make those changes happen. So again, probably this last ask, you can at least initiate this idea generation, and then we can cover them after the
maybe I can begin. Thank you very much, Anton and Lev, for all the comments and the nice words. I would like to maybe ask you maybe to join our voluntary local review that we are doing for this very remote city that I was telling you about, Nur, the light. It will be good when the document is there, or at one point of the process, you'll be part of the discussion and you maybe can share with us your thoughts about how do you see from your side or from your organization, how do you see maybe us improving the work we are doing already with the local authorities and the population of Nur, because it's not easy every day. Of course, we have a mission going there next week, and it will be good maybe at one point to have this discussion to present to you, of course, what we have done so far and what is still most of the challenges of this city. And it will be good to have maybe your inputs and your thoughts also to develop some kind of actions or to present good practices from other places of the world. It will be very helpful for us. At least for me, it is what I see really very concretely from what you are doing as a nonprofit organization, that where we can bring all this collective intelligence together to develop better what we want to achieve for the population of the Noor. Over to you. And thank you so much, Anton, and of course, all the team of your institution.
Yes, thank you very much. Dr. Okafor Christian, probably you have a couple of comments.
Yeah, thank you. I will just mention 4 things very quickly. And thank you so much, Aida and Anton, and of course, colleagues. Just starting from the issue of data, I must say that it's important that we all collaborate in terms of our data effort, data collection and analysis and management efforts. So then we add value to each other rather than contestations. I mean, it's easy to say, well, there is 20,000 people who migrated from point A to point B, but it's another thing for somebody to dig deeper to understand the drivers of such migration. So if you are doing, you have your limit and I have my limit, we can only come together to complement each other. So it's important for us, whether as partners, as government, as community, people and all that, we can always come together, talk about data collectively and how to even use them. Because then you see people contesting with each other. That's one thing I deal with every day in the field, where I have somebody who has data, sometimes not so comprehensive, but they are proud of it. And then if you want to add value to it, it becomes like a contestation. So I feel if I add value to your data, the better it becomes for us. And then we build capacity of the people to use such data for prioritization, planning, and investment. Then the second thing again is the issue of capacity. Quite a lot is missing, and I think that's one area that we can think about. It's easy to develop programs, but it's another thing to actually allow the programs to be bought in by the last beneficiaries and partners, and maybe the local partners. You know, they will always see it. Well, you have program come and do it for us and leave. But it's important to also build their capacity to sustain, you know, to upscale, to continue to even initiate programs themselves to complement, because there's not enough that is enough. Whatever I do, somebody can always add value. So programmatically, we need to build people capacity to continue to add value to whatever we're doing. So programmatically, we can even start thinking about, you know, we have land issues, we have areas where women have no right to access land and property. So it's a huge problem. It's a very big disservice to humanity when you have a woman not given her adequate rights to access land and property, or even to own a land, whether by virtue of transfer of ownership or whatever, acquisition. And so that brings me to the issue of land management. I have had to deal with every time from one community to another, you see varying degree of how people acquire land, how they own it. And most times the people at the receiving end are always the women, where they are told, no, you don't have rights. For instance, when I was working in South Sudan, when it was still Sudan, up to when it became South Sudan, you have the big guys, the big generals will always tell you, no, she's a woman, please. She doesn't need the land. But she needs that, because majority of them are actually the breadwinner of their families when the country was in war. Many of them lost their husbands and all that. So they have rights to own land. And they also have rights to be involved in decision-making processes. In this case, gender-based issues should be managed by women at the very local level. It doesn't have to come to the traditional ruler who is a man and so on and so forth. So we can collaboratively think about this and then look at how we can center advocacy around this and ensure that women and youths, their rights are protected within owning land and owning properties and all that. And just to wrap it up with saying, women are very important in the narrative of sustainable development. Youth are very, very important. In fact, most of the IDPs, I always mention this, majority of the IDP settlements, you find more of youth. 80% of them are youths. Underage youths, up above 18 years of age youths, women, and so on and so. You hardly find the elderly people. If you find them, they are in very little number. So empowering the youth and women is very, very important. In whatever program we are developing, you one-stop youth centers that deals with issues of agriculture, cultural simulations, let people understand the dynamics in different cultures and what they can do to do maybe agro-tourism and use that agro-tourism as sources of livelihood and so on. So that adds holistically to the whole agenda, global agenda of sustainable development. I think these are some of the things we deal with, but if we come together to do it, the better it becomes. Then you're coming from one angle, I'm coming from one angle. We are not contesting, but we are rather complementing each other. And I think that's what we are promoting even among the UN. Wherever I find myself in meetings, I tell them, listen, I am here to add value to what you're doing. I am not here to contest. UN Habitat have got very huge mandates, but UN Habitat doesn't contest. UN Habitat add value across so many sectors, very cross-cutting sectors, and even our thematic mandates. That's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Okafor Christian. And I would be happy, and I guess all of us would be happy to continue this very constructive conversation, either reviewing voluntary local report or solving those issues of data management and analytics and capacity land management, women enablement, and solving those competitiveness issues. I'm sure we can add value here because we're all, again, on the same planet. So all those problems are our problems and we have to solve them together. So I guess from my perspective, that was a nice session. Thank you very much for joining and participating. Lev, again, thank you for organizing. And so just likes, applauses, see you later. And handing over to you to Lev so that you can continue with probably some other next sessions that, of course, everybody is invited to stay and listen.
Anton, thank you very much again, and all our distinguished speakers for your participation. We are moving on, and we'll be talking about the Living Cities Earth. So if you have a couple of minutes, please stay on. But if you have to go, we will definitely be in touch. Aida, it was really a pleasure. Dr. Okafor, thank you so much. And Guy Eames and myself, we will be co-hosting our next session. We wish you all the best in your endeavors.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having us, and very good luck for your institute. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm happy. I hope we shall meet again. And thank you so much, Aida.
Thank you, Dr. Okafor.
Anton and guys, have fun.
Okay, live long and prosper. See you later. Yes, we're having this meeting of SDG Plus Club in about 30 minutes. So we'll have to pass over there. But yes, thanks for inviting, and probably we'll join to other sessions when we have some time. So again, thank you. Good luck for the rest of the conference, and see you later. Bye-bye.
It was great, by the way. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Well, as we move on, it was extremely interesting discussion. So everybody who is watching us online or in recording, we spoke with our colleagues from UN Habitat, and I would like, before we move to Living Cities Earth, maybe to share a couple of perspectives with Guy. Guy, what are your sort of key takeaways from the prior 1 hour and a half of what we've been talking about?
Well, it's a fantastic debate. A lot of really good speakers there. I think one thing is clear, that there's a different perspective in different parts of the world. And the second thing which really hit me was this idea of the Maslow's triangle, that sustainability isn't necessarily on the top of people's agenda if they have other sort of survival type of issues for these displaced people, for example. So I think those are two elements which really have sort of, which I've really taken in, and I think that we should always consider in all of our arguments. Maybe the third aspect, including what your own words, is that maybe a majority of the people on the planet either don't really know, or only recently have understood what sustainability is all about, and that they have completely different perspectives. And that's just so important, because we think we're talking about the same thing, but we can see from the UN Habitat they have one views. From other countries they have different perspectives. So somehow we have to map that and bring it together and work out what all of the common values are.
Perfect. Well, I will also share a couple of points. I agree with everything you have said. It definitely resonates in my heart. I would also add one controversial point, but let me share it anyway. So what I understand is that, and I am an example of this. So as I said, I'm 49, and until 5 years ago, I have never heard about sustainable development at all. Actually, I heard once. I had a friend who was the representative of the Club of Rome in one of the countries, and he invited me to join him because of my managerial sort of leadership track to lead the Club of Rome local representation in this particular country. So that was the first time I have ever, well, I read this, but it didn't touch me at all because I never experienced this in my life, right? That's another issue. So we have scientific sort of data about the global warming and this and that, but for many, many people, it's not their felt experience. I don't have any global warming around me. I have global cooling, really. So I don't want to be an ignorant one in the room, but I'm just showing how perspectives could be so different, right? And and the reason I'm talking about it is that we cannot wait until everybody will understand, learn about sustainable development. I think it's the responsibility of leaders, those people who understand what's going on, right, to take responsibility and take action to change, the legislation. So other people, even without understanding, stop creating this excessive waste and using excessive resources. We cannot wait until 8 billion people will understand everything. It might never happen. Actually, it will never happen. So this is a very controversial point, but my perspective after the conversation with our colleagues is that it's very important to engage everyone, to sort of provide information and do all those things. But at the same time, we cannot wait until everybody is on board. And we need to make some decisions. Otherwise, it will be really late. That's something I took away unexpectedly, really. I would never think in those terms. But anyway, now I suggest we have about 20 minutes to really discuss our experience with Living Cities Earth, what we are about. I have a small presentation to share, but we could really talk through some of the points because you've been from the very first day. I remember how enthusiastically you responded to our call to come over to Amsterdam, where we had our first sort of founding meeting about a year ago. And so let me open up quickly a presentation, and we have this beautiful graphics thanks to Alexei and all the designers and everybody who participated in putting it together. Guy, do you see the screen?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, beautiful.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, so we are at the Global Earth Day Summit, which we are organized by Living Cities Earth, as well as about 25 of our institutional partners. So we have an amazing program. It all came about only 2 weeks ago, so it's a very spontaneous event. And the reason it happens this way is that because we didn't think about it until 2 weeks ago. We realized, wow, the Earth Day is coming. Well, should we do something or not? And we decided, of course, we should, even though it was only 2 sort of short weeks and not 6 months, right? But we felt that it's a wonderful opportunity to establish stronger connections, both within, but also outside of Living Cities Earth, to bring in partners, to sort of raise some issues, deal with them, create new partnerships, and really discuss how we want to move sort of going forward. So everybody who is watching us today or in recording, welcome. We have been very fortunate to have speakers and experts joining us from all 5 continents of our world, from Asia, Europe, Middle East, Africa, Americas. And we again congratulate everyone. Today is the Earth Day. So, and one of the metaphors we use is that we are all one crew, one team on the spaceship called Earth, which is flying through the space right now at a very high speed, by the way. So I hope you feel sort of settled. And what we want to quickly share is the vision of Living Cities Earth, the mission, the history, founders, map of our global presence, activities, and some ways to join. So what is a Living Cities Earth? For those who join us for the first time or haven't heard much about it, we're a global action community and ecosystem with the headquarters in Switzerland, a beautiful country in the middle of Europe, but also we are creating an impact in more than 100 countries. Right now, it's more of educational nature, communication, networking, but we are moving towards some projects, etc., etc. So we have today, actually changes every day, but today we have 50 co-founders from 5 continents. And those are people from very rich and also very diverse background. We have some researchers, some scientists, some authors of various books, some business people, entrepreneurs, and many other type of people, but all of them are united by the inner desire. So we didn't come here to gain something for us personally, but we really came here to co-create, to share our resources, to combine our ideas and really build a better future for humanity. So we are thinking on a global planetary scale, and also how we do it. We realized that there is a very specific type of channel to affect life of people. It's the cities. There are 10,000 cities on planet Earth across all countries. And we realized that working with leaders in those cities and interconnecting them with each other is one of the ways, not the only one, there are many different ways, but this is the way we feel is important to our common well-being. Guy, please stop me anytime if you want to share something, ask or add. So I'll just move on, and you please.
I think you're doing very well, Lev. Wonderful.
All right. So when we were discussing with Guy Eames and Marilyn Hamilton and Case Donkers and Frank Safran and many of our other colleagues, when we met about a year ago, we knew each other in some combinations, of course, before, and we worked on many projects before. But we decided to come together last year because we felt there is something going on that we need to start taking care about the planet as a whole, right? Before we had some other issues to deal with, but now we realize that there are other issues and this issue as well. So we're thinking, how can we do it together? We were very sort of critical of ourselves initially. So we thought, okay, we want to do it, but is it necessary, or is it just our, dream, our desire to do something good? But do other people need our involvement? So we analyzed all the sort of large-scale existing initiatives similar to this, and we realized that what we want to do is not done by anybody in the world, despite the fact that there are thousands, if not millions, of very well-intended and very effective organizations. So what's the difference? What's the unique value propositions that Living Cities Earth bring to the table? Number one, we do want, and we already started working with all of the cities on planet Earth. So we are collecting the database of contacts. We have now about 1,800 contacts of city administrations and leaders in different countries, in more than 100 countries. And of course, we use different networks to spread the information, to influence the way people think about their life, think about the world, and think about how they can change things, and actually how they change things, right? We use what's called an integral approach to city development. And integral approach means many different things, but one of those things is that we work on different scale of complexity. So a city for us is not about only infrastructure, like roads and buildings, which is a very important component, of course, but it's only one of about 9 components. So I quickly name them. When we think about the city, we think about it as a complex living system, right? And it has resources, different types of resources. It has infrastructure, it has technologies, then it has a system of administration or management, how all those resources are being organized. Then we have people, the citizens. Then we have communities. And despite the fact that communities are composed of people, right? But it's a very different animal, because communities have what individual people don't. They have the power of collective thinking and power of collective action. So one thing is to have 1 million inhabitants in the city who are all disconnected from each other. And another one is to have the same city, but where they have thousands of various communities, interest-based communities, locality-based communities, goal-based communities, intentional communities, etc. So when people combine their resources, they create what we call meta-entity, right? Entity of a next sort of level of complexity. And those are capable of solving issues individual people cannot solve. Another very interesting thing is that we discovered that there are many voices in a city. There is a voice of city administrators, right? So the mayor, city hall, etc. It's a very important voice because it commands a lot of resources, and some critical decisions are made by like city councils, etc. But then there is a very different voice of city entrepreneurs, business people, and entrepreneurs and business people are the innovators. They find new ideas, they change things, they have resources to affect change in a very tangible way. So it's the second voice, which is very important. But then we have the voice, we call it voice of caring, the non-profit organizations who provide support for many different issues which we face in the cities, which city administration is not sort of fully even aware of sometimes, right? Like in a city where I'm from, I have a gentleman who for last maybe 20 years created and supports how it's called, a shelter for homeless animals. There are like 700 dogs and 500 cats, and then 1 fox and a few other animals. So the administration doesn't have resources for this. It doesn't have it in the budget, etc. But the citizens themselves, or the organizations, he has an organization which is doing this stuff. They are providing a lot of caring for various needs of people and other forms of life. That's the third voice, the non-profit organizations. And then there is the fourth voice, the citizens, or especially the active citizens, because there are some citizens who are more silent. They live their sort of private life and don't really participate in the community life or the city life. But then there are many active citizens. So at least those 4 voices, of course, there are more. There are tourists, there are external partners, other cities, national government. So in the integral approach to city development, it's very important to include all of those voices because they represent the whole system in dealing with any issue, whether it's equality or sustainability or sort of education, anything. We need to bring all those 4 perspectives. Then it will be much more productive and effective. Another part of the integral approach is that we believe that we do act through various visible actions in the external world, but it all starts in our inner self. So the state of mind, our worldview, our intentions, our beliefs, they really affect how we act individually and collectively, right? Also the culture, right? The invisible norms which influence our behavior. So when we work with city development, it's not only about developing what we see outside and what we could measure, but it's also developing our personal behaviors, our know-how, our sort of understanding of the world. It's also working with our belief system, right? Our what we call inner traumas, inner obstacles, because if we are afraid of speaking with other people due to some childhood trauma, psychological trauma, well, we will never become a very productive member of the society. But if we are aware that every person has those sort of issues to deal with, and we're not only aware of them, but we work with them, we heal them individually and collectively, because there are also collective traumas, then we are able to bring much more power, much more productive ability and capacity to change life to the better. And so there are many other things, but so the integral approach plus 10,000 cities is already some of the unique sort of characteristics of our movement. We also, as I said, work on different level of scale. So for us, city is not just some abstract city you have never seen except for the buildings outside, but every citizen is part of the city. So we're working on a level of one individual, each person, then on the level of communities and organizations, because organizations and communities, they really create the city, right? The city hall is an organization. And in a city of 500,000 people, there are about 1,000 people working in the city hall, different support structures, etc. So how effective is this organization, whether people are inspired, whether they have capacity to do their tasks, really influence the way the whole city operates. So individual, group level, then the city level is a complex living system, but city is not separate from the environment. It works very closely with its ecoregion, with different, farms and agricultural sort of, and the land and the water, the lakes which provide water to, like in New York, for example, who has been to New York, they have a whole system of lakes in the northern part of New York State, which provide millions of gallons of water to New York citizens on a daily basis. And how the city works with its environment, how it affects it in a positive and negative way is also very important. But then cities are part of a global sort of human civilization. And this is maybe last level. We are working with the planetary level. That's why we are called not just living cities, but living cities Earth. So we believe each city has the role to play in a global sort of evolutionary game, but also is dependent on other cities and other regions to provide some resources, to share resources, etc. So that's one of the things we bring to the table. We use integral approach to work with cities on a global scale, and we don't work with cities as some abstract names, but we work with specific people. We call them leaders of positive change, the activators, the change makers, the city makers. So it's really the people with some free energy and the open mind and desire to do good for other people and to the world. So we bring them together in our network, and we invite everybody who is watching today or in recording to come to our webpage. It's very simple, livingcities.earth, and join our newsletter, and you'll get information about various events, networking opportunities, projects, education opportunities, etc. So you could also create a hub of living cities in your specific city or region and become a leader of this hub. So you could really provide your leadership capacity to change things, and we will provide you with the tools and necessary support to become a change maker in your area. So moving forward, as I said, all of us who came together, the 50 co-founders, everyone has a very rich history. And Guy, for example, is, I would call, a global leader, despite the fact that he focuses, of course, on some specific areas, but he is definitely a world-class leader in sustainable buildings and green architecture and green I call it green economy because for me, infrastructure is a big part, actually one of the main parts of the economy overall. And other co-founders also bring their track record. So when we counted last time, it was that we worked with more than 125,000 leaders from 50 plus countries through our various events and projects in the last 3-4 years. And the important point here is leaders, because there are many organizations who work with millions of people. But we have a very different target audience. We don't work with 8 billion directly of humans in the world, but we work with people who are the leaders who affect thousands, hundreds, thousands, or even millions sometimes people on a global scale. So we provide support to the leaders to be more inspired, more empowered, having more resources to do their job where they are, with whatever issues they work with. And it was not our intent, but we discovered that as we came together and with all of the things we are doing, we became the world's largest integral city development community. So it's, as I say, easy to do when we have so many bright people in one room, but it was really exciting. Our vision is extremely simple: 10,000 living cities on a living planet. As I said, there are 10, according to statistics, there are 10,000 cities in the world. We were surprised when we found it. It's a nice number. There are also 4 million villages. Many of them are not in a very good shape. So I would say there is about 1 million villages which are well off, and about 3 million villages which are struggling either economically or ecologically, etc. So it's a big issue. We decided in the first year to focus on the cities. Why? Because it provides the greatest point of leverage. There are more people living in the cities, there are more resources. Also, there are more decisions being made in the cities, which also affect the larger bioregions, including the villages. So we want to work with the cities first to build the network, right, to create the impact, and then, of course, move to other forms of habitats. And we're already working with what's called eco-villages, because in most cases, they have very intentional communities living there, so they're open to new ideas, to collaboration, etc. And what is a living city for us? It's a place where people could feel fully alive. And I would like to ask you to really move attention to yourself and see how alive do you feel right now? Do you feel joy? Do you feel energy? Do you feel sort of openness? Do you feel relaxed? Right? Do you feel inspired? So all of those and many more things is what we call to be fully alive. And when we were conducting interviews with people in the cities for many years, I am in this area of city and social development for last maybe 10 years now, since 2013. So we were conducting interviews on a large scale, asking people, what's the most important to you? And of course, everybody answered in his or her own way. But when we combined all of those answers and we distilled the essence, it turns out that the most important thing for people is to feel fully alive. Because when you feel fully alive, it means you have energy, you have the vision of your future, you have connection with other people, you feel part, belonging to a certain community, which is important to you. You provide care to others and you receive care from others. So all of those things, as a very simple definition, is to be and to feel fully alive. So a living city is a city which provides condition for people to feel fully alive, to human well, or to live our human life in the sort of best way possible, to manifest our creative potential, right? To manifest our talents, our capacities in a creative way, and really to live a healthy, happy lives in harmony with each other and with nature. So you see, those are very, very simple things, nothing extraordinary. But when you combine all of those, it turns out that if we think Guy, for example, is very lucky to have relatively speaking, a young newborn grandchild, right? He's what, about 9 months, or how old is he now?
Yes, 10 months already. They grow very quickly.
So, Guy, let me ask you: do you love your grandson?
Absolutely, and I think constantly about the world that he's living in, and whether I would want him to see this or that, and every moment of his development.
So when we think about, I have a newborn daughter and a wife and many other sort of people who are close to me, many friends, of course, and colleagues. So when we think about people who are close to us, and I invite everyone to do the same, do you want those people to be fully alive in their life? The answer is yes. Do we want them to human well, to live their human experience in the best way possible? The answer is yes. Do we want to manifest their creative potential in life, so they feel that what they wanted to express throughout their life, they were able to express in many different types of activities? And do we want them to be healthy and happy and live in harmony with each other and with nature? Very simple thing, right? And this is what we're about. And it turns out that we know how to do it. And one of the approaches, again, if we think about the global impact, is to work with local and global leaders of positive change as we journey together towards this larger vision of creating a healthy, happy civilization on our planet, which includes both humans, which is, of course, our first center of attention. We think about ourselves first, right? But then there are other forms of lives we definitely want to respect and take care and sort of enjoy our journey together on our spaceship Earth, as we said before. How do we do it? In the bottom, there are many different things. So it's education, offering inspiring new vision, really opening up our worldview, because what we discovered working with many city mayors and city managers and business people and local sort of non-profit initiatives, very often people have quite a limited worldview. They're thinking about some specific things. And when you just talk to them or share some materials and they discover there is so much more, which is part of life, including their life, it gives them new power, new inspiration, new capacity to meet challenges on a daily basis because they see this larger picture. So our goal is not only to give specific tools, which is important, or to provide other forms of support, but also open up new perspectives to show how much we have already and how much capacity internally as people and organizations and communities we could rely upon, right? And unlock our inner capacity to change things on the outside. We also facilitate networking. I was working with many cities in the past, and when we would come to a specific city, we would invite, whether it's a local government or local business people who invited us, we would invite them to identify 100 key leaders who are important to the city from, as I said, 4 voices: business, city, local city government, non-profit organizations, and active citizens. And I'll just share one example. We came to a particular city. It was about 100,000 inhabitants. And so they brought together this group for the first time ever. They never had such meetings before. It was 75 more or less leaders from different sectors. And we had maybe 5-hour workshop where we worked together on discovering what's important to all of us, what are the key challenges we see. So we created those maps. All together, people worked and intertwined, etc. And by the end of the day, we formulated our common vision, shared vision. So the mayor who invited us to come to his sort of place, he was sitting in the back seat all the time. He was never up front. He was really offering opportunity for people to share their perspectives. And so they created their shared vision, identified key issues. They created project groups which wanted to tackle various issues in the city. And then they created permanent structures. I think it was called Association for City Development or something like this, which was working with this mayor and then the next mayor when he changed, etc. So it became a local institution of city development combined, which was combining sort of local leaders from different backgrounds. So this is an example of facilitating networking and nurturing a culture of collective action. In another city, which was much smaller, about 24,000 people, we went through the similar process, and they did have, I would say it, an enlightened mayor, really a special guy. He had a very interesting history because we didn't understand why he was so great. He was really people-centered and really caring, etc. And when we were having a very similar sort of discussion with a group of 70, maybe 80, they call it city change team, something like city transformation team. So they also combine this team from very different type of leaders, local leaders. And when I asked them, do you know why your mayor is such a special guy? And everybody said, oh, no, we don't know. He's really special, but we don't know why. And we asked him to do a small exercise to really draw, it's called a lifeline exercise. So he drew like a line of his life, showing on a timeline, right? What was the highest point in his life, some very positive experiences, what were the lowest points in his life, some negative experiences. And then he shared his life story with all of us. And it was the first time he ever did it in his life as a, professional manager and leader. And everybody was crying pretty much at some point. Why? Out of, we were overflowing with our emotions. And the reason was that he shared for the first time that he was born to a family, to parents who were blind from birth, both his mother and his father. They were born blind. They found each other somehow. They created a family and they had 3 or 4 kids. And he was one of those kids. And so from his very young age, he was always sort of leading them around the house. They always had to have very close touch, sort of contact with each other. And it allowed him to develop this empathy, right? This ability to feel other people and to care for other people. And this is really a special story, of course. But he turned out to be the amazing leader. So he was really inviting people from all walks of life, people who would disagree with him, people who would critique him. He was always open. And he created a tremendous change in the city. So the city was number 20 on a list of 20 cities in the region, based on some metrics of managerial quality and some, quality of citizen participation and other things. So it was the worst city in this region. And after 2 years of applying all of our frameworks, methodologies, know-how, and we worked with him very, very closely, including many, not many, but several of our co-founders, the city, it's impossible to believe. I mean, it's because cities are they have high inertia, right? But this city moved from number 20, the last on the list, to number 1 in 2 years. This is a fantastic story, and we have other stories like this from all over the world. Another story is a great story from Eindhoven transformation in the Netherlands. So again, some of us visited and saw how the city has transformed. It was in the very bottom of Dutch cities about 25 years ago when the large industrial player Philips moved its production from Eindhoven to Asian countries to cut down the costs. And the whole city sort of moved into the abyss. They had very high rate of drugs, alcoholism, and people were leaving the city en masses. And the city was really going down in a very fast way. And they also had an amazing initiative of local leaders who came together to take care first of a specific part of the city, then of the whole city. Then they combined resources from the city government, business people, local university was a big player, and a couple of other partners. And they started rebuilding the spirit of the city, right? The self-identification, who we are as a city, right? What are we dreaming about, etc. And they realized that they want to be a brain port. So from a city on the trajectory to being sort of the worst city in the Netherlands, they were called the ugly duck of the Netherlands, the ugly duck. It now became the most, the wealthiest and the most sort of flourishing city in just 20 years. And today it's number one in terms of educational opportunities, in terms of innovation, in terms of business environment. They have the most, the largest Dutch company based out there in high technologies. It's also a cultural capital of not only of the Netherlands, but also of the neighboring regions, including Belgium and part of Germany. It's the city of Eindhoven. And so those stories of transformation, we saw many of them, and they are really inspiring. So what we want to do is to bring both the frameworks and the tools and the energy and the people who have done such change in other places worldwide to share our ideas. What are the key resources we rely upon? It's two of them initially. Number one is the circle of co-founders. As I said, we have about 50 co-founders today, and we plan by inviting world-class leaders and experts to join the co-founder circle to have about 100 co-founders by the year end. And we see that this is the force, right? This is the power to change things because we bring our resources, our contacts, our ideas, know-how. So this is number one. The second part is creating an alliance of institutional partners. So we deal with other institutions which are keen on creating positive change on a planetary level. Some of them bring know-how, some of them bring networks, some of them bring lobbying power, etc. And by creating this alliance, we call it ecosystem or the Earth Garden, right? Where many different institutions sort of flourish. By combining our resources, and we have several discussions yesterday and today about how to do it, we also increase our capacity to create positive impact. And if you are representing a specific organization, community, or network, please do come and join our discussions and eventually our joint work. So this is basically our mission, is to inspire and empower 1 million local and global leaders of positive change on our journey towards 10,000 living cities. Let's see how we're doing. Yeah, we have a little bit more time. I will skip our history, at least not spend much time. As I said, we came together as an organization about a year ago in Amsterdam. We're headquartered in Switzerland, but really active as a distributed community on a global scale. We have what's called circles or working groups. For example, Guy Eames, he's a leader of a products and services circle or the work group. And Marilyn Hamilton, you saw her yesterday and we'll see her today. She is the co-leader of Vision Holders Group. And we have many other colleagues who lead or participate in those circles. And Guy, let me ask your experience. Because you're a busy man, you have so many things. And of course, we cherish your presence. But let me ask you a question. Why do you spend part of your time on our activities in Living Cities Earth? Why does it make sense to you?
Thanks for the question, Lev. And it's one that's rightly asked because time is probably one of our most precious resources at the moment. Certainly for me, networking, so the quality of the other co-founders in Living Cities Earth is just incomparable to other organizations which I've been part of. And I feel that the methodology, so the way that we're moving forward is really worth every minute of time invested. I think that we're a diverse group, but each of us has a lot in common in terms of what we want to achieve, and the frustration that we have that everything around us is maybe moving forward bit by bit, but mostly in a silo sort of way. And this is a way to bring us all together and really achieve change in a systematic way. The system is the most important thing, and we have so many systematic thinkers who are bringing together like a hybrid, integral approach, which I think will provide both a tool for the cities, but also an amazing community of strong people who can make this change happen. I also really value the fact that the diversity from the different countries, all the different people are, it's not just focused on one region of the world or one sort of way of thinking. We're really thinking in many different ways at the same time. So as you've seen today, we had people from UN Habitat, but we also had people who have completely their own philosophy about how to change the world. So that's the most important thing is the people, people and the system. So I would say that those are the two main values. And I'd also like to repeat what Lev said, that we really are open for more co-founders, for members, and for interaction across the world. Really meaningful change. So I hope that helps.
It does, and it's always a pleasure to work. I think without overstatement, like Guy Eames is an outstanding human being, and Guy, it's so nice to be working together. I learned from you. I am inspired by who you are and what you do. And when, as you said, when we look at other co-founders, it's always, I just feel how privileged I am that I have such a circle of people around me, and I could talk with them, we could create some ideas and implement them together. That's really very special. So, as I said, we remembered about the Earth Day only about 2.5 weeks ago, but we decided we need to come together and celebrate, really, and then make this Earth Day, as they say, Earth Day every day. So from one time a year celebration, we plan to celebrate in action, not only in words or in feelings, but also in action. Celebrate our beautiful planet, which provides us an opportunity to live, right, to communicate, to create, etc. Those are the co-founders, and as I said, every day we have, every week approximately, we have about one co-founder joining. We do it on monthly general meetings, where normally between 3 and 8 co-founders join on a monthly basis. And every time we have a new person, it's a very rich experience. I'll just mention that about a month ago, our colleague Ranjani from Bangalore, India, has joined. She's the co-founder of a global organization called Global Collab. Global is a combination of global and local. Global, and Collab is a co-development, co-creative laboratory. And what they do is they help people develop future thinking, right? The ability to think about the future, to plan from the future our actions today. And they also work a lot both with adults and kids in developing our capacity to communicate and to collaborate. And they will have 2 very interesting workshops, actually 3 workshops tomorrow on Sunday. So check the program, and you could actually bring your kids who would share some poems about planet Earth. That's tomorrow. And another workshop is for adults to feel our inner kids. So we could come tomorrow and have a facilitated session when we'll work with mud and with different basic Earth materials to have some very creative process. So check the program for tomorrow. Ranjani and her colleagues, they will lead those workshops. And every person on this group really brings a very international, very rich background. Some of them in technology, like Puran Desai, who made a presentation yesterday together with Guy. He is creating with his team a tool to support implementation of all the sustainability projects on a local, or corporate basis, right? You have tens or sometimes hundreds of different projects, and sometimes they all run in separate ways. So his tool called One Planet is really to provide you an opportunity to see how all the projects are interrelated and also how they could support each other. Or take, I'm just looking around, Paul Van Schaik, a gentleman who also, we had an interview with him yesterday. He lives in Cape Town in South Africa. He was part of Global Development Organization, worked on a global scale for many, many years. And now he is a publisher of a series of books called Urban Hub. where they explore different issues of life in the cities and on this planet. And the last book, which was published just a couple of weeks ago, is called Down to Earth, where they look at specific city practices all over the world of how people affect positive change. And we plan to have a global event inviting all of those special people to come together, share their practices live in about a month, maybe a month and a half. We will announce, so please subscribe to our newsletter and follow the news on what's coming. There are many other amazing people, but you see them throughout the day today, tomorrow, and of course, you are very welcome to join. A couple of words about key objectives we have for this year. As you know, we are a young organization, so we're building what we call an effective organization to be able to execute on our priorities. We are working with pilot projects, and we invite other cities to join. So if you could apply the tools, methodologies, which we are ready to provide, please contact us, and we'll be discussing how to organize the pilot project in your particular city or an organization. We also work, as I said, with communities and large organizations. The 100 co-founders is the force behind our development. It's also the 100 world's leading experts in various areas. So we are conducting quarterly global events. Our next global event is called Happy Cities, right? So today we celebrate the Earth Day, and it was a spontaneous event. But in 2 months, we are preparing a global event called Happy Cities, where we will invite also some specialist global experts in the field of happiness, well-being, etc. And we create the network or the circle of experts from different areas. The next quarterly forum will have on sustainable, regenerative, and thriving economies. The next one on impact culture, and the next one on leadership, etc. So we invite global leaders, world-class leaders and experts to join our expert club, to then publish their materials in our journals, in our newsletters, to have them participate in our events, and so on and so forth. As I mentioned before, we are building an ecosystem or a network of institutional partners engaged in collective action. This is a very important point, because we could have, of course, partners who just provide their logo on our site, and we provide our logo on their site. That's sort of a very superficial way of connecting with other organizations. What we are developing right now are ways of how we could really support each other in action, right, in our projects, in supporting our leaders on the ground. And we have a discussion about this later today. It's called How We Can Create 1,000 Happy, Thriving, Flourishing Cities Together. So please come and join this discussion later today. And the next one is the 10,000 cities in our communication network. So as I said, we have collected contact information for about 1,800 cities by now. We have more than 4,500 cities, a list of them in our database, and we are collecting contact information for them. We're working with global organizations, city organizations. Today we had beautiful, actually, 2 discussions with leaders from UN Habitat. So we're developing those partnerships as well. And ultimately, our goal is to really provide support to leaders in all of 10,000 cities worldwide, and to connect them into one global network of support. I will skip other goals for now. You could subscribe and follow our activities on Facebook, Living Cities Earth on Facebook. In Telegram, we have a channel where we publish, for example, highlights from our discussions yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And of course, you could go to our website. It's www.livingcities.earth/Earth Day. It's the program for today, and you could subscribe and start receiving some news, announcements, and interesting invitations. A few activities and plans for 2023, we have some time. We're starting what's called the weekly open dialogues with our co-founders. So on a weekly basis, we will be able to come and join for about 45 minutes a discussion with a particular co-founder in his or her area of expertise. So they would make a short presentation, but really it's an open space where we could ask questions For example, if we have a meeting with Guy Eames, who could talk about green buildings and other areas of sustainable economy, we would ask him, well, how we could do some things in our city? And he would answer, right? Or he would say, I don't know, but let me find it out, or let me connect with those people. If we meet with, for example, Archie Chernov, who lives now in Bali and creates sort of modern eco-villages in Bali and in Kyrgyzstan, we could ask him how you create a happy village, because that's what he's interested in. That's what he's doing in his practical sort of entrepreneurial, social entrepreneurial life. If we meet with Frank Safford, who is a very famous sort of global media producer and movie director on the subjects of sustainability, we could ask him how we can create a local media, for example, which tackles issues of sustainable development or human development or other things. And he could share his experience, both positive and where he found that things he tried to do didn't work, right? So it's good to have those experiences as well shared by people who have had them. So those weekly open dialogues is an opportunity to connect, to learn, to discover. Then we have what we call LC talks. They're very different. So it's not an open discussion, it's more a presentation about some specific areas of expertise. And recently we had one about leadership, and before we had one about ecological impact, and so on and so forth. As I mentioned, we are running the quarterly global forums on different subjects: happy cities, sustainable and regenerative economy, impact culture, learning and education, leadership, and so on. So please follow the calendar, the news, the announcements, and do join those amazing sort of special events. We're starting very soon a few education programs. We work with leaders, so many programs are about different angles of leadership. So in May already we start workshops, the art of soft skills and leadership. Then in June we start a very special course which runs on 3 levels. It's about personal leadership, organizational leadership, and systemic leadership, or leadership on the social scale. And the program is very well organized, and it starts in June this year. So you could find more information if you send us an email or basically express your interest. And we're preparing now the workshop Evolutionary Leaders with people who participate in various leadership programs worldwide. So we invited them to come together and create a special workshop for our community members. Maybe one more thing to mention is that we do plan to work with mayors and city leaders on a global scale. We have had a program for city mayors running for the last 3 years, and it was very successful. And now we bring it really on a global scale. It will be in English, available to people from all over the world. And what we saw is that both mayors come, the vice mayors, but also people from business organizations who are thinking about the city, and people who want to become mayors or to be council members, who want to influence and create impact, positive impact, of course, on the city life. So very diverse groups, welcome to join them, and we'll be announcing them shortly. One exciting project we're working on as well is creating an Earth Citizen Digital Passport. One of the precepts of Living Cities Earth is that our planet is becoming much more planet of the cities rather than countries. So countries, they have formed, of course, in a very natural way through centuries, but we believe that the network of cities being united around this idea of one global planet, which is our home, our spaceship, and our sort of opportunity, which gives us opportunity to live and co-create. So we are members of this global family, and we want people to understand and actually feel part of this global family, whichever country they're part of today. So we are developing this Earth Citizen Digital Passport, and you would be able to have one for yourself, for your organization, and for your city, which basically provides you this new identification. You could live in Mali or Bali or Indonesia or France, but also feel yourself as a global citizen. So that's one of the things we're working on. Thank you very much for this brief sort of presentation. Thank you for the opportunity to share. Guy, let me ask you, we have about 7 minutes before our next session. I would love to ask you, listening to this sort of, from a little bit from the outside, because I did more of the talking and you had the opportunity to hear it from the outside perspective. What are your observations? What's important? What's missing, perhaps, what we need to work on going forward?
Lev, I think it's very comprehensive, the things you've covered, but I guess if I was someone like a third party listening in, but quite interested, I would be thinking, well, what type of role can I play? Which of these groups can I get involved in? Can I leverage my existing skills, competencies, maybe existing business in that area? So I would think there are probably at least 3 different types of people out there listening. One type would be the type is let's say, sort of social entrepreneur, somebody who either runs a business themselves or in charge of own some sort of business. How can they sort of plug into our infrastructure? The second type may be like a corporate type, thinking, okay, well, this is something I personally believe in. How can I get my corporation, my company, my employer involved? And then third type are people who are, as individuals, would like to work together with us. Maybe from a not-for-profit, maybe from a spiritual, maybe even people who are not working. There may be it would be like a second like hobby for them. So for the first type, we're creating an infrastructure, like an ecosystem. With products where we would like to offer everybody the opportunity to be able to sort of plug into that and run on our platform. And we have discussions at the moment with various platform providers. One of them is the One Planet.com, and the other providers out there. The second type, I think, is at this moment sort of still being worked out. How do we work with the larger corporates? You may have some ideas there, and generally we will end up, I think, moving forward in 2 different ways. One is a sort of a global sort of brotherhood, or I don't know if that's the right politically correct word now, of people around the world who want to make a change and want to work together in synergy. So we'll become like a global sort of club of change leaders. And then secondly, as from a more sort of a business sort of point of view, a global network of change makers who can work on the 10,000 cities, connecting that to the existing businesses, or maybe even creating new jobs and new opportunities. Because as we know, most of the jobs in the next 5 or 10 years haven't been invented yet. So quickly is the pace of the world is changing so quickly that we need to change with them, and we can see that the environmental, the climate, the sustainability challenges out there are such a scale that we need to be thinking several steps ahead. And I think we're one of the organizations that are really thinking ahead. We're thinking outside the box. We're thinking out of the silos. We're thinking how to bring this integral approach in, and how to make a real difference, a win-win-win situation. So I think we're on the right track, and I think there are a lot of people out there, maybe someone who'll be listening to this message either now or in the recorded form, who will then come to us and join us and can be part of the missing pieces of the jigsaw, as it were, who will make us stronger, and we'll make them stronger as well.
Excellent. Well, guys, thank you very much for sharing this perspective. It's very important to have ways to engage. And I wanted to ask, while we have 3 minutes before the next panel discussion, I see that we have several participants, including Elena Mustakova and Lola and Stefano. So Elena, if you are able to speak up, would be great. You have a beautiful book as your avatar, Global Unity of Healing. So you're most welcome to join us. And if you could share briefly, what are your projects and goals in life, and how would you see yourself connected potentially to our sort of global initiative? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I am just discovering your initiative. I know there are multiple initiatives worldwide to work on the level of
cities. There's Living Cities, which is your initiative. Then there's Compassionate Cities, Smart Cities. And I think really the trend is precisely approach. I'm going to have to get off in a moment because a call just came through that I need to take. But I'm just learning about your approach. I recently left the US after 3.5 decades of life there and my whole career, professional career. And I came back to Bulgaria. I'm now in Sofia, Bulgaria, and I have enormous interest in looking into ways to plug Sofia into Living Cities system. So I'll be reaching back to you.
Leave us your contacts.
Yes, I will. I will send my email here, and you're welcome to please contact me. And I will be learning more. I'm just beginning to learn about you guys. And but what I've heard is just so inspiring. I'm an integral psychologist.
So your book, that's amazing.
Yeah, and you guys are taking an integral approach to the cities, which is exactly the work. And
actually, Eliana, if I could share before you go, we visited Ken Wilber in Denver about 4 years ago now, and he loved the fact what we are doing, including his approach as well as some others. And so definitely let's connect, and it's good that you mentioned about your interests. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. I just send you my oh, wonderful. I see the notes here. Oh, that's excellent. That's even better. I'm very grateful for all of the information that is being shared, and I look forward to being in contact, Lev, and with all of you. Yes, Ken Wilber wrote the foreword to my book, and obviously integral approach is integral approach on the individual, on the group level, and the city level. But I do think, and I want to thank you, I do think that the work is on the city level. And that working with mayors and working with businesses, that's going to be a scale up for me. I'm mostly used to working with groups and individuals, but I'm ready for that, and I'll be in contact with you guys. And so, hello, Alexander. Good to see you. Thank you for inviting me to this forum. I'm so grateful that I get to learn about this really hopeful work, and hopefully also include Sofia in your network of cities.
That would be wonderful. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you to all of you. Please excuse me for jumping off so quickly, but I need to take this phone call and I may be able to join later again. Thank you for the wonderful work, and I'm grateful to be part of this network of really fine people looking with a very concrete vision for how we need to overcome the things that are most heavy on my mind and heart, of course, is corruption. I think on the city level is where we can best work with these otherwise really overwhelming issues. So I think you've got a key there, and I look forward to learning more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, it was an amazing way to start our next session, our next panel discussion. So welcome everyone who is joining right now, who is watching us on YouTube, and who will be watching the recorded version. I would like to welcome our panel discussion participants, all of those amazing individuals. I'm just happy and really feels very special about meeting them in this life. So I would start with Alexander Laszlo. Alexander is a world-class leader and expert in many things, including evolutionary leadership and ecosystemic learning and many other things. Of course, system sciences. Alexander was president of American Association of System Sciences and System Thinking. And Alexander, welcome. I would kindly ask you to be a co-host of this meeting whenever you feel like it. I would also like to welcome Tim. Tim is joining us from South Africa, if I understand correctly. If you haven't moved since yesterday, you're still in Cape Town, I guess, or right? Over there. And it's interesting, we have very strong South African presence. So our next speaker, Ferial Puren, she is not in South Africa right now, but she has family links and some heritage from that part of the world. But Ferial is today in Scotland, and she's building beautiful Scotland that makes sense, as we learned yesterday, together now with Marilyn and Hamilton and other people. And Ferial is a leader in her own right. She is a leader and co-founder of several projects and initiatives which make life better for people and systems. So she will be talking today on our panel as well. Guy Eames, if you have time, you are most welcome, of course, to join us, to stay on. but that's up to you. It's according to your capacity. And I also saw that Stefano Serafini joined. He is our colleague, one of the co-founders of Living Cities Earth, a chief editor of a sort of international magazine of biourbanism. And Stefano is, I would say, one of those enlightened individuals who connects big ideas with very practical steps right now in Italy. So Stefano, you're also most welcome. But first, let me mention what is the focus of our discussion today. We've been exploring the issue of what are living cities in general, what are the happy cities, flourishing, etc., on a global scale. But right now, we have a very specific focus on how do we make a city fully alive. And about an hour ago, we've been exploring with Guy and other colleagues, what does it mean to be fully alive for us personally? So this is the first question I would like to pose to our distinguished speakers. To you personally, in your individual experience, in your family life, right? In your community life, or your business or nonprofit organizations, on a city level, to you personally, what does it mean to be fully alive? Just open your heart and tell as it is. And Alexander, if you may, I would like to ask you to come first, and then maybe Tim, Ferrell, and everybody who wants to share.
Good. Thank you so much, Lev. And as we can all appreciate, Lev, thank you so much. You always bring both levity and also a good deal of leverage points. So these are what we will be exploring with you. Thank you for providing that inspiration. One thing just to mention that we really have kind of an hour here, because although we have this conversation point around the theme of exactly as Lev was saying, how do we make a city fully alive in the framework of living cities exploration? Our next half hour with us, this same gang, is going to be on a more specification of this. So we've gone from how do you know that you're alive, right? What does it mean to you personally? Now we're looking at how do you make the cities fully alive, and then we're going to be going on to specifications of 7 key dimensions of that, and we'll be exploring that in the next half hour after that. So we have a beautiful hour together to explore this flow of themes. Shifting hats back to me in the not the facilitator mode, but me. So I'm here in Buenos Aires, Argentina, where we won the World Cup a little while ago. I gotta keep just saying that because, yeah. What makes me fully alive is when I experience awe, when I feel like I am that super connectedness of life, but frankly, it is beyond life. It is a sense of being no boundaries, a sense of ecstasy. And that is something that I don't even want to maintain all the time, because it takes me out of my presence, although it is an ultra presence connected, but it takes me out of the mundanity, shall we say. I wouldn't be able to do any localized tasks when I'm in this moment of wow. And then I'm fully alive when I'm so connected. I can approximate that in my mundane day-to-day interactions when I feel particularly connected. I use the term syntony. It is a word that is used in Latin cultures a good deal. Sintonizate, which is different from synchronizate, which would be to synchronize yourself. And to be in sync is one thing, but in syntony has a component of harmony and has a component of melody that changes over time, but changes in harmony together with whatever you're togethering. So for me, this aspect of being in syntony, in flow, but in flow not just with my own state of being, but with that which is dancing me moment to moment into existence. This is when I'm fully alive. And so what I'm particularly interested in all of this exploration with living cities is both the leverage points that can bring us into those situations where we can identify, aha, here, if I just move a little bit over into that ray of sun, wow, I can experience that symphony. Or if I come and smell that flower, I can experience that's beautiful. That's me, that's finding the leverage points. But also the nurturance spaces. And here we come to the living cities question. What are those nurturance spaces that evoke, that create the conditions for all of, not just me, but all that I'm with, to have that ecstatic, connected engagement? I have gassed on for quite a bit here, so I'll pass it back to you, Lev. I'm not quite sure how you want to make the flow or help with the flow, and thank you for being back with us, Elena.
Yes, well, I suggest we just pass the word on to each other. So if Tim would pick it up from here, and then Ferial, and then whoever of our co-founders and speakers who wants to share. Tim, on to you.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, Tim. So I'm sorry. I just wanted to mention it. From Latin America to South Africa. On to you.
There we go. Yes, indeed. And that's one of the beauties of this modern age, which no doubt 10 years from now will be seen as quaint as the T-Ford is to us, because things are happening very quickly. And we won't even know who in the Zoom call is an actual real human, who is an avatar of a real human that is like sanctioned to be there, and who is completely make-believe. So we're going into a very, very interesting time. And I guess that's a little bit about this whole alive thing. So I'd as almost 100% of the time would agree with Alexander. I struggle to think of times when we don't agree, but to riff off that, to speak to my own happiness, I think it's very much connected to being in connection and in communication with something larger than yourself. Whether it's an idea or a group of people or you know, whatever it is, it's larger than you, and that happiness is fed by other people's happiness. I think my most joyful experiences, if I look back in life, have been when I, in some part, have been part of somebody else's success, somebody else's happiness. So for me, it's very interpersonal. You know, it's difficult to sit home on your own and just be happy. I mean, it's doable, but there's an element to being with other people, and communing with other people, and I think that's very much what a city is about. So I was thinking about this topic before, and I was thinking, well, I mean, you have villages, and they have a certain happiness because everyone knows each other pretty much, and you know who's good at what, and so there's a community there that you don't find in the city, because there's too many people. You know, you can't know everyone, obviously. But at the same time, in the village is limited to the people who are present, or the people who live there. So it can probably be a little bit boring at times. So you're trying to, how could you combine these two things? And for me, a happy city would be a city that somehow has managed to bridge that gap. So that the people that you meet, I mean, everyone's going to be a stranger, I guess, until they become friends. But that the opening, the invitation is when you meet someone, is that they're a potential friend, that you could literally speak to anyone. And my mum would tell me stories about growing up in London, and he said, well, like in those days, if you left your purse on the bus, you know, it would still be lying there, because there was a degree of trust and coherence, and London was a big city in those days. You know, which doesn't exist today. So I think a happy city would be based on trust. And living in Cape Town, it's almost like the anti thesis of that, because there's such scarcity, such everyone has to hustle. Not everyone, but most people have to hustle to survive. We spoke about Maslow's hierarchy. You know, not a lot of people have the option of actually exploring the higher levels because they're still fighting on the lower levels. I think it's a lot about not just creating spaces, but creating opportunities, and to create opportunities for people to be people, to trust each other. That takes a lot of work. There's a lot of trauma that needs to be healed. But anyway, that was very meandering, but take it for what it is, and I shall pass it on to you, my almost fellow South African Ferial.
Yes, so thank you so much, Tim. And I would say that I am more than just a little bit South African, by the way. After living for 20 years in Scotland, I still am a South African citizen. I never traded that one in. So yes, I'm a little bit more than just a bit South African. What I would say is, so being a bit South African, being and my forefathers would have been came from Indonesia, Java to be particular, a little bit of Arab thrown in there, and a little bit of Indian. And so now living in Europe for two decades, I would say that's probably for me what I would say is the joy, that happiness, that is all of it. It's the whole experience of life. I don't know, for me, when I talk about happiness, and it's been the last years of my life where even sadness to me is happiness. I don't know how to say, it's like that experience of being alive, right? Of having to journey and having to adventure. So I'm an adventurer, right? I love traveling to different countries. I love observing life, people, things. So for me, it's about tasting the food and smelling everything. And yes, it is about the experiences that Alexander talks about that takes my breath away and that I'm awed by, right? But it's also just, it's not just that for me. It's also even the hard stuff, the stuff I get to sit and cry with others over, and I get to feel into their pain and feel into and help them navigate and help myself navigate, a world that is complicated, I guess. But it's almost like for me, it's this grand challenge and I love it. So yeah, that's what I think is happy. Happy for me is embracing the whole darn thing and having a ball while doing it. And one of my things I like saying is that I want to live the hell out of life. So I think that's it for me.
Cheryl, it's very interesting. Before I got to meet you, Alexander shared some notes from you, and I said, wow, this is an amazing person. And Alexander wrote, well, this is the way she is. And it sounded very interesting to me. This is the way she is, because there is so much power in this short sentence. And now that I got to know you, this is the way you are. That's true. This is the Ferial's way. So this is beautiful. And I would like to respectfully correct, we are not talking today about happy cities. That's an interesting point. We're talking about how we create living cities. Of course, it creates some aspects of happiness, for sure, but it's so much more. And many people asked us, why? Because we are called Living Cities Earth, and when we were choosing the name for this organization a while ago, we considered, of course, many different names, integral city and this and that, but we thought, well, what's most integral in life? Is it happiness? Is it awareness? Is it sustainability? Is it some? And we realized the most integral thing in life is life. There is nothing more encompassing than life. And because we are about the integral approach, integral thinking, sort of holistic view of people, communities, cities, the planet. So that's where this name came from, one of the reasons at least. And so as we move forward in this session, I would respectfully ask us to really focus on this particular issue, how to be fully alive on an individual level, on a group level, on a systemic sort of city level. So thank you very much, Ferial, for all the energy and aliveness which you bring. And I will pass the microphone, so to say, to Elena, and then maybe Guy, and if Stefano wants to join later on. So what makes you and people and systems around you fully alive, Elena?
Thank you. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to rejoin even just a little bit. I will have to get off again on the hour. Today, so much is happening, but this is all very precious. And I really appreciate the question that you're asking, because it makes me realize, and it brings fully into focus for me what makes me feel fully alive. Certainly, life is an amazing mystery. And there's so much awe to be experienced in every facet of life, no doubt about that. But what makes me feel fully alive, and what I think makes most of us feel fully alive, is when we have opportunities to give to the maximum, when we're able to really give to others and bring joy and bring connection and bring more hope. and really bring out the strengths and the best in others. That's what makes me feel fully alive. When I feel that I'm co-creating something with fellow human beings, overcoming the legacy of hopelessness, of dead ends, of just desperation, which is so pervasive. So I would say working with others to create us and to create opportunities in the midst of corruption, of climate crisis, in the midst of real governmental impasse, that makes me feel alive. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Elena. By the way, if you provide us with your phone number, we'll be able to connect you to the speakers chat so you could see more information and join first discussions. And on to Guy Eames. Guy, you are such an active person. What makes you fully alive and what makes people around you fully alive?
Well, Lev, I'm certainly very much alive when there are people around me who are very much alive. When I feel that I'm in a sort of on my own, then I'd start to feel that I'm like the odd man out, you know. So I've always been like that. It's like at school, if you have a really inspirational teacher, then you get really interested in the topic and you start to learn up about that. And if everybody's inactive around you, then you start to feel really sort of, you know, tired and inactive. So for me, a living city is a place where there are active people who want change, who want to make positive things happen. I would say that in any society, there's this golden rule. It's about 5% of the population. If you have 5% who are active and want to do something, that's enough of a catalyst to create change in that town. These are people who take an active position, who get up in the morning with an attitude and really want to make things happen. People who are ready to spend some of their extra time, like we are sitting here at the weekend, or who make time for meetings. They don't just say, "Oh, my calendar's full, I'm not going to meet." You know, they'll go out. They'll have the meeting at 6 o'clock in the evening. They'll have it at 9 o'clock in the evening. They'll meet up at the weekend. They'll combine friendship with business. They'll, you know, invest some of their time in not-for-profits and they don't just look at every single hour as being something which has to be built. You know, it's so these are the people who make things happen. For me personally, a living city is a town, as I said, of positive people, but it's also because I work in the sort of green building space. It's a city which is inspiring in terms of the built environment around you. So there are ways to build positive and good cities, and there are ways not to build good cities. And especially with today's climate change, a lot of cities can be really uninviting and really they're just depressing. You just look around you and you think, oh my God, there's just roads here everywhere. There's just tarmac everywhere. Or there are buildings which are sort of in a bad state in the middle of town, which just sort of depress you when you see them. But there are also towns where those bad buildings have been replaced with a really nice building, or roads have been replaced by pedestrian areas and new types of green building solutions that have been brought in, or companies have come in with a really inspirational, amazing building. And these are like beacons of hope. You know, I visit so many towns around the world, and in each of those towns that I visit, there are some beacons of hope. There are people out there who are making change. There's some of these 5% who are inviting, who are hospitable, who are ready to meet you. You go to their town and they're saying, yes, let's meet. Instead of, oh, let's look at my diary. Oh, maybe in 2 years' time, we may be able to meet someone. There's like, yes, let's meet, who bring the right people together, and the environment around us, which provides this sort of beacon of hope. So that's for me a living city. I think that human beings are actually capable of adapting to almost anything. You see people living in the Arctic, you see people living on the equator, you see people living in, you know, the tiny little islands. People are able to adapt if they're given time, and if they have the willpower to make that happen. And as we've heard earlier, the opportunity to make that happen. But of course, we also create our own opportunities to some extent. Yeah. So that's for me a living city.
Thank you, Guy. We're still in the process of discussing what makes us fully alive. We'll come to the city level in our next round. And I wanted to check if Stefano wants to share he is always very busy with his family and other sort of projects, but every time he opens up, it's a sort of a treasure and a pleasure.
I'm here. Thank you. No, I'm here mostly for listening to what interesting people is telling about this subject that is key to my research. I would like to add only one thing because nobody talked about that. It's about my experience of silence and connection with nature. So I feel full alive when I get out, you know. So the city needs a border, and this border must be with nature. I feel fully alive when I can get there and leave me all the fuss back and sit on a rock and listen to the chirp of the animals around and the sun going down, etc. So I think that's an aspect of biophilia that is key to the engagement in a city, because this brings us back to this circular sense of time that we tend to lose because of the dominance of a culture that is about, I mean, this Eurocentric culture. I would say North European centric culture. It's about this arrow of time where time can be set in pieces because it's money and we have to produce, and the more we produce, the more we are happy, blah, blah, blah. That's not like that in Italy, it's not like that in Greece, it's not like that in Africa, it's not like that in China. So this connection with the circularity to me is fundamental.
Wow, thank you very much. Thank you. I will add my perspective as well, and then we'll move on to the second sort of round. So what makes me and people around me fully alive? I use, among other things, very simple model of six elements of a human existence or human being. The first one is our body. So I feel fully alive when my body is healthy. I won't go deeper, but basically, when I'm not very healthy, my experience of aliveness goes down as well. The second part of human experience next to the body is our subtle energy. So when my subtle energy channels are open and free and the energy is flowing through, I feel fully alive. When there are blockages, when there are issues, definitely the experience is very different. So I do work with yoga, with qigong, with other sort of approaches. I do work with my subtle energy body as well. That's number two. Number three is my identity. Who I am, how do I see myself? And I discovered that the more specific I'm about, the more aware I am of who I am in this world, the more energy is coming through and the more fully alive I feel. So the identification and my identity and being true to my identity is very, very important. Who are we? The fourth part is my intelligence, my cognitive and other type of intelligence. And also I discovered that when I'm fully awake from this standpoint, I experience life in so many more dimensions. And I have this life experience in a very, very rich way. The next one, the fifth one, is my soul, right? My transmaterial part of my existence. And when I'm connected to my soul, I have an incredible experience of everything which happens to me, be it as I think Ferrell mentioned, positive experiences or negative experiences. If I'm fully in touch with my inner self, my soul, I experience everything as a flow of beautiful life which changes but still presents its richness to me. So that's number five. And number six is my spirit, or actually the spirit, the universal spirit, which is sort of, we use the word inspired, and inspired is having spirit inside of us, so being connected. So when I'm connected to spirit, life opens up in so many different ways. And I just mentioned those 6 points. So the body, subtle energy, my sense of identity, my intelligence, my soul, and my spirit. So when I'm fully aware and fully connected to those 6 dimensions in my sort of individual experience, then I feel fully alive. And it's interesting that if we move to the group level, like a family or an organization or even a city, the same 6 dimensions exist there as well. There are many other models, of course, it's just a very simple structure. But when I work with cities, or when I just experience cities in France, in Europe, in Latin America, in Africa, anywhere, in Asia, I look at those 6 elements. Does the city have a soul? But we'll come to this discussion basically in a second. And so let me ask you kindly from a Tim in South Africa to Ferrell in Scotland to Alexander in Latin America to Guy in Eastern Europe and whoever. I think Elena is also in Eastern Europe if she would be able to join us, and Stefano is in Southern Europe, the beautiful Italia, Bella Italia. Now thinking about those larger social systems, right? 10,000 cities, so different. We had some speakers from UN Habitat today, from Tunisia and Nigeria, and they said the life experience is so different in those countries. There are so many extremely poor people, migrants, other difficult life conditions. They just don't have the capacity to think about sustainable planet. They would love to, but they don't have the capacity, right? And the reason I mention this, but despite our being poor or sick or anything, we can experience this experience of being alive. It doesn't depend on our level of material wealth, our family situation, etc. So my question to you is, moving to this larger system of a city, how can we support creating cities which are fully alive? What's your take on this? And if I could, I'll ask Ferrell actually to speak first, because there is so much energy which is moving through you. I would really love to give you the floor, and please share what do you think about this.
We need to. I'm muted. Yeah. So thank you so much, Lev. That was beautiful. Thanks for what you shared. And I really thought about this. I thought about what, because very often I know that there's a lot of things. And so part of my work is working in various different areas. I work with immigration policies, and I work with justice, areas of justice, and so many other things, in my own city. And my own country, the country I'm a resident in, Scotland. But at the same time, I'm always somebody that likes the idea of being able to leverage something, right? What is the thing you can push over and can perhaps create massive kind of impact from there? And so I was thinking about this, and I realized that so much revolves around what we believe, what we value, and what we celebrate. So for me today, being Earth Day, I thought about this as one, and I realized if we truly believe that Gaia has a consciousness and that we are all parts of a beautiful, grand creation story, then I think we would stop asking what the world needs from us, but we would begin to trust the wisdom of collective creation that we're a part of. And so I love something that Howard Thurman, a philosopher, once said. He said, don't ask yourself what the world needs. Ask yourself what makes you come alive, and go do that. Because what the world needs is people who have come alive. So this really, really hit me. And so much of my own work, I often write about what makes you come alive. I've created lots of things around programs around what makes you come alive because of that statement. So in other words, I would say we need to seriously nurture environments where people can express themselves authentically. Not environments and education processes that prepares them for these kind of sausage machine things, the factory workers and soulless producers and contributors. I think I said yesterday in one of the other talks that Deloitte Shift Index survey revealed that 80% of people did not like the way they express themselves into the world. Now, can you imagine us creating and being alive from that space? We're not. So I think we need to nurture environments where we can contribute and also make a living from what flows out of us. So why do I say this? Because each human is not just this is what I really thought about. We're not just this random expression of nature. I think it was Saeed that kind of brought this to our attention yesterday. We are evolutionary processes. We are the result of millions of years of evolution. I was picked, you were picked to be here in this moment to represent humanity. So what does that mean? That means that I've been given some stuff to be here. So we've been, I think, carefully selected by nature. And all that we've learned and observed about nature, I would say suggests that nature is not biased. She selects and designs for optimal thrivability of life. So the bigger question for me became, can we trust this creation and integration process? So you see, the moment that we truly come alive, as Howard Thurman suggested, to what is kind of innate and what wants to naturally be nurtured and flow from us, we come into a flow, which is that we align ourselves to co-create with nature. So we're not now working against it. And I think this, for me, would be how cities come alive. And from that space, that happy, alive things, so much else, so much other beauty begins to blossom. So in essence, I'm saying we are the key. Can we create an environment where we can express ourselves fully and authentically? Can we turn on that ability to come alive, to that innate, I call it my use. So I call it my unique sacred expression, right? And this unique sacred expression flows when we in that flow, then we in the flow of sacred design. And this has been embedded in us through millions of years of wisdom finding, research, strategy, and prototyping that nature has been doing through every human that has come before us, and not just every human, but every other species, right? So what we are doing now is I think, very often wasting that potential within us by trying to control this process so much, right? You know, like you should be doing this or doing, but can we not create a space where we can actually express what is really wanting to come out of us? Right. And some of us in this room, we've been there where we've been kind of pushed into careers and things where it stifles everything inside of you. And again, our research is showing us 80% of us hate what we do. So it's clear. Can we flip that one domino? Right. And perhaps, you know, that we tap into that potential within us. And I think that the knowledge is being connected into the whole, because that's what it allows us to do. When we start to really flow, it's not from just what we know, because what we actually know as individuals, or even as a collective at the moment, is very little. But into the whole, all of a sudden we're tapped into an intelligence that is ancient, that is constantly emerging and connecting into everything. So that's what I'd add. I'd say, can we create spaces where we can authentically express ourselves? Because that, to me, would be a city that is alive, because the people are alive.
Thank you very much, Farrell. Your power and your energy really fills our space here. And if I could pass it on to Tim, so from Northern Europe to South Africa, across the planet. Tim, how do you feel, based on your experience in different parts of the world, what makes a city fully alive?
Well, I've been in cities that have been more vibrant than others, and more alive than others, and I think there are a number of reasons why cities are so. I grew up pretty much in Stockholm. I was born in Vancouver, but I was too young to have a real connection to that city. So I grew up in Stockholm and lived most of my adult life there. And that is a city that is very clean, very well functioning, and very nervous. It's like very trendy, and I found it to be a little bit limiting. And I know that, like, if you go to the south of Sweden, you go to Gothenburg, or even go down to Malmö, that there's a whole different type of energy there. So cities have energy, and I'm not sure where it comes from. The nervousness might come from being the the capital, or it could come from other factors, you know. And when I came to Cape Town, and Cape Town is many cities in one, but I came to Cape Town. There's an entirely different energy here, and why I enjoy living here, I think, is because there is a vibrancy, there is an aliveness in Cape Town, and if you look at it in an image, you know, you see this great mountain, you know, in the center of the city, and everything is built around and spread out, and then there are more mountains, and then you have the Atlantic on one side, and then you have this bay coming in with warm water coming in from the Indian Ocean. So there are like these currents are moving, and you live in the city, and you know, you can go running in the mountains, you can go or climbing mountains, you can go swimming in the ocean, and you don't have to drive far to be in a desert. So that this invites a vibrancy, a flow of energy, but it's also a city that is severely traumatized, and a nation that's severely traumatized. The amount of atrocities in this city, I don't know if it's second to none, but it's definitely top 10. Because first was I look at all these beautiful houses, you know, with these old Victorian styles, and it's such a quaint city to walk around. But then there's an area called District 6, which was the last area, I think, that in the 70s that the apartheid government decided that no, we are going to, you know, claim this for rich white business owners. And this had been like this beautiful space of the epitome of Cape Town, with people of all colors and races and denominations living together, you know. And the city decided no, and people were just forcibly. The truck showed up one day, and you like load everything you want to take, and you're leaving, you know. And then they were just put into these tiny little communal houses where you know, they left the house with their own family, and now they had to share a 40 square meter house with another family that they didn't necessarily know. And these were all built without any character on land, on sand dunes, basically. So you couldn't grow anything. And it's heartbreaking when you visit the District 6 museum, because this was in the 70s. I mean, I was a child in those days. This was not a long time ago. This is not a different era. Like, this is my lifetime. To see how, and as a symptom of how this flow was broken up, this natural communion of humans, and then replaced with these ritzy-looking, quaint houses that, as a tourist, you go around and think this is nice, but you don't actually know that the blood and trauma it's all built on. And like, as you travel from, and I live I live in this beautiful old area called Observatory. It's the oldest observatory in Africa. It's just like a stone's throw away from where I live. So the whole area is called Observatory. I live in a house that probably belonged to an old admiral or general or something, because the entire area was built by the British military in the early or late 1800s, early 1900s, to house military staff, which was obviously like when the British Empire was occupying South Africa. But you don't have to go far. I took my parents for a walk and took a wrong turn and found myself walking across a bridge with homeless people shooting drugs. And I was like, oops, this was the wrong turn to take, before you manage to get out into one of these open spaces. So there are all these little nooks and crannies of trauma, and then there are huge spaces of trauma. And I don't even want to share the stories of what it's like growing up in what they call townships, or informal settlements, and you can also see the crime, the violence of growing up in that space. So this trauma is inherited. So I feel it's very juxtaposed, everything in this city, which is why it's valuable to live here, because you can go out and have an amazing meal at a 5-star restaurant, and then on the way back home you'll get robbed because you have a telephone. You know, that is something all in a day. You know, and that's a lucky day. So I feel like there is a flow of energy, and that flow was manifesting, but the flow was broken by the governments that have lived here. And I live exactly where the the Khoi people, the Khoi, who were the original inhabitants and possibly the oldest people, ancestors to us all, live in this space. And when the Portuguese came here, this was the first battle that the Almeida, who was this great Portuguese admiral who laid waste to Goa and like was incredibly brutal leader. They landed in the Cape, and then they went. They had some of the soldiers had issues with the local population, and they went to talk the admiral into reprimanding them, which was killing a whole bunch of people. It actually turned out the other way around. The Khoi, together with the cattle, managed to completely obliterate Almeida and 9 or 10 of his captains, and sent the Europeans packing back to Europe. And they didn't come back for another 110 years, and the Dutch arrived and then took over. So it's a space, they say it's mother city, and it's a mother with a lot of trauma. So I think, to speak to what Ferial spoke to, there's so much we need to do to deal with trauma in this collective way, because until we have released that trauma, I don't think we can be living. But once that trauma is released and the energies can start flowing again, I think there's no end to the kind of life and vibrancy we can experience. So yeah, that's me. I'm going to get off my soapbox.
Wow. How deep. Without healing the trauma, difficult to be fully alive, right? Alexander, what's your take on it and overall?
Thank you. Well, things are very similar here in Buenos Aires, Argentina, to what Tim described. And, I spent a lot of time in New York City as well. And any large metropolis, large cities, and we're talking about these things, tends to have full spectrum humaning. And some of that humaning is not the kind of humaning we want. In other words, it's not truly, as I would call it, humaning. It's actually more, I don't want to say animaling, because animals do things a lot better than we do, but it's brutalizing, let's say. So yes, being aware of our surroundings, and I think this comes to something Ferial was saying. How do we build, create, foster, garden, truly, in our cities, garden those areas that allow us to be in trust, with ourselves, with each other, with what's around us. If you have to walk around when you cross that bridge with all your senses alert, like Tim was saying, and okay, I just have to be careful. Where's my phone? Is it visible? It shouldn't be visible because I could get attacked if it was. So how am I walking? Am I on the right side of the street? Did I give a wrong glance to those people? Could they be offended? Ooh, okay, those are the kind of things which, if you have city smarts, you need to develop, because in a large city of the sort that Tim was describing. So how do we create those environments where when we can thrive together, we can relax together? We were just talking about what brings us fully alive. And in that, we were talking about the sense of awe, sense of ecstasy, sense of connectedness, the sense of, you can't do that when you're guarded, when you're like afraid, when you're not in trust. Awe only comes when you release to full trust to the moment. Full trust in that moment. You open your heart, your mind, your very being. You are indeed truly vulnerable when you're in a state of awe. That vulnerability is a vulnerability to love, to life. It's needed. When you're guarded and closed and need to be, and scared, traumatized, or afraid of being traumatized, this is not fully alive. It is quite the opposite. Our cities can create conditions for both experiences. How do we optimize that? I think Ferial spoke beautifully to that as well. And I want to, for a rare time, actually disagree with her on something. We really don't disagree, but hey, I'm going to disagree but she'll see it's not really disagreeing. she said nature is not biased, right? Nature is going to just allow for whatever to emerge. I disagree. I think nature is biased. I think nature always creates conditions for coherence. We don't always see those conditions or move with those conditions, but nature does create conditions for coherence and embeddedness. This is the system's frame. Sorry, there's a little bug here. I'm swimming through my bug. You're welcome to be with me, bug, just not in my face. So systems do create those, nature does create those conditions always for connection, for coherence, and for embeddedness. I like the word embeddedness because it's kind of like you can snuggle up and be embedded. We don't always take those conditions, especially if we're in survival mode. We were talking about yesterday with Said about Claire Graves' frameworks of spiral dynamics and how if you are down in the beige meme, in the survival mode, you don't have that luxury of searching for coherence and embeddedness. You're just looking out for survival. So rather than going on for too long here, Ferial also talked about the sacred design of nature. This for me is exactly what we can tune into. How do we tune into that? I'm going to share this little image here in our chat. And this comes back to my sense of being alive, right? Considering life as sacred, non-hedonistic aesthetic ecstasy and creating those conditions. The reason it's non-hedonistic is simply because otherwise it's just doing whatever makes me feel good in the moment. That's purely hedonism, right? So how is this something that is sacred, aesthetic ecstasy? How can we create those moments where a bell goes off inside us because everything is aligned beautifully with the universe? And for me, lastly, because I'm talking too long here, is in order to create spaces where we can authentically human well, and again, Ferial was speaking to that so powerfully, to be able to understand the city as Tim was saying, as with different energies, as a whole creature. There's a wonderful book by Wendy Wheeler called The Whole Creature. And she looks at things like the murmuration of starlings and things that look like they're a being in themselves, but they're made up of smaller beings, like the starlings, the birds. But when they fly together, they flock together, it looks like a being in the sky, because there's such coherence. Right? How can we do that? And Wendy Wheeler explores this very, very beautifully in that book, The Whole Creature. And I think part of it, Lev touched on the notions of the 6 different ways of checking in to see if you're fully aligned, right? And he says these can also be aligned with the city. I love that. And it's an and. One is to have checklists and to be able to check in to see if it is on and the other is to dance, to engage in celebration, not only to check in to see if you're thriving along all certain list of dimensions of being and interbeing, but also to celebrate together, to dance together, to have sacred fun. How do we create those spaces? And I think we carry them with us like a snail carries its shell. We carry them with us moment to moment. And we can create those spaces by taking care of our engagement with others around us, the communities that we build. It has a ripple effect. How do we ripple out with others in our engagements? And for me, this is key on that. I do also have 5, let me really quick, 5 dimensions, and many of you know this. It has to do with the first dimension of this dance is with yourself. Are you being coherent and thriving with yourself? The second dimension is expanding out to be dancing with others. Are you coherently dancing in this sacred space with others? Or are you in dysfunctional relationship? Are you playing games? Is there sabotage going on? So on. The third dimension is with nature, with the more than human world. Are we dancing well and being danced by? the cats, the dogs, the trees, the air, the water cycle. Are we in that dance as well? These are all conversations. The fourth dimension is, are we in good conversation and healthy dance with our ancestors? And with those not yet born, but not only of our species, with all those not yet born. Are we in, this brings all the three previous dimensions into diachronic relationship over time, that coherence of time. And the fifth dimension is, are we in sacred relationship with the cosmos, with the deeper dimensions of spirit and emergence? And how are we dancing and being danced, recognizing that life on Earth is one part of a grand narrative in this universe? Cities are within there someplace. Passing it back to you, Lev.
Thank you very much. I invite Stefano and Guy to join if you feel like it. And otherwise, we would go to some conclusions of our short session. We have about 6 minutes before the next topic starts. So if Stefano or Guy wants to manifest their voices, very welcome. I'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3. And I have, we have both of them, huh? You see?
Liv, I'm still here, but I think the next session is probably more appropriate one, and I've got more to add to the next one. So I'll pass over to whoever else you've got on your panel. I said quite a lot today already.
Stefano also switched on his mic. So Stefano, on a city level, what makes a city fully alive from your perspective?
I don't really know. I'm looking for that, I really don't know. So there are many little things that make city alive, but it's difficult to say that there is a kind of magic formula, magic bullet for that. Maybe in synthesis, one can say connection to your neighbor, connection to nature, connection to the landscape. Connection means nothing so mystical. It seems little things where you can get out of your house and you have a smile from your neighbor, for example. It's a little thing, but this makes the city alive, where you can trust somebody, where you have a common civic language. You can build together a common project. All these things seems like a fairy tale nowadays, because it's really difficult to find that, especially because cities are not anymore organisms. They have been disconnected from themselves. All the organs that allow a city to be alive are being displaced around the world. For example, the city of Rome import food from Holland, for example, or something like that. And this means that the landscape of Rome is not anymore nourishing for the city, and there is a disconnect. So maybe connection could be a path to follow to find this way of making cities more alive.
Thank you very much, Stefano. And I also will add my perspective, sort of completing the circle. So working with the cities for last 10 years, never expected. I never thought about cities in my life before. I was really working with people and organizations. And when I was invited in 2013 by a local mayor to help them develop the strategy for the city, because I was director for strategy at large companies before, and he was sort of wondering how to do it on a city level. Until then, I always thought that a city is managed by this, a mayor, city council, they do something they have to do, and we live our life, and city is not part of our life. I mean, we are sort of in the city, but we are not responsible for the city. That was my unenlightened perspective at the time. And so when they invited me, and I invited some other colleagues and friends, and we created the City Leaders Association, which really became a transformative experience for all of us, we discovered that to make a city fully alive, number one, I agree with what Ferial has said, and the team, Stefano has just shared, and Alexander. So all of those perspectives I definitely subscribe to. And also what we noticed is that it's taken personal responsibility. One of those many aspects. It's when because there is no city just outside of human experience, right? There are always people who inhabit the city and actually co-create the city. So in our experience, it's when you being alive you have enough capacity of your spirit, of your intelligence, of your heart, of your, soul, of your energy, of course, of your body, right? If you are sick and sort of dying or just able to take care only of yourself, then you cannot support the larger systems. So in our experience, you need to take care of yourself, as Marilyn Hamilton always says, the master code of care, to take care of yourself, to be able to take care of people around you, to together be able to take care of your place, like a city, to together all those cities to take care of our planet. So that's our experience as well, that to make the city fully alive, first, I need to take care of myself. Because if I don't have free energy and capacity to share, not much I will be able to contribute. But when we have this free, sort of expandable, shareable energy, including ideas and action energy, etc., then we really start to engage with this larger system, to think about where is it going, what's the future, right? What's the image of the future? What's the strategy to get there? Who are the actors? Because there is no strategy without the people who take responsibility for the strategy. It's just dead documents, and there are many of them in the world, worldwide. So we discovered that the most important are the people who come together and they take responsibility about the city, because one person can change many things on a city level. You need to have a group of leaders who start to create this cohesiveness, right? And also take responsibility for engaging other people into this collective thinking and collective action. So to add my specific point to the group discussion as we finalize, to make the city fully alive, I start with myself, then I create a group of people who are fully alive, who are in good communication, good connection, and then we work in many different areas, in infrastructure, in culture, in education, many other things, to really support the systems, processes, the culture on a city level, right? Which would bring, as I think Farrell mentioned, the best out of every person, to allow everybody to be himself or herself to the full degree. And then the cosmic sort of universal energy really flows through us. We don't need to be anything we are not, right? It's just by being who we really are on individual and collective scale, we become the channel for the life energy to manifest to the fullest potential. That's my quick take on it. And I would like to thank everyone who contributed to this discussion. And we are really spread throughout the world, Eastern Europe, North United Kingdom, South America, South Africa, Northern America, and let's see. Yes, that's about it. So big thanks to all of us who shared their perspectives on what does it mean to be fully alive on a personal, group, and systemic sort of city level. And I invite everybody who is interested to join our next panel discussion, and we'll explore some particular areas. What does it mean to build a community? What does it mean to build an education and learning ecosystem in a city? What does it mean to create a green building and eco infrastructure in a city? And many other topics as we join our next session. Thank you very much for this experience so far. I suggest maybe we make a 1-minute break. Maybe somebody needs to get a cup of tea or coffee, and we'll come back in 1 minute and continue with the next section. Thank you very much. All right, as we're coming back together for our next session, it has a beautiful name. So 7 topics, 7 themes of a city which is fully alive. And we'll explore the dimensions of a community, infrastructure, of course, learning and education ecosystems, impact culture, and several others. And I would like to introduce several of our distinguished speakers. And Lorna McDowell, thank you very much for joining us from, I guess, Northern Europe. Are you in Ireland or in which part of this?
I'm calling from Galway in the west of Ireland today, but I live between London and the west of Ireland. So
okay, well, Lorna,
two extremes.
Welcome to our discussion, and a second gentleman also from the United Kingdom. So a neighbor in a way is Guy Eames, and Guy will be speaking first because he will have to leave for his family reasons. A bit later, I would like to welcome Guy as well. Surprisingly, we have a third person who resides currently in Scotland. So again, not too far away, with the roots to South Africa, and it's Ferial Puran. Ferial, good to see you again. And Alexander Laszlo will join us shortly from Buenos Aires. Alexander is one of the co-hosts and one of the amazing speakers who is sharing his wisdom in many of our sessions because he's so intricately involved in building our LC ecosystem. And Tim Olsen, with very diverse geographic sort of life experiences, is currently in South Africa. So I'm in Northern America, so we are all over our small planet, our spaceship Earth. And as we move into the next topic, we will explore some particular dimensions of the city experience. And of course, each one of us has more in-depth understanding of some areas. And I would like to start maybe with Guy. Guy, if you could quickly share within 30 seconds, what are your key interests in life? And then how do you see them contributing, I mean, those areas to sort of happy, flourishing, happy, thriving, sustainable cities? So, Guy, if you could go first, maybe overall for 3-5 minutes, and then we'll pass it on to Lorna, and we'll pick it up from Lorna.
Sure. Thank you very much, Lev, and thank you for organizing this session. It's wonderful to be here with so many fantastic experts from all around the world. Happy cities, that's certainly something that is very high on my wish list or my aims in life. I think if you have a happy city with happy people living there, then a lot of the social problems and the other problems in society will disappear. My particular area of interest that I work in professionally is in sustainability, and that's building a sustainable built environment. I think that if there are so many technologies, solutions out there today to build green buildings, green infrastructure, sustainable infrastructure for a town or a city. Without this infrastructure, it's very difficult to make an efficient economy, to keep people happy and healthy, and to give hope for the future. That's my personal view of things. I think it's an important element of having a happy city. So I've been working for the last 15 years with a global community of green builders. There are green building councils in most countries in the world. And we bring together engineers, architects, developers, inventors, city planners, all sorts of other people, health experts, and with the aim of creating what we call green or sustainable buildings or sustainable infrastructure. For some people who are not very keen on sort of on the green agenda, they might think that sounds rather sort of crazy, but on that, and indeed in many countries 10-15 years ago there was a lot of resistance to the idea, especially in Eastern Europe, of what are we talking about, these green buildings, why would you need them, they're presumably going to be very expensive, etc. But in reality, green buildings throughout their life cycle can be about half the cost of a regular building, because most of the cost in the building's life cycle is the energy and which is used to power the building. And the other sort of major economic arguments, which most people seem to ignore when they're talking about all these solar panels and things on the roof, which are obviously going to be too expensive and not going to work. One of the major economic influences or impacts of green buildings is the productivity of people who are working in those buildings. I'm sure we've all worked in buildings which are uninspiring, which make us feel sick, tired, and just want to leave the company or not work there. And we've also spent time in buildings which inspire us with natural light, with wonderful air, wonderful microclimates, with green walls inside, with living trees and plants, and wonderful acoustics. And that type of environment helps people interact. It brings out the best in people. And the same is actually true for even for accommodation, for housing, residential places. There have been scientific studies which have shown that people even living within the same apartment block, those who have views outside with wonderful parks and green space out there, and with the right where the sun comes up and goes down and they get enough sunlight, compared to the other side of the building, there are much better social relationships, families stay together, children study better, people are healthier. And this is such a sort of simple building physics, simple sort of scientifically proven case, that it would be crazy not to build cities out of these type of using these type of solutions with local materials, with biodynamic lighting, with wonderful microclimates, working together to bring nature inside the buildings. So as you can hear, that's my passion. That's one of the things that I've been working on for the last 15 years, since I got a master's in that in De Montfort University in Leicester. And I think that I've managed to inspire people. Many people have inspired me as well, wonderful architects and specialists. And one of the key things is to bring all these people together, because a lot of the people who are experts in that field, they live in sort of silos. They're just talking about their one part of the building. Marketing people don't speak to, who are doing the communications, don't speak with engineers, don't speak with the finance people. And in the green building world, it's a question of bringing everybody together, bringing in key pieces of new infrastructure. You can't have divided waste if you don't have the space to have the various bins, for example. It's just a fact, yeah. Or you can't have an efficient building if it's just been designed completely wrongly, etc. So that's my area of interest, and I think that that's a key element for any happy city, is to have a sustainable built environment. And it doesn't always cost a huge amount of money. I know Tim's nodding there. I've also worked with companies who have brought in sustainable built environments to the poorest African towns, which have cost peanuts, using local materials instead of a lot of the so-called sort of high-tech, which we usually think of when we're thinking of green buildings or sustainable buildings. So thanks very much. Interesting to hear now all the other 6 elements. I'm sure there are actually many more than 6, but 7 is a wonderful number. It's a lucky number, and looking forward to listening to some of the other rest of my colleagues here, Alexander Laszlo particularly, yeah, and Lorna as well from Ireland. Yeah, over to you guys.
Guy, thank you very much. We have a small trick. The last theme is integral development, and because integral development includes everything, so all of the other subjects are also there. But thank you very much for your inspiring sort of introduction. And you are dealing with one of the most difficult, in a way, areas of city existence, because built environment are very difficult to change. I mean, you can change 1 building, 10 buildings, but if you have thousands of buildings in a city and other types of infrastructure, it's very expensive. I know, talking again to the mayors, it's their really second largest headache. So after the elections, the second one is how to deal with all the legacy infrastructure which needs to be taken care of, but there are no funding for this, right? So those
it's
also
true, but often things like energy efficiency in buildings are the most lowest hanging fruit to be invested in. It's one of the most boring topics in the world, insulating your loft or putting in better windows and things, but it's actually one of the lowest hanging fruits for investors to invest in. Often you can get your money back in a couple of years if you do it correctly. Yeah, if you don't just go for some high-tech solutions.
Absolutely, and that's why it's so important to talk about it, because most people just don't know about it. As I said, I'm 49 years old, and I heard for the first time in my life about sustainable development only 5 years ago. At least before, the message didn't go through my filters, maybe. But it's amazing with living in many sort of cities which are considered to be like Amsterdam and New York and some others, some of the pioneers in sustainable development. But I'm just saying that it's amazing how long it takes to get the message across. So, Guy, thank you and your colleagues for really doing all this amazing job on a
my pleasure.
global scale. And going to the second sort of element we want to discuss today is the community. And I would like to ask Lorna to speak first about it, but then if other colleagues like Tim and Ferial for sure, and Alexander actually, if we want to share also our ideas about community, let's explore why community is so critically important. And I know that we mentioned it, of course, the connection, community many times over the last couple of days. And Lorna brings a very special perspective. She's a founder and CEO of X Energy, and it's a company with, I would say, global presence. And we are planning to work also on some initiatives with on a planetary scale. And Lorna works with organizations and communities, nonprofits. Lorna, how do you feel and how do you see it from your experience? Why community is so important to create a happy environment on a city scale as well as within the organizations, perhaps?
Thanks for the introduction, Lev. It's a pleasure to be here. So, human beings are tribe animals. We do everything in tribes, and we are happiest with that sense of belonging. So, Guy, you mentioned the word productivity and the people that live in the buildings, and so the planet. We are the humans are part of the biodiversity of the planet. So we really need to understand how we exist on this planet. So I became interested in deep change through my own journey of understanding community. And I grew up in a family that was very global and international, where we were all quite distant from one another. So yeah, I've made my own community as a child by people that I felt naturally connected to. And I've never really thought an awful lot about that until I got older and started working in organizations. Became really interested in international culture and why certain cultures are how they are, and that was in the context of business. And I was working in the private sector at the time, in the technology industry, at a time when innovation was happening very fast. It was very exciting because it was also new, but there was also quite a considerable impact on the people that hadn't been considered. So it was a community that was generating new communities, but the actual being of the people was suffering. And that's one reason why I stepped out of the tech industry and I moved to the west of Ireland on a very intuitive whim. I won't bore you with my own story, but the point of it is that by moving to Ireland, I actually really came back into touch with myself and nature. And it was the experience of stepping out of myself which led me on a different journey. So my career then went on to working in psychology, and I found my way back into working with organizations. So, as I said, we exist in organizations, we exist in teams, we exist in families, and that's probably one of the biggest learnings of life, is how we learn to be with one another. And deep and broad change. And I've been listening a lot of the last 24 hours about, the need to connect up communities, the need to connect dots, not to work in isolation, and how do we scale? Well, it's all about connecting communities and to connect. So it's very easy sometimes to connect to people that think like each other because we make each other feel even better. But it's harder to really connect with those that we are not like, and to recognize that we need them. Not only that that we need them, but they actually represent something about ourselves we are totally not in touch with, and that is hard work. So my work today is very much around working with leaders and organizations to find their way through that. And I would say that there is actually a desire and a will to bring about change. I mean, when you talk about the logic of sustainability, when you talk about the logic of sustaining the planet, there are very few people that would disagree with that. But the difficulty is finding one's own identity, will and way through that. And we absolutely need each other to do that. We need sectors to come together. So apart from my work at Zenergy, I founded something called the World Exchange Foundation, which is about multi-stakeholder partnership, which is linked to number 17 of the sustainability goals. And, you know, these multi-stakeholder partnerships will only succeed if we learn how to collaborate and be with our difference. And it is about messiness. It's about exploration. People are not taught how to get on with their difference. So we need, you know, massive upskilling and learning around how to collaborate. And I'm not talking about a little bit of teamwork. I'm talking about really facing the other and releasing judgment and, you know, really, you know, being with that discomfort. And most people find that pretty tough. So we have to make that absolutely compelling, not just because we have to, but because we want to. And I think, you know, somebody else said this morning around, you know, we need to, you know, we've got to create a vision of the future. We've got to move out of survival talk, which I'm not negating that for 1 minute. However, we've got to really open up the imagination and help people discover, you know, that bigger sense of the future. It's something that people will buy into, you know, really thinking of, you know, redesigning things. So I think, you know, I actually have huge hope because I do believe that fundamentally people want to do that. But we have to get over this thing about how we work with each other. And as somebody said yesterday, love has no competition. You know, what would love do? Well, we don't work from a place of competition. We work from a place of togetherness. So, you know, that's why I think communities are important. We've got to join up the dots. We've got to find out how to work with each other and find ourselves in all of that. And remember, it's not just about the ego of what's going to happen today. It's for our future generations. Yeah, so that keeps me going.
Thank you very much, Lorna. Colleagues, I invite you, if you want to share some of your thoughts on the importance of community and how to create communities in our cities. Welcome. Who would like to go first?
Okay, I'll go. I'll pick up from what Lorna said, because absolutely I'm with Lorna in the sense that half of our big challenge is that we don't know how to work together, right? And we don't know how to navigate and negotiate and understand that we are coming at, I think we very often want a similar outcome, but we're coming at whatever the challenge is from a different perspective, because our entire kind of development as a human, where I come from, my education, the fact that I'm a female, you know, all of that, all of my various parts of my journey would have shaped how I'm viewing the world. So this is some of the stuff we teach in the courses that we do, is that we must earn the emotional currency to buy these visas to each other's worlds and actually be able to see someone else's perspective, you know. And of course we will never be in that person's shoes, right? Because they're a different human, and that's what also makes it beautiful. That's what makes the diversity so beautiful, because they're going to bring in that other beautiful aspect of what I'm not seeing, you know. But allowing myself to see it a little bit from their perspective, you know, just helps me to kind of adjust my perspective enough so that I'm able to work with them, you know, and not against them, and not see that they're trying to, you know, that competition that we talk about. So there's a part of competition, I think, that's good, that competition that pushes us to kind of develop and move forward and create something better. But then there's the part of it where we're in competition, you know, in the sense of we're always looking for what the other person's not doing right and that kind of thing. But it's not a case of wrong and right. And I think this is the thing in community, in building that community, the moment that we understand there's this massive part of building that community where empathy, for example, is required. Unless you understand the stories, this is why storytelling is so beautiful. So I would say, as we build communities, we have to tell stories to one another, because when we tell our stories and we start to share, you're not just looking at a brown woman with curly hair all of a sudden, you're looking at the lens from which I'm coming at life, you know, and that does help understand. And I've seen this in rooms all across the world where I have worked, and we start to tell stories and it changes, because it's like, oh my God, I didn't know, you know, I didn't realize, you know, you have these kind of aha moments. And I think more of that is needed. We need to know more about each other, countries, nations, talk about some very infamous and significant people like Hitler. There was a story. Hitler just didn't happen. There was a story. And so maybe even as we understand these stories, we can also intervene into perhaps changing the narratives of some of those stories that perhaps are heading towards creating negative impact within those communities. So I think that, yeah, I would add that to community building if we can. And that goes with, for me, it's about, so it's going to interlace with building leadership, right? So we do see leadership very often as, certain people that are, kind of taking positions of leadership, but I really see leadership as all of us being leaders, and we're leaders in different capacities. So some of us are maybe just leading our own lives, but that's still really important. So if we could see that in every capacity that we find ourselves leading, that there are tools that are necessary to lead effectively, and it would bring us to our education. And I would say in cities, really important for us to invest in that. I think I said it yesterday, we've invested quite a lot in our IQ. And in Scotland, that has been very, very, you'd see that Scottish people just 100 years ago, we were kind of on the streets doing crazy things, and because we weren't educated, right? And so all of a sudden we invested in that IQ education, and look at Scotland today, one of the leading nations in the world. So again, produce some of the best innovators, and so it was that shift that we made. So I think we're just at that next point of making the shift to invest in the EQ, making the shift to saying there's more to understanding ourselves as humans and our interrelationships with everything around us, which is important to us because we are in a symbiotic kind of relationship with other beings. So this is necessary to understand that intra-beingness that Alexander talked about earlier as well. And then, of course, coming at that with an understanding of firstly who we are, but also who others are, and what they need and what we need, so that we can help each other have that freedom of expressing ourselves within cities and within where we're living, really. So I'd add that to this.
Wow, how inspiring! I'm just writing down your words, and it's really. I agree so much that the development of EQ, it came about in the corporate environment like 20, 25, 30 years ago, but for many social contexts, it's still at a very early stage in many countries. So people are still dealing the way they know how to deal, but in many cases it's trauma-based. It's very ineffective and not so much in synchrony with each other, not even in harmony. And so, Alexander, what's your take on building communities? Why is it important, and how to do it?
Well, I love what Farah has just been saying also. It brings to the fore the need, and it connects with what Lorna was saying. Frankly, again, we're kind of speaking a common language here, all of us. It's no surprise. This is what we have been kind of invited here to share. And I think diversity is key, because otherwise, as we say, we're preaching to the choir. As Lorna was talking about, how do we create environments where we are accepting and challenged in a way. We were talking yesterday about the fact that if we're looking just for cities where everything is the utopia, and we want to create just happiness and be in those states, then we're not looking at the full rose garden with the roses complete. We're just looking at the flowering part of the rose, but not the stems. We need the whole rose garden. There's medicine, as in the indigenous perspective, there's medicine in all of that. And indeed, if we only focus on part of it, we are unbalanced. We can't take only the good, what we perceive to be the good. And it's always what we perceive, right? And this is, I think, both Lorna and Farah were talking to that. How do we have this framing that allows us to be in empathy? So my call here for these different points is to think about how cities can cultivate and activate empathy. So what are those spaces, places that invite us to connect, but to connect not just as thinking, conscious beings, but as sentient, feeling beings. And this combines things that what Guy was saying earlier on. I think Guy was talking about kind of what I see as the hard skills, the built environment. And Ferial was talking, I think, about the soft skills, the relational environment. Lorna was talking about kind of both in that frame. How do we have, this is the domain of what's called socio-technical systems approach. And socio-technical systems seek the joint optimization. When it was developed in the Tavistock Institute by Emery and Trist in the 1960s, it was called the 3 M's: man, machine, and management. Okay, but now we can reframe that and see it in a different light, but it still is looking at those relational domains. And I'm going to put here into our chat a link to where something you were talking about, Lev. These are the different kind of leverage points, and Donella Meadows has a very classical article there on places to intervene in a system, and many people are familiar with this. But she talks about how I think Lorna touched on this as well. The easiest places, and so did Guy, the easiest places to intervene are the built environment, in the sense that you can construct something, you can do a technological fix, you can provide a living space that allows people to have more sunshine, etc. The kind of things Guy was talking about. Cool. The hardest parts on her 9 dimensions of places to intervene in the system are the places where we have to change mindsets, not just the overall frameworks and the goals of the system, but actually the mindsets of how do we engage with ourselves and with each other. And I would call it more the heart set. So there are these things: the skill set, the mindset, and the heart set. And none of these are set. Frankly, they're all in dynamics, but how do we include all of those? And so for me, to be able to create these, to focus on how do we jointly optimize those dimensions that are the built environment and the relational environment. And this then creates common unity or community. So again, it's about fostering, and I think there's no algorithm for this. I think this is what we've been talking about here as well. There's not like, oh, you build this kind of building, it's done. Everybody's going to be relating and in thriving engagement with life and with each other and so on. No. So it is something that we live into, and as Tim said earlier, different cities have different energies. So what's going to be a thriving combination of the built environment, the relational environment, and the interactive between those things and nature, it's going to be different in different cities, different cultures, different societies. So it means listening with heart, something Ferial has been insisting on very deeply. And this, I think, is about empathy. How do we create cities of empathy? I'll pass it back to you, Lev.
Wow. I'm looking at each one of us as we speak and listen to each other, and I realize that we are developing and, of course, manifesting this quality of empathic listening to each other, and that's the best when we can sort of set an example, right? And I remember in this or maybe prior session, we had a moment of silence at some point. And initially I was a little bit uncomfortable. Maybe I asked a question and everybody was silent. But then I realized, well, it's our heart or our sort of intuition, all of our systems actually trying to find the best way, try to feel ourselves in this situation, to sort of get a scan of how other people are manifesting and how they're feeling. And only then, I think Ferial started to speak. And this moment of silence really reminded me that we need moments of silence in our interactions, in our families, organizations, and cities as well, because that's when we connect on a non-verbal, non-cognitive sort of level. Completing with the topic of community, I invite Tim if he wants to share something, and I will have a couple of thoughts as well. So Tim, would you like to join in on the community?
Yeah, sure. So there's so many interesting threads and topics. I thought it was really interesting what Guy started talking about, how you can see how people's lives play out differently depending on the structure they live in. You know, sunlight, energy, how that affects productivity, and all the way through the conversations to Alexander and this, I think, used in this notion of safe spaces within the city. Yeah, it's just so there's some new ideas that struck me living in Cape Town, that there's for the majority of the population, I think, probably live, you know, on dirt floors under tin roofs without their own toilet, you know, so just going out to nobody goes out to the toilet at night because it's just too dangerous, and community is often broken down because there's, you know, it's turf war. There's like, and leaders, the young leaders, especially the males, are sucked up by the gangs. You know, if you show potential, you can become, you know, you can work your way up in the ranks and become a gang leader. You know, and that's how you get status, and there's lots of, or decent, relatively a lot of money given how poor people are in these places, and so most communities are controlled by gangs and the mafias. Even like the housing projects are kind of owned and controlled by the mafia, and to a great degree that's how the governments work here. Like, there's so much money is disappearing into the private pockets of organized crime, which is quite integrated with the political system. And so there is this massive force that is constantly breaking down community in every time the flower of community pops up, there's a boot to stomp on it, you know. And I think maybe one start is those, if safe spaces existed, that would give people and children and adults just a place where they can breathe. Because as most of my Cape Town friends have said, when they've been in Europe, it's been like, it's so strange that even if I have a friend who's like severely traumatized and gets panic attacked if she's on a train, but when she went to Europe, she lives in Germany now, when she went to Europe, she was like, it was amazing because all of a sudden you weren't looking over your shoulder constantly. You could sit on a train at night and not have a freak out because it was just a safer space. It was a safer city. So I think that is I think we, as most of us have pointed out, that we seek to create community. And the only reason when we fail to create community is if there's a system in place to actively stop us from reaching out to each other in various ways. So it's definitely there's and the way that things have rolled out in Cape Town, in my case, so that you perpetuated the poverty, and now you have taxi ranks. So these are like the small buses that drive people around from townships or other like less fortunate socioeconomical areas into town, and they pay, like, you know, some of them pay half their wage just in transport costs to get in and out of town, which takes maybe an hour, you know, which is an absurd amount of money to pay, but they have no choice. And when they try to pull in, the cities every now and then tries to pull in bus lines, but the buses get shot at because the taxis run by gangsters who don't want the competition. So you have all these crazy things that are breaking up community. But at the same time, there are people who want to create community. So if one could start by creating the spaces and giving the people who could be the community leaders options, supporting not individuals but groups of individuals so they can create a community. So one of the projects we're working on in Kodo, the altruistic wallet, is this notion of how can we more effectively give resources from one person organization to a group of people and not go through the administration where all the most money will disappear. So give directly. But if you give directly to one person, they don't want to tell anybody else about this because this is now their meal ticket. But if you could give to, say, well, you need a new roof, well, find 4 other people that need new roofs, and together you can apply, and then you have we'll fund 5 new roofs as a way to now. So that could be another way to sort of create community. So people now have to cooperate, otherwise they won't get a new roof. But they'd have to cooperate anyway to rebuild. So maybe these are the ways to go. I don't actually know. I suspect it's going to take a generation or more to heal this level of trauma. But we seek community. This is what we do. So for us, maybe it's what we can do is, what we should focus on is facilitate the potential for community, because it doesn't really exist here in some spaces. So creating that potential for community, and then we see what emerges over time.
Tim, it was so enlightening to listen to your thoughts, because I also realized, of course, that I'm so privileged in all the countries where I lived. I just never had, of course, there is some type of crime activity everywhere, for sure. I even watch those movies from Guy Ritchie, if you know him, Guy Ritchie, the British director. there is lots of crime in his movies, but in all the countries where I lived, studied, worked, etc., I never had any of those issues. So I understand, like me, right? But many people do have them. And but I want to share just a couple of thoughts on the community, and I will focus on a very specific part of it. There are many different types of communities, but I want to focus on action communities. So in the city, there are so many different ways people organize their life to share interests, right, to take care of their places. But I want to talk about communities which I consider to be the driving force behind city change. And those are communities of intentional people who have capacity, whether it's intellectual or hard capacity, right, or interrelational capacity, to really connect, to build something which is not possible to do when we are separate. So people understand cognitively or intuitively that there is such a thing as collective intelligence, which doesn't exist until we start communicating. And there is such a thing as collective action, which is very different from actions of separate individuals. And specifically on a city level, to talk about happy cities, we discovered that until we sit in our sort of kitchens or in our sort of local individual small gardens, in our country houses, and we don't communicate, don't create common vision, don't subscribe to common action, we're almost invisible to many larger actors. So be it large companies or local government or national government, while we're alone, we're pretty much the statistical errors, right? Negligent parts of this overall existence. So, and it's not that because they don't want to pay attention, but it's impossible to pay attention to subjects which are so much smaller than you are in terms of size and complexity. So to be able to influence life on a city level in a meaningful way, we need to come together. To come together, we need to have some catalysts, right? Be some events or some people, I call them leaders of positive change, who are able to bring the attention of people then to create collaboration structures. As you said, we need some spaces, whether material or online. And when people come together, there is a certain emergent element of their collective intelligence when they could come up with ideas which have power to change things. And then when they engage into collective action, and for example, again, from our very practical experience, when we have 100 active leaders coming together, they could affect any issue on a city or even regional level. But until they do, they are not visible by the different authorities. So from this perspective, whatever the situation, it could be a very wealthy city like Amsterdam, or sort of poor like some cities in South Asia, for example, or maybe other regions as well. It's very important, again, to start with one individual, and we're moving into the subject of leadership, who is able to bring the second person on board, right? Together, they start building this nucleus, the core group, which is interested in making some sort of change on a local level. And around them, then the whole movement could start. And very often people like this really change the quality of life on a city level and then move to the regional and the country level. And so the subject of leadership, personal leadership, as well as collective leadership is very, I think, pertinent to creating happy cities, because if there are no leaders who take responsibility, the change, of course, will happen, but we don't know what kind of change. It could be positive change, negative change. So we need intentional leaders, intentional communities who take responsibility and drive this change. It will never be the same way as we envision in the very beginning, right? So the circumstances will affect us, but it's creating this network of leaders who also support each other through inspiration, through toolbox, as Alexander mentioned, skill set, heart set, and mindset. So I invite you to please share your thoughts, and maybe it will be our last round in this section. Who are the leaders who create happy cities? What qualities they are, and how can we sort of develop or manifest more of those positive change leaders in the cities around the world? Alexander, I see you have a hand. The floor is yours.
I got the floor, and I make one last post here. Put a couple of things into the chat, lower my hand. And I like the idea of collective action. I like to think of it in relationship to collective intelligence, something that Lorna also touched on, with the following flow that, whoop, my hand is still up, sorry. There. The precursor to collective intelligence is connective intelligence. And connective intelligence is about knowing with whom to connect, with what resources to connect it to nature, with what information as well to connect, because you can have faulty information, etc. With what feelings to connect. Oh, that's connective intelligence, right? Open hearts, and so on. That can lead to the collective intelligence, which is the connective intelligence in action. That's when you start to build like that beautiful image we have of living cities, Earth, with all of the dots around the world, connecting the dots. That's connecting the dots, but the dots are of, when they're put into action, then you start to get the collective intelligence. But that's not the end goal. The end goal, hopefully, will lead to the next stage of collective wisdom, where you can share the intelligence in ways that build constructive and life-affirming, future-creating, and opportunity-increasing outcomes. So that can lead to collective creativity, where people get enthused, where they ignite life. A nod to Ferial. Yes. This is, that's where you get to collective creativity. And that, when it's manifest, can bring in collective action. But for me, it's not starting with the collective action. It starts with the connective intelligence, which can lead to that. And I put also another little flow there that for me, it also starts with synchronicity, which is where we are open to possibility. You can't create synchronicities, but you can be open to them. So you see them, you see where we're connected, you see potentials for thrivability. And then you say, wow, look at how we could be engaged. And that leads to conscious alignment, which is syntony, right? Trying to find those harmony points where we can actually build on each other and so on. That's the syntony. And bringing that into manifest action is synergy. Frankly, between synchronicity, syntony, and synergy, there's a lot of sin, but that's a lot of fun, and that's where we go. All right, I'm done.
Lorna, and then Eric, and then Ferial. Thank you.
And I just wanted to add a perspective here around the role of organisations in community change as well. Excuse me, there's a bit of building work going on in my background, so I hope it's not interfering too much. So there's actually been quite a lot of progress, I think, in the last couple of years related to the shift in legislation around ESG. And whilst that's very much an acronym, and a lot of people don't even know what that stands for, environmental and social governance, and there has been perhaps more attention on the E side, which has been criticised as being associated with greenwashing in corporate land. There is, what I've observed, certainly in these organisations that I've been involved with, a real desire to figure out what to do. Now, not everybody would be aware of it, but certainly in the C-suite and at senior level, they are very much aware of it, because the whole of the financial underbelly of our economic system is now very much being influenced by that. So when we're talking about drivers and how do we connect things together, it's important to also look at what is happening already, and the speed at which our things are going is much faster than it was. It can still go faster, and there is a lot to do. But I think it's just want to kind of say the importance of recognising that the will is there. What people are finding is the way, and on a very practical level in organisations, that's often related to something like time. What gets measured. So what gets managed is what gets measured. And so if it is not in the agenda or the business plan of an organisation to have their staff get involved in a community activity or thinking more widely, then it's very hard for individuals to bring their influence, or to give the time. But what's happening now is that there's the Great Resignation. There's many forces and factors in which people are demanding something different. But I'm as I said before, I'm really positive. Over 80% of CEOs in most surveys are saying they are actually actively thinking about how to change their organisations. And there is a feeling and understanding if they don't start moving fast, there is a risk of getting left behind, and they are not going to be able to hire people. They are not going to get customers. And all of this, and also responsibility for their supply chains, is going to be far greater in the next couple of years. What I'm saying here is that these are factors which are really important for businesses to sustain their existence and their rationale. And these organisations employ loads of people who keep communities going. So it is the organisations that are providing a lot of the, financial resilience of cities and well-being. And we are seeing shifts in how organisations are being led. So I do see change happening. It is slow. There is a lot more to do, but it comes back down to, can we reimagine a different way of doing things? Can we create new conditions? When we create spaces, it's multi-stakeholder partnerships, and it's also within organisations for teams and leaders to create spaces for different thinking, not to chastise somebody if they make a mistake. Only in this way will we create an environment and conditions for people to completely reimagine and to engage differently right across their value chain, and discover that being a better global citizen means you have a much better business. And it's much better thriving. So it's really that journey to the win-win, but it is a journey. And so there is stuff happening. The thing is, it's not necessarily seen. It's because it's changing people's minds is an invisible thing. And working with leaders, they don't always reveal what they're thinking right away. In fact, they often reveal it too late. When the shit happens, they might eventually reveal it. But so many people are holding in so much in their heads. And being at the top of an organisation is a very lonely place, because you're holding in a lot. You're holding the whole burden of the organisation. So there's a lot at stake. So it's profoundly interesting, I think, how we create spaces for leaders, as well as for more people to share the leadership in organisations. But I come back to my first point. To be ready for that, we have to be ready for anything. And we have to be ready to also forgive the past. And that's very difficult for some. It's difficult for all of us. We've all got a story. And you don't just forgive it once and it's gone. It comes back and it comes back. That trauma has to be worked with, and trauma is as real in an organisation and its history as it is in an individual who has suffered. So, yeah. I have my thoughts.
Very, very important. If we could pass it on to Eric and then to Ferial, and we have about 8 minutes to go in this session time. Eric, you need to switch on your mic.
Thank you. I'm literally, the reason it took me time to unmute myself is that my hands are shaking listening to all of you. I'm very inspired. I'm also very intimidated. I'm going to be honest. I don't consider myself an intellectual. I live in my gut and my heart. And excuse me, I also use the expression my groin, meaning I'm very attached to my passion. And I'm listening to all of you, and I'm like going, this is so good for me, just me personally, to be with such highly intelligent people, because I'm learning so much from you. And my, I think, particular gift on this earth is not knowing and trusting the unknown, and kind of following that mysterious, magical place that is taking all of us at this particular moment in time. And I private message Ferial. I really align with her when she said everyone's a leader. So yes, there are leaders. You know, there's a structure in place in organizations and in governments where we've decided to call those people the leaders, right? But my reality is much different. Everyone's a leader, and we don't know who we're going to influence. We don't know who's going to influence us in the future of this planet. And one of my primary, I think, reasons for is I'm a disruptor. And this whole hierarchical system that we've all been born into isn't working. There needs to be something else. And I don't have the answer to it, but I have the passion and the curiosity and the willingness to work with people like you. And see what it is that we can create that will get us through this mess. So that's basically what I wanted to say.
And I'd like to respond to that, to say, Eric, that's exactly what we need to work with. And I would say the following. Lorna brought up the words reimagine. And very often, and so I get very, very challenging in spaces like this where we do, some of us have had the opportunity to go to universities and study certain aspects of things. But when I look at the word educe, which is where education comes from, then educe means to bring out, right? To develop. So in other words, it isn't about what we already know. What don't we know that we need to know? So sometimes I think that some of the people that we don't look to for answers, we don't look to for solutions, they might be the very people who are sitting with those solutions, because they're not looking at with the same mindset. They're not looking at the cookie cutter thing. They're not looking at the thing that very often our university and our schools have pushed us into a way of thinking. And I mean, some of the greatest minds that I've learned about have said we've learned our stuff outside of going to university. So I would like to challenge us that very often we create spaces like these where we invite what people that have, maybe we've got lovely little LinkedIn, accolades about ourselves. And I'm saying maybe part of this is also to open up to those, like Eric said, with the passion to contribute, that actually want to, because maybe the universe has linked them into knowledge that is, that we might, that doesn't have the little degree attached to it. So I really want to, because for me, this is a big thing. I've seen this. I think there is something to learn from every human. And I wonder if we need to check our own bias with this, and ask, do we need to open up that space? Because maybe that's part of how we create our living cities and our healthier, more revived places of being in. And that would bring me to the part that I want to contribute, which is about just value exchange. So really, a little while ago, my own heart was so deeply, deeply challenged with the realization that so much, I think almost everything that we're on about, every nested crisis, is rooted in the fact that at some point we started engaging with unjust value exchange. So we often think of injustice, we look at skin color type things, but it is across the board. And we talked about trauma. Our trauma is nested into, has been developing through the fact that we've been exploiting each other and exploiting nature. And I suspect it is out of our fears to protect ourselves and to preserve our lives. But in actual fact, we are doing the exact opposite. So I think that we should start really talking about legislation, so we've gone in there and we've looked at the racial differences and these type of injustices, and we started changing legislation, started changing policies, but maybe we need to go that step further, push the boundaries, because I asked the question, does one human being need X amount more than others? In other words, can our governments regulate some of this? Can our governments, and this is a tough thing, right? It's difficult because it's like the person feels justified. Look, I've worked for this, but really, should there be a threshold of what is enough for a human being to live on, so that the resources, and we're talking about finite resources here, can be shared a lot more equal? And I know this is a hot potato, but I'm saying, are we willing to be brave enough to ask these questions in our cities? Are we willing to challenge our leaders to say, it's time that we reimagine what we've been doing, because what we've been doing clearly hasn't been working. So that's what I would add. I would say, can we be brave enough?
Wow, Cyril, you're inviting us into a new age of bravery and connection and leadership and community. And it, of course, goes to all of us. Thank you very much. We've been together for 1 hour discussing some, not all of those 7 topics. And of course, we haven't explored the whole depths and breadth of integral development on a city scale. And I see that Marilyn Hamilton, author of a book, Integral City, and of many other books on integral city development, is with us. So if I could actually, and I apologize, and ask in just 1 minute of our next speaker, who is coming in just a moment. But Marilyn, if you're around and if you could switch on your camera, we would love to hear your short perspective on the integral city development, a term I first heard from you maybe 11, 12 years ago, reading your book actually. And so if you are available, would be great. But in the meanwhile, I will share it myself, being a vivid sort of student. So when we talk about, oh, Marilyn is here, so I better shut up. Marilyn, very good to see you. You are a keynote speaker later today. But because we're talking about many things which are included in integral city development, if you could share just 1 minute perspective, perhaps, for people who have not heard about it, right, who might be listening to us online or will be watching the recording, what does it mean, integral city development, from your perspective? Thank you.
And thank you, Lev. Thank you for the opportunity to listen to all the brilliance here. It's just really like a tsunami of refreshment in listening to your perspectives and your passions, the energy. I would say, if I only have a few minutes to talk about integral city, what does it mean? Well, integral means the whole, holistic, comprehensive, including all. And but for me, it is not just the whole, but it is related to complex, adaptive, living systems. So you've all been talking and exploring systems. And as we've also heard, the whole relationship of the elements or parts, the organic nature of an integral city is what makes it possible to marry the mind, the heart, the body, and the other aspects that an integral city model embraces is its fractal. And that means that the patterns, where I notice this, so my background has really been working with human systems at all scales. And earlier in my career, I had been working with individual development, then leadership development, then team development, then organizational development, sector development, community development. And somewhere along the line, I went, the patterns of development are all the same. So this was even before I had really learned how to understand systems and speak of them from the research and observations. It was the patterns that struck me. So one of the most commonly used patterns that people who work with teams are very familiar with is form, storm, norm, and perform. And that really is something that we're doing with ourselves. So that when I think about the invocation for the Master Code or Gaia's Code of Care, this is another way to look at integral, that there's different scales that we can care for one another and for ourselves. That love manifests through first ourselves, and then as we're able to care for ourselves, then we have the capacity to care for others. If you've been ill and you are caring for someone, oftentimes you'll find that your capacity to care for another really reduces, and you have to look after yourself to recover the capacity to look after somebody else. So caring for self and caring for others means that we're able to care for our places. And integral cities are places. They include not only all of the individual hold-ons in the city, but all of the collectives. And if any of you have looked at some of my books or the website, you'll see that it took more than one map for me to be able to convey these relationships. In fact, I offer 5 maps in the integral city, but they actually all shape shift from one another. And in fact, one of my colleagues, Peter Vockers, realized a fantasy for me, and that was that he demonstrated the shape shifting. So I think we have that as an opportunity for people to just be able to download it as a little video. So those are some of the ways that one can use integral approaches to the city. But I also don't want to say that it's all just about this mapping, and to really embrace the aliveness that you started talking about some time ago, because without the aliveness of the city, doesn't matter how many maps we have, we're not going to feel the connection that we have with each other. I know that we're going to listen to Jude Curavan in a little while, and she talks about thinking cosmically and feeling globally and acting locally. And each one of those is kind of holographic, so that as an individual or as a collective, we can think and feel and act together. So those kinds of experiences of an integral city allow us to appreciate that it is, in fact, what I came to realize. It is a whole living system of itself. I call it the human hive. I've learned through biomimicry to see it through the lenses of the bees. And this is how thinking and being and acting, co-creating, relating with one another is something I can actually see when I look at the bees, and why I think that it is really an honor to think of cities as human hives in their complex, evolutionary, developmental, integral ways of being. So there's a little short comment.
Marin, thank you for completing our session. And it was a very rich discussion coming again from all parts of our planet. And as we move to the next one, we'll keep sort of all the insights and great ideas in our hearts and in our minds, and I hope share with others. So thank you to everyone who watched us in YouTube and will be watching in recording. And now we pass on to the next, it's called Impulse Presentation, and our colleague from our SDG Plus Club, Natalia Startseva, will be presenting on a topic of sustainable human development. So Natalia, welcome. SDG Plus Club, I just mentioned, is one of the co-organizers and partners of the Earth Day Summit, and they have done a tremendous work working with United Nations Habitat and other experts. And Natalia also suggested to share her research and perspectives on how to basically organize sustainable human development in corporate and city environment. So Natalia, on to you.
Thank you very much, Lev. Can you hear me well? Can you see my slides as well?
Are those yours, Human Well? They're beautiful.
Oh, thank you very much. So yes, I was really happy to be invited here, and because basically I've been working on this idea since many years, I would say. So it's been quite some time when I, back then an agile coach in IT and in engineering, realized that very often many of the efforts that I'm involved in, they are not really, let's say, working so well as I would imagine it because of the humans, let's say. So not because of the process, not because of the tool, not because of the budget, let's say, but really because of the humans. So I was really happy to join the SDG Club last year and to actually realize that whatever ideas I had and whatever feelings and intuition I had about sustainable human development, it is there. And especially the human well as of itself, on the one hand, is basically uniting 4 major pieces: person, people, places, and planet. And basically, I really feel towards the goal and towards the mission and vision of the human well as a concept to actually let people manifest their potential, not only creative potential, different potential, and live healthy, happy lives in harmony. And basically, when this whole thing started, I decided that I would also join. And first of all, why me, I would say, because, well, I have been leading agile transformation and in general transformation in many big organizations, several big organizations. And what I mentioned before, there was like a tipping point when I realized that no matter how professionally I do it, there's always like, let's say, a piece which needs extra attention, and this is humans. So I joined University of Innsbruck 1.5 years ago as a PhD candidate in parallel to my full-time job to discover and to find the way to sustainably develop, actually, well, first of all, my teams, but also my employees, but also my clients in a sense. And well, since then, I discovered so many different and let's say unexpected things that I really thought I would just share it with you today. So I will just start, and if you have questions or if something is not clear, please just raise a hand and let me know, just ask a question. And basically what I would like to talk about today is the sustainable human development. So of course, in the scientific literature, it's not like a very common definition, let's say. So the whole definition of development of skills or talent or even human resources, it is still not fixed, unfortunately, in scientific literature. I was really shocked when I learned that actually even a talent or talent management as a term of itself, it is still considered to be in development. So really surprising how if we think about how often and how many times we talk about talent as a word. So basically, as a sustainable human development, at least as a, let's say, working definition, it basically can be understood as a means to a path forward in uncertain times in a way, which actually corresponds to whatever times we have right now. It became, and it will be even more and more uncertain. And human development has to be seen as a holistic growth. So this is also corresponding to spiral dynamics, to different governance theories, development theories of teams. Also, when we just spoke about storming, norming, and performing, it also is about developing several humans in a part of the team. And of course, also developing a human from early age to adulthood, but also to retirement. And what has to be, and what could be developed even like after a person leaves, let's say, a corporate job or is not working anymore in an official way of how I understand the work. And basically, there are many different concepts that I discovered so far during my research time as a PhD candidate. So one of the most interesting, I would say, areas that I discovered was in the Human Development Report, actually, of the UN. And there are like there's like one circle, but two paths that we need to discover, and several facets where, let's say, at least at the moment, we already give the value. And this is, as I said, also corresponds with also the vision of SDG Club, where I'm at, Sustainable Development Goals Plus, because it also includes the human, and it includes also our personal give and take as humans in that sense. So according to UN and according to the framework that I'm sharing with you right now, already in 2015, we were speaking about at least partly human development as a development of the choices that the human can make, as a development of, let's say, the future for the human. So, for example, if we speak about a person working in one organization, a sustainable human development will talk about this human beyond that organization. And we will talk later about it. This is still not the case of how, for example, the companies treat their employees. They never think about developing the employee to be able to work outside of the company or even for a competitor, for example. So, of course, well, richness of human lives as well is an important keyword here, because, well, we still rather focus on the, even at corporates, we focus more about KPIs, about ROI, and not really about human capital. We are not even, I mean, people are still very often considered being a cost center and not a profit center. And even if we talk about work, if we talk about corporate, there is like, again, the definition of work on the one hand, but also there are like jobs, but also there are like, there's like work which is not paid still right now, or not paid well enough, let's say creative work or care work, even voluntary work, it's also work. But again, it's also like not really treated in the similar way. And there are not so many also, let's say, development or sustainable development path in those roles. And even as I realized, there are even like some kind of jobs or some work which actually damages the development. So binds the human, for example, to an organization, or restricts the capability of development. And for that, for example, again, from the studies and from the research, there is even Human Development Index that has been developed, again, some years ago, but not so common, not so easy to find, let's say, unless you really specifically look for that. And what was really shocking, again, surprising not, but actually shocking, that the Human Development Index is declining for the first time since the time it has been tracked. And well, it started actually even before the pandemic. So this is something where I would say we really need to focus on more, both scientists, both, let's say, companies, organizations, and even we for ourselves, because, well, I mean, we are all a part of the bigger ones. And of course, the, let's say, we can also talk about the cities as a composition of several people, of several companies, of several cities. And basically, this Human Development Index could be, of course, an indication, though it doesn't measure a lot, let's say. So it measures expectancy at birth. It measures the years of schooling and expected years of schooling, so like education, let's say, and it also measures national income per capita. So I think from the research perspective, this is something where I'm not really tackling that in my dissertation, but also like the way how we measure it, I would have a look at that and include a more broad and maybe more qualitative ways of measuring the index itself. And then one of the last points regarding the human development through work, because of course, from my experience in the corporates, I'm looking at the people more as a part of the organization, but also, well, yes, beyond the organization. Now that I learned that sustainable talent development can mean that people outside of work will be able to find a new job and so on. So there are like different agendas. There's different ways how to develop humans, let's say, through whatever they do every day, and finding opportunities, looking for opportunities, being proactive, having also a sustainable path within the organization, let's say, because like now I'm narrowing down basically the next slides that I will show to you. So there are different ways, as I said, to enhance this sustainability in human development, and work is, of course, still, as like more than half of the population in the world is working or it has a certain type of job. This would be probably the easiest way and, like, let's say, low-hanging fruit where we can start developing a path and we can start developing approaches for sustainable human development. But of course, now we're coming to reality check, and this is where my dissertation comes in. And first of all, what I decided to look into during my research is what is going on in the organization. So what is happening exactly, and then also how are the humans reacting in the organization? How do they develop themselves? And surprisingly, well, I will speak about how companies develop humans, and there were many findings during 1.5 years that I figured out, and I will walk you through a bit more than that, just the findings. I will also explain how the scientists right now, let's say organizations like psychologists and strategic talent management scientists, they look actually at the talent in general, and they look at employees and talent sustainability. And afterwards, I will show you what I found also when I spoke with the talent itself, let's say. And as I mentioned in the beginning of the presentation, unfortunately, and very surprising, talent as a definition is still considered immature, despite a lot of years of research. So there are multiple talent frameworks. So it's not like we actually, as scientists, aligned already on one. There's no, as I said, clear agreement. There are different perspectives on the talent. So it can be subject, object, inclusive, exclusive. So depending on the way how you look and what, let's say, ontology and epistemology you use to look at the talent, the results and then, let's say, the policies that you as an organization is implementing can be totally different. And of course, as the talent research is not mature yet, it's not so easy to find a sustainable framework right now and to implement sustainability in that area. But yeah, of course, I hope that the next years will bring some clarity on that. And what I mentioned before, the talent philosophies, this is something that was like, for me personally, as a coach or as a manager working in a corporate, was exactly that philosophy of the talent. So when we talk about talent, and here I'm referring to one of the latest works of Nikki Dries from actually last year, there are like 4 different ways to consider what is a talent and how to develop a talent. And already depending on what perspective organization chooses, it will be really, let's say, a big difference on the way how the organization also treats people, humans, talents within itself. So, for example, we hear right now a lot about diversity and inclusion, of course, but if organization decides already from the setup that there's a certain group of people or a group of jobs or positions which are considered to be the successors for the top management, let's say, then we cannot already talk about inclusiveness in that organizations, because it means that already talent is considered to be an exclusive set of 10% of the lucky few. Sometimes in the scientific literature, it is also referred to as stars. And this is one example of this quadrant that is already contradictory. And when I've been talking about this contradiction within my organization, like one of the ones I used to work before, it became clear to me that talent managers are not really aware of the scientific part of the talent discussion. So for them, it was also a very eye-opening discussion in that sense. So this is why, for example, when we talk about the types of organizations, so when we say that this agility or new ways of work is becoming, let's say, supportive of the way how we treat people in our organization, the way how we treat talent, actually, we see that the frameworks and that the strategies which are behind that agility, they are already supporting us into transition upon the spiral dynamics, right? So transition from the red organization to the teal organization. And this is why it is important, at least for me, in my work, to put agility and put the new ways of work under magnifying glass, and to see how the frameworks that I use are helping me to create sustainability in my talent, to create sustainability in the teams. And I mean, of course, in general, if organizations are paying more attention to sustainability of their talents, then we support the cities in that sense as well. And again, if we talk about, for example, employees then, or talents in the organizations that employ this type of new work methods, agility, Scrum, Kanban, Six Sigma, whatever you call it, they are more proactive. And when they are more proactive, they are more equipped to manage their career. And this is why, again, another scientific term, employee involvement and participation. So agility is promoting that. Agility is highlighting, actually, involvement of employees, so that talents in the organization also feel empowered. They feel that they can contribute, but not only to the organization, but also to the development of themselves, also beyond their roles, also beyond their teams, maybe, and as I said, maybe even beyond their organizations. So also it can be called an employee voice, let's say. And right now there are more and more scientific studies where this frameworks and the way how people develop within their frameworks, the way how they are empowered, it allows them to develop their voice, and it allows them to increase their employability. So as you can see, basically, even the process and a certain talent philosophy, but also proactivity. So it's like a connection between of itself. It supports in sustainable talent development as well. So it's not only organizations, it's not only talents, but it's also, let's say, the way how you organize the work and the process and the tool behind it. It's also very important to reach the goal in that sense. And basically, if we speak about this employee involvement and participation, there is a direct connection. And this is what one of the studies that I've been reading through and I've been checking out, I found. And basically, employability is exactly another scientific term. So this is why before I mentioned that talent is not really mature. So there are many definitions and many notions that you will hopefully from now on be aware of. So employee voice, employability, sustainable talent development. So all of them are very often, unfortunately, used as either synonyms or as something similar. So again, as you see at the bottom, so even employability has an assumption that employee has own role and has to be proactive into developing himself. So this is becoming like at least more round in the scientific work. And the main question is now, so what about the sustainability for talents? So how can it be lived, and how can organization build this type of, let's say, resilient career system? Because not only globally, but also within organizations, a lot of roles are becoming not required. Like if we talk about, let's say, workers in the conveyor belts, or if we talk about different people that are not being required because their jobs have been automated. So this is something where this resilience has to be, worked on not only by the person themselves, but also from the organization. And this is basically, as I said, really, really great and interesting that this research is happening right now, because this will support us and this will support hopefully different talents and humans into developing themselves, as I said, beyond their organizations. But again, as we have seen before, so on the one hand, humans are being developed, talents are being developed by the companies, and of course by the governments in the schools and universities and so on. But on the other hand, there is also this concept, well, let's say beyond the organizations, but also beyond, let's say, the retirement rate. And this is where humans should be proactive. And this is where we said that there are like certain frameworks that help humans to be proactive and, well, how humans develop themselves. So I will, again, show a bit of theory, a bit of research, and the framework that we're using within our SDG Plus Club, the Individual Sustainable Development Plan in Action. And well, I mean, most of you probably know this dimensions of human development as it's used, for example, by career coaches or life coaches, or even people just for themselves. So there are different frameworks, and one of them is this wheel of life, which I'm picturing now on the slide. And basically, whatever those frameworks are good at, and here again, similar as in the organizations where they use Agile, Scrum, or whatever framework, here we also have some tool that can help us to construct certain paths, that help us to construct a certain plan of development that we can use based on the current situation, career situation, life situation. And of course, coaching also as a concept, coaches as people could be enablers, but again, this can be done by the person themselves. So again, similar to organizations, in the companies, people can develop themselves as well, but also there can be a mentor, there can be the boss, there can be HR department. So somehow it is quite similar in different, let's say, phases of life. And well, basically, when I did different interviews during my dissertation, I was not very, let's say, not really happy, I would say, but I was confused. I was very confused because very often I heard from the colleagues or from the people on the streets that I would talk to, that when I would ask them, how did you develop your path? How did you know what to do, how to develop, where to end up, let's say, your life? Many people would say that I was just lucky, I had a mentor, that they didn't really have a plan. And very often they say that they don't even want to have a plan. And this is something where, which, let's say, contradicts, on the one hand, this requirement of being proactive. And this is where I think my research might be really of a value, where I will understand how organizations can develop people, but also how people can be motivated to develop themselves beyond. And this is why, as I mentioned before, this development...
I'm very sorry. Just to mention that we have our next session starting shortly, so maybe just a couple of final...
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you, Lev. Well, as I started a bit later, sorry, I planned actually half an hour. I will just squeeze the rest a bit more. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, so I will try to finish now in 1 minute. Well, as I said, there is like this individual development plan that we leave in SDG Plus Club, and it's based on the give and the take. So proactively defining what we as humans can take from the environment, can take from our organization, can take from our government, societies and cities, but also what we would like to give, apply to all aspects of life, both physical, both corporate and so on. So this is something where I think in the future, and also during the in the part of my dissertation, this is what I will focus at while looking at the human development and sustainability. And well, yeah, that's the last slide basically. So on the one hand, I will try personally to map corporate talent development effort and employee participation and proactivity to create this environment where humans will develop beyond, and to expand the people agency and freedoms to help navigate and flourish in uncertain times, to as well support the development of organizations, cities, and the planet, hopefully, of itself. And well, basically the takeaways that I would like to give you today, that well, the corporate adoption of talent philosophy is really to define this philosophy, if it's inclusive, exclusive, and then based on that develop the talent sustainably. Also that there are tools, new ways of work and frameworks that actually may support and will support your efforts. And well, as I said, employee voice and proactivity also support sustainability. So we just need to find the way how, and to motivate and inspire the others. And of course, again, digital tools and services are there to support human development beyond the current role and beyond the current place. So references, in case you would be interested, I think the slides will be uploaded afterwards. And I'm really happy to be there today. Thank you very much. I hope I could inspire a bit of thinking into sustainable human development. And I hope in the next years, I will be able to share even more of my research.
Natalia, it's amazing. First of all, thank you very much for your contribution. But I also want to mention that I love hearing all the questions which you pose, because about 25 years ago, I was working in talent development in a global sort of multinational company, and all the answers were very clear. And I'm so happy that you provide this fresh perspective, that there are still a lot of open questions. That's really inspiring, because I think it's better to have questions than answers, because then we learn and we develop. So it's really special to have you with us today. And I'm sure that Alexander, who is a big sort of expert and a big name in learning and development, will also applaud to what you have shared with us. And just a final word, we spoke today a lot about talents and how a living city is based on everybody contributing in his area of talents and, you know, key sort of competences, etc. So it's really a big part of a living city experience to have people living their talents to the full. Alexander, maybe if you provide one final comment, and then we'll move on to our next session.
I love the work. I think it's very important work that you're doing, Natalia. And so thank you very much for bringing this forward. It really comes to the heart of what it means to be human, what it means to be human in structured environments. How do we take decisions in those structured environments? And I love the framing around, we talked a little bit about in the last session about knowers and not knowers. So the idea of coming to knowing, this is something that Gail Taylor talks about a lot, and a good friend of Marilyn's. And the idea that if you are a knower, and this is something you get through all doctoral studies and so on, you're supposed to be a knower. But the point is, always coming to knowing, always being in that frame of humility, because especially like Marilyn and others talk about, we living in a VUCA world where the change patterns are volatile, ambiguous, VUCA, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. I got ambiguous first. That how do we navigate in that, right? And so I think the idea of having plans, but not being stuck to them, being able to co-create the dimensions of living together, of community, but not doing it with an algorithm or formula, really doing it with heart always intact. I know that this comes from the domain of war, but von Clausewitz says that planning is essential, but at the moment of engagement, it is important to discard all plans. So this is the framing. I think it's good to have both that dancing with. It's kind of like planned spontaneity. And I just wanted to share that because I think it's a both and. We have to work with our knowledge systems. And when we're curating, gardening our living systems, our cities, when we're gardening those living spaces, we can't do it in an engineering frame. We have to do it in a lived, heart-based frame. And I know that we're going to be listening in just a moment to Sandy Hinden, who will be talking a bit about exactly these frames from the perspective of wiseocracy. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Pass it back to you, Lev.
Thank you very much. And as we start our new sort of set of exchanges, our new panel discussion, we will be talking about subjects which are very important to the experience of a living, happy, flourishing city. And there are two, basically. One is how do we create or help facilitate creating vibrant communities right? We touched upon this, of course, in our prior discussions, but right now it's very important to talk about specific tools, specific approaches, specific frameworks we could share. Because after all the Earth Day celebration and after all of our discussions, we will have the magnificent task of dealing with 10,000 cities. As we discovered, they're all different economic conditions, cultural, multilingual, different, trauma, social trauma, individual traumas. So how do we approach the immense task of supporting this vibrant community flourishing, right? That's the number one. And the second part of our discussion is how do we create action networks, be it local action networks, we spoke about them a little bit as well earlier, but also intercity action networks and global action networks, because we are building one of such action networks, combining leaders, combining institutions. So how do we go about it? To start with our discussion, I would like to introduce first Sanford Hinden. So Sanford is a citizen of Earth. When we were asking him to provide the city and the country, he said, I don't have a specific city or country I sort of fully relate myself to. So I asked our colleagues to put in the program Earth citizen. Sandy, is it okay?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Sandy is currently residing in the Northern Hemisphere, specifically in North America, and not too far from, as far as I understand, New York City, in the sort of outskirts, or maybe the Long Island. Where are you exactly over there?
Yes, you say it Long Island, like that's an inside joke. We don't have time to go into it, but Long Island, yes.
Anyway, and we asked Sandy to start off our discussion with actually giving a presentation on community learning labs, and then we'll discuss this and other aspects of creating communities and action networks. So Sandy, on to you. Do you have the rights to share the screen?
Yeah, I'll share the screen now. And here we go. And I hope you can see this. You can see it now?
Yes.
You see the screen. Okay, and I'll turn it on to share from screen. And oh, that's why. Hold on one second. Shares. Okay. To begin, thank you for inviting me into this. Alexander, thank you so much. Alexander and I know each other for a long time. I knew his father before I knew him. And so that's how old I am. And so I worked with a colleague of his father's. My mentor was a colleague of his father's at the United Nations. And so I come with great reverence for his family. And Alexander has connected with so many of you and with all of you and brought you to this amazing table that we're at. My background is in psychology. I started in psychology, but then graduated into social psychology, and then sociology, and then economics, and then politics, political theory, and then communications, and then I eventually drifted to the United Nations and worked for Planetary Citizens when I got out of college. And that was like a world citizens organization closely associated with World Federalists. So I'm still trying to create a global government for the people, a people's world government, and I'm still working on that. So I finally got a real job after numerous jobs in the nonprofit sector where I failed one after another. I started Universal Children's Gardens and then peace museums and all kinds of things, and they kept failing. And I never understood why they failed until I went to fundraising school to learn how to be a fundraiser. And then I learned about the economics of fundraising and how you had to have wealthy people on your boards or you never raised any money, so your organizations failed all the time. So like that led me to getting a couple of real jobs towards the end of my career in the nonprofit sector.
And the last one was I managed a performing arts center in a college. So I learned a lot about marketing, you know, and so marketing is always on my consciousness about how do we reach the people that we're trying to get into our programs, and who are they? Who are these people? So I worked finally my way into a world called Wiseocracy, which I created. I've always been creating projects. So I put wise and democracy together, and I created a concept called Wiseocracy to create wise democracy, wisdom, and well-being. I have that on the website, and it's wiseocracy.world. I look at psychology, economics, and politics and how they connect, and I connect the dots between them. So I love donut economics. I like well-being economy. I like circular economy. I like all the new economies that are out there. And I knew about Hazel Henderson's work years ago, and she led into all of that. And then, well, then you'll see how it ties into integral and into spiral dynamics. So I try to create wise people, help people activate the inner wisdom inside them. Roberto Assigioli was an Italian psychiatrist, psychologist, and he would introduce people to the inner wise one, the wise one within. That's what he called it, that we had a wise one within ourselves, but you had to access it. So he had a guided imagery where he would help his clients access the wise one within. So I always remembered that. So I'm looking at wise economics, wise politics, and wise governance. Now, I realized I've been working on all these levels except the city level. I really never worked on the city level. So it's interesting how I was asked into this program because you're working on wise cities. And I'm saying, wow, that's amazing. I've been in these levels and I worked on these levels, created programs for these levels. And I've worked on these levels and created programs for them, but I never worked on the city level. So it's wonderful that you're doing this work. And I would like to help pour my knowledge of these areas into cities. So I'm looking forward to that. Now, I analyze democracy. There's numerous ways to get at democracy. There's democracy indexes around the world, and you can look at them. So this is a marketing tool, actually, for how do we market democracy, what it's doing, and you'll see how it relates to other marketing tools. So we're trying to create wisdom and well-being in the world and fund people, society, and nature. Donut economics clarified that tremendously. I had created a Commonwealth for Earth and Humanity that Alexander helped me with, and we were looking at 4 buckets rather than all the planetary boundaries and the social needs on the inner core of donut economics. We only had 4 buckets. They were human development, social development, infrastructure, and earth care. So those were the 4 buckets. But now donut economics has clarified that further, which has made it better. And so that's what we're trying to create with wise cities and wise countries and the whole wise planet. Ananias wants the wise earth. She's working with wise earth. So we're trying to create that here. Now, we only have 6.4% of the world's population in full democracies. The United States has been demoted to a flawed democracy. And we have hybrid regimes, and this is where a lot of wars take place in the hybrid regimes, either because they're falling apart from democracy, or they're coming out of totalitarian and they're becoming more democratic. So they're combinations, and you get all kinds of chaos and conflict in here. So then you have authoritarian regimes in the world, and you can go towards totalitarian control. So currently, the scorecard is we're losing. You know, we're only at 45% to 54%. And look, and full democracies are only 6.4%. So all the wonderful happy cities that you're going to try to create are, you know, pretty much going to be in 6.4% of the population right now. But then we're going to try to create more happy cities. And Now, I did this analysis based on, I overlaid a political model onto the diffusion of innovation model. Okay, so the diffusion of like if you invented a cell phone, you'd be over here. You'd be an inventor. You created the smartphone, and then you tried to sell it to the next 10% of the people, and that was the quick early adopters. They were in here, and then you tried to reach the early majority of people to sell the cell phones, and they bought the cell phones. You know, they have 2-3 years later, they started buying cell phones, and then you got to these later people here, and then these people never bought the cell phones. Okay, there's still a few people on the planet that, not that people, if they can't afford it, that's one thing, but then there's people who don't want a cell phone. Okay, so they're called the laggards, you know. So this is marketing, a marketing model, but now there's an overlay. I put an overlay of politics on top of this. Okay, so here's the right. This is the right and the far right. This is the left, essentially. Here, this is the centrists in here. Okay, and now I'll give you all this. You can have a copy of this document. Anybody who wants it, I'll give you a copy of the whole document. You can get it off my Wisenocracy website, or I'll send it to you. Contact me at sanford.hinden@gmail.com. That's my new email address because I'm flooded with junk mail on my regular email address. So now here's a real political, this is like the United States terms, what they call it. And these are the issues that fall into these buckets, these 7 buckets from the far right to the far left. Okay, so we're in pretty much in here in the far left. Okay, like maybe Lev thought 1% of the population was in here. Okay, and this is like the advanced consciousness, advanced thinking, new thinking, innovations. It's all coming out of here. And then here is the people. If we go back to this, you can see this group is well funded all around the world by governments and by oligarchs and by some pretty wicked people, you know, and they are creating chaos around the world. Okay, so that's this group on the right. This is what we're up against: brutalists, dominators, racists. You know, they love guns, they love fossil fuels. You know, so this is what we're up against, and like trying to transform. I don't like the term against, you know, because that puts us in us versus them. I've been working on this down here, this world federalist. This must be 1/100th of 1% of the population, you know, like cares about a people's world government for Earth and humanity, you know. So that's where I've been working, you know. That's why, you know, you don't see me too much on the web because like I'm working with nobody. Now, if you flip these charts, you know, going sideways and compare it to spiral dynamics, they kind of pretty much line up. I'm not kidding you. They really do line up. And so these are these reds and blues, they call them, the reds and the blues are in here, you know, what we're dealing with, and the oranges, you know, and we're in the greens. And then, you know, this is the future world. If we're going to still, some of the people will become more evolved and past us, and they'll understand what these higher levels of consciousness are. And so now I overlaid the donut economics in here into what I was working with mutually assured survival rather than mutually assured destruction. Julie Johnston is a great environmentalist. She came up with the term, of Canada, she came up with the term mutually assured survival. And so we need trust building and peace building. And I overlaid the Commonwealth for Earth and Humanity, global demilitarization through 10% military reductions to have the money to fund these things. Okay, so we need global militarization. As we're doing healthy cities, we've got to demilitarize and use that money for 10% military reductions a year, but it's got to be globally because nobody's going to do it unilaterally. And then we need to end fossil fuels by making corporations pay costs of health and environmental damage that they're causing. They externalize their costs. They push it off their balance sheets onto the public to pay for all of this stuff. Well, if we made them pay for this, they'd have to stop their fossil fuel productions, and then we can get on with remediating these subsystems of the Earth's system. They all need remediation, and we need the money for these social and human needs, as we say here. And this is donut economics right here. Okay, then if you look at the needs hierarchy, I put together Maslow's needs hierarchy, Max Neef's needs that he wanted, and also Marshall Rosenberg's work with needs and feelings. I put them all together on this chart. You'll have this chart. And when our needs are not satisfied, it creates emotional and social conflicts. So I figured out that what made me, I was banging my head against the wall so many times with nonprofits that didn't work. Why don't these people join these wonderful groups that I create? And it's because they have different things are going on for them in their lives. And based on remember, they're on that political spectrum. So they have needs that are blocking them from getting involved. And if we could help fulfill their needs, we can involve them in our organizations. Now, remember, you'll have this whole thing, so you don't have to worry about it. Now, then I realized, I heard someplace that somebody said these people can't afford to care about saving the planet. They're just surviving, living day to day. They're struggling to survive, to find food, water, shelter. And that's about these are all estimates. So about 2 billion people, about 2 billion are striving. They can almost afford to care, but they don't care. Some of them do. There's always people within this that can be strived. So Maslow's needs hierarchy is non-hierarchical in terms, because some people on a low level, like I was I never made a lot of money in my life. So I was always on a low level financially, but I love the cosmos because I learned about Teilhard Chardin's work. And so I love, and Cosmos from, what was his name? Alexander, what was his name? The guy who created Cosmos.
Carl Sagan.
Yeah, Carl Sagan. I loved his work. So like I was always cosmic. I like your Cosmo local stuff today that you put out, Alexander. So some people, struggling artists, for some reason, artists they're always on the transcendent level. They're always trying to break through to society, make better things for society. So artists can always think above their sustenance level in the needs hierarchy. So these people, some of them can't afford to care, but they don't care. They can almost afford to care, but they're struggling to succeed. Week to week, they're struggling. Okay, then there's 1 billion people and another 1 billion people succeeding and advantage, and us, we're in the caring people. So this is also an interesting thing that's going on here. So in this level, they can afford to care, but they don't care for some reason. And we've been trying to involve them, and they don't want to be involved. So this is the average status quo person. They're climbing the ladder of success. They're stuck in consumerism, essentially, and they vote for who supports cheap gas. They have fear of crime and competition. So they support the police and military to preserve their advantages, and they have very high CO2. That's both these groups. And then you have an elite status quo group. They're protecting wealth and competitive, and they're very competitive. They're proud of their high carbon lifestyles. They'll show off. They show off their high carbon lifestyles. And then there's the caring people like us, 2 billion of us, I estimate, and they're in many nonprofits, health and human services, education, philanthropists. They can afford to care, and they do care, and we care. But unfortunately, we're competing against each other. Anna, she talked about it briefly yesterday, that we're competing for resources and for recognition. This is terrible that we have to compete with each other. We could do it, but I'm so happy that Lev is bringing us, and others, and the others of them, Marilyn and all the others, you bringing us all together, and Alexander, so that we can work together if we can. And we attend lots of conferences, but there's little or no incentives to collaborate with each other. Okay. Now, when I saw that this group in the yellow, I said, these 2 billion people are wrecking the planet essentially, because they have the high carbon lifestyles. These 4 billion people, they don't have high carbon lifestyles. These 2 billion people do. So they're wrecking the planet. And I said, well, how are we going to get them involved? We have to get them to be involved in something. They have to help with the solutions. So this is what I came up with. But first, let me clarify this. Humans are mentally confused and deteriorating from conflict and insane media. That's why I created Wiseocracy. They fall prey to their own confused words and thinking. They drive themselves crazy and they believe it. And then people can easily get lost in quests for money and power. Humans are destroying the earth. So it's really us humans that have the problem. So we're going to be we're all in all these cities, but it's the humans that are wrecking everything. So boys and that I did years ago, I spoke up at the United Nations Interfaith Conference for Peace in 2005, that the Muslim nations had created to try to create peace, because they had seen what happened with the World Trade Center. So they were trying to create peace at the United Nations. They created the Interfaith Conference for Peace. I stood up and I spoke up. I said, you're never going to have peace on this world unless people have work, unless men have work, because men create all the problems. Men, and remember, at the same time, all the women's organizations were pounding away at the United Nations to get more programs for women. Well, I say you needed programs for men, because if men don't have work, they can't have relationships. There's no money that no woman is going to go. They don't go near men without money, because they want money for their children for sustenance and to be able to take care of their children. So they look for men who have decent jobs. So if men don't have work, they're not going to be able to have relationships. They'll never be able to have families. So then if they can't have families, they're going to sell drugs, guns, sex, violence, and everything else under the sun. And so and then they end up in prison or dead, And so I came back to Long Island and I started the Long Island Men's Center to try to help men. And that was in 2005. And I've been trying to help men since then. So we have a special program in Wiseocracy for men, for boys and men, because men get into trouble and they make a wreck out of families, out of communities, out of the whole planet. So Wiseocracy is trying to help activate wisdom and well-being. And I then came up with the idea for a local community learning labs. I was trying to do it in Haiti, which is undergoing terrible situations right now. And I realized I can't do it because the gangs won't do it. The gangs won't be involved. I'm working on world gang transformation projects also. But then I realized, well, we can do this in countries where there is democracy right now. And the first step is, if we created 1,000 learning labs inside the 1,000 cities, that would be a start. You need a learning lab in every community in the whole world. So be conscious and collaborative with your creative wisdom and watch your well-being, peace, and nature flourish. These are the basic concepts. 2, you will be so excited you will want to meet regularly. There's nothing like a great community group. If you have a local community group, you feel fantastic every week to go to that community group. You just feel good because you're meeting your people, you know, and it feels great. And so then relax and meditate to brainstorm with others. Now, most people don't know that you need to meditate and relax so that you can activate your higher thinking, your higher mind, because that's where the wisdom is. If you don't quiet down the mind, you can't ask your own inner wisdom a question, and then it won't give you an answer. If you quiet down your mind, you can ask yourself a question and quietly listen for the answer. That used to be called the inner voice of God, the still, small, quiet voice of God. It's really your higher brain functions putting together your understood wisdom, the experiences that you've had, the knowledge that you've learned, and all of your creative thinking, the powers of the creative imagination. So they connect, and then you hear an amazing answer. Okay, so if you meditated with others and you brainstormed, you come up with great ideas. You could do research on the internet now, and you could, between your creative thinking and the information you come up with on the internet, you can make breakthrough ideas in your local community. And then you know what you do. So then you start interacting with your politicians, your elected officials, and you make your voice heard. Share your solutions with elected officials, create positive policies, programs, and legislation. That's how the political process works. You have to create a policy, then a program, and then legislation to fund the program, and that's how it works. So replace wasting time with learning and communicating. And what do I have in the other corner? I have to move, I have to move the things. So co-create the community you want with your thinking and with your relating to each other and your emotions and your feelings and feeling alive and creative and all of the wonderful things on the top of the needs hierarchy there. Okay, so that's it, folks. So I'll share this with anybody who wants it, and I hope I didn't go over my time. So thank
Andy,
you.
it was perfect. Thank you so much. That's wonderful. And now we're going to move into a conversation period with Lorna and others. Lev, I'm going to pass it to you so you can say something. But to mention that very rich, Sandy, and we have shared the slides. You have shared it, first of all, on the speakers list. We've shared it on another list. It's going to be made available to everyone, so that's phenomenal. So you can rest assured with that. And I just wanted to say to you in Long Island, sure, this was great. Sure, get a coffee now, because this was just great. Sure.
You got it. You're welcome to Long Island anytime.
I love the way you speak, guys. That's incredible. Thank you, Sandy. Thank you so much. It was very rich. By the way, at some points, you know, a red light goes conspiracy theories, but indeed, when you look inside, every sentence, every word you say, it's just a plain understanding of how things are. And it was very kind of you to share this very comprehensive perspective. And also, if I could quickly say, I tried to put it in very simple terms. I put it in both this and some other chats while you were speaking. So forgive me that I oversimplified some things, but I was trying to really to keep the main message. World is full of problems. There are people who are willing and able to make it a better place. They could unite around community learning labs, integrally developing positive action, creating breakthrough ideas and projects, and engage with policymakers and create policies. So each city could have such a lab as center of co-creation, and we can have fun and be fully alive along the way.
Wonderful. Yeah, I will add that to that slideshow as a summation, as you're quoting from you.
Thank you. And the funny thing is that, of course, since we've been exploring and acting on the city integral development scale for the last 10 years, we have seen many examples of something very similar. Yours is very well organized, and it has a beautiful, background of macro dynamics and analysis. So it's very rich and important. But the good news is that there are popping up here and there in democratic countries, in semi-democratic and non-democratic countries, those centers of local co-creation. They are called in many different languages, many different names. But my point is that I think it's like a city institution. There is a city hall, and there should be, well, there would be nice to have one or many of such centers in cities, depending on their scale. And one of our tasks at Living Cities Earth is exactly to identify them, because we consider them the leaders of positive change. Normally, there are a few people who organize this and sort of sustain them. So we plan to have a network of such local centers and support each other, and also have some, sort of network projects and organize sort of global events, etc., etc. So everything you have said, we will be putting into practice, and hopefully with you being part of it. And thank you again very much for this beautiful analysis.
That's exactly it. You don't have to call it a community learning lab, by the way. You could, because they're called YMCAs here. It started out as Young Christian Men's Association, but now they have girls, involved also. But it was the big, or the settlement houses they had. They were community centers, essentially. So now you need a community center with a global consciousness and with educational capacities as well built into them.
Well, thank you again for this beautiful introduction. It actually is a sort of a great impulse for us to talk about creating vibrant communities. Sandy was speaking about creating a vibrant community within the city, but also action networks on a larger scale. And I would love to ask Lorna, because you have done so much research and also consulting and actual sort of groundwork in helping organizations to unleash their creative energies and individuals. Please do share your perspectives. How do we create vibrant communities and action networks?
Hi, thanks, Levin. Thank you, Sanford, for a really interesting presentation. I think I want to start with the percentage of the population that you referred to, Sanford, as being perhaps the ones that can afford to care, but perhaps don't, and challenge that a little bit. One of the things I think is important is that we shift the narrative around who cares and who doesn't, because I think it is actually very important to everybody. And within those, and yeah, I do a lot of work. Most of my work is in organizations. Within that, I'm working with individuals and organizations, and I can tell you there are many people that are very successful in their careers, and those who are on the ladder or whatever, and they do care. The thing that they probably face is time and space to think and to do stuff, including their own personal journey into this as well. So I think there's a lot of sense making going on right now, and that's it. Yeah, we said earlier, it's hard work. So to begin to shift that middle 2 million, we have to help them on their journey of understanding and developing as people, wherever they are in the organization, because they do have resources. They do, but they will also feel that they don't have resources right now. Most organizations are very, very strapped for all kinds of cash, people, also they're in turmoil, and they're responsible for the livelihoods of many, many staff. And many of them will have uplifted communities, and their supply chains uplift communities around the world. So when you make a decision in New York, that could impact a life somewhere in Malaysia. And these things really, really matter. So I think they're realizing the whole interconnectivity, and they have to think very carefully about how they make those decisions. So I'm not in the place of defending necessarily. I think I'm just trying to bring attention to the importance of not othering here, and to understand more deeply the journey of change that everybody is on. Likewise, you know, those that are in survival mode, how we can help and uplift without being too preachy or going in to save people, because, you know, sustainability is also about helping people to find their own path. You know, is it better to give somebody a fish or teach them how to fish? And I think one of the big dilemmas that has perhaps prevented a level of evolution has been around education, access to education. You know, go back centuries, it's not so long ago and still today that not everybody can read and write. You know, who has access to a computer, a mobile phone? All these things have become very, very normal. We talked earlier about the education around emotional intelligence. You could add spiritual IQ, which is being added to that these days as well. You know, it is accessible to all, and whether we find it is very much a personal choice, whoever you are, wherever you are, whatever our life situation is. So, you know, this is deep work, and we will never move forward unless we put aside the othering and our tribe versus their tribe, and to, you know, get out into the marketplace and connect with where people are actually at, and to get excited about that. You know, as somebody else said earlier, inspiration can come from the most extraordinary of places. And so back to this thing about, you know, education, and the wise one. You know, historically there have been penalties for being wise as well, and there's sort of fear about, you know, becoming too educated. And I think sometimes, going back to corporations, there's often a fear of disruption. You give everybody all the resources, they won't be able to handle them. Give people too much training, they might leave. So we're also dealing with a lot of fear and expectation of a negative outcome. So in shifting the narrative, how can we shift the narrative to be one that is more, well, you know, we could do something really great. We've got to, you know, tap into that creative entrepreneurial energy. That does involve risk. It does involve going outside of ourselves. And it does involve disruption, because the more we keep holding on to old stories, the more we keep judging other people, we stay trapped. And I think, you know, in our discussions here, you know, we've got people, as you know, we've got people that connect and enjoy talking about the same stuff. We can become trapped in our own thinking too. So, you know, I believe, you know, each of us has an opportunity to disrupt their own thinking. Yeah.
Lorna, my son, I love my son. He is embedded in the corporate world, and I know he can't, he has no, and he has 2 little ones now, and he has no time to think about all of this stuff to help save the planet, and he's trapped. And so I you know, I totally understand what you're saying. I didn't mean to other, you know, with that chart, I didn't mean to other people, you know, but I was just trying to clarify, where are they? Why can't they help? Why don't he has no time to help?
Yeah, I'd say that I totally agree that, you know, time is probably the scarcest resource. Why don't they help? I think that's probably the statement which might, you know, I think they are trying to find the way to help. Therefore, they're trying to make sense of how come, you know, most of them are doing things in their communities. They're not doing nothing. It's how they help differently, how they incorporate this into their business model, that this isn't just about corporate giving or sending people off on a retreat. This actually becomes about how they run their business, how they live, how they think, how they release creativity in an organization, and see that an organization is more than the 4 walls. You know, you talked about your son being trapped. I see this every single day of, you know, leaders totally myopic until they get a little bit more woke around this. But once you start releasing the inspiration, the creativity, and they come outside of themselves, you get the immense creativity, and they come together across their functions and silos, and they start working together. So there is, so I mean, this is kind of what we do in Zenergy is, you know, go through that journey with leaders, teams, and organizations about understanding what their current gridlock is, why they have no time, why their business might not be working the way it did, why people are leaving, and to work through that and to think from a very different place. And the act of doing that, because it's very much a personal thing for leaders, and not just for the leaders, also for the people, because it's a new collaboration between leaders and their staff. You know, this thing, you know, leadership is a mindset. So we've got to rethink roles and responsibilities, and whose responsibility is it? And, you know, yes, it does start with the individual, and leaders and organizations need to create the conditions for this. And it's a journey to do that. But I do believe that there is an immense curiosity. They're all finding the way. There are laggards in that, and you know, your adoption curve, I think, is spot on. You know, it's a classic marketing curve, and it's spot on. There will always be the laggards, and there will always be those that do it first. But even those that do it first, if you go back to, you know, some of the Googles and Facebooks when they kind of started all having integrating home life and work life, and, you know, they had games rooms in the organization and everything, you know, they've been through their own struggles around that too. So you have to create a healthy workspace too. And sometimes the best intentions end up with the most toxic environments because the deeper work hasn't been done. It's a journey. And so I think we need to encourage people on the journey and show them how it can be more, create more success in a different, but not just for the organization, for everybody, for the world. And it's back to the new vision.
Lorna and Stanford, we are, Lev is doing some magic here and allowing us to have a little bit more extra time, but we would like to hear other voices as well in the flow. Daryl has his hand up. One sec, Daryl, I just want to mention that I'm hearing in this conversation the challenge and the opportunity to both exercise discernment, so important, so we can discern what is healthy, what is not, and to also explore how to minimize judgment. So that judgment is not something we engage in, because that is something which can then usually comes from, and this I think, Standy, is something that Lorna is pointing out very helpfully, when we categorize, label others, then immediately it becomes they're them, and that category of them is the problem, and we are not, and they are. And then we start to us and them. And once we us and them, really we've identified people as problems, and people aren't problems, situations are. But how do we then engage? How do we human well? Well, these are the things we're exploring throughout this. I'm sorry, Lev, that I jumped in with this. We're both co-facilitating here, so thank you with that. I'm going to just move straight ahead, if you don't mind, Lev, and just ask Daryl to unmute and to share.
Okay, I am driving, so I'm going to just pull it aside so that I can pay attention properly. Can you hear me okay? Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Yes, yes.
Okay, great. Okay, great. So, you know, I thought just a couple of things. I'm on my way to my Pilates workout, but I'm so glad I got a chance to chime in. And when I finish this workout, hopefully I'll chime back in and hook up. But it was a very thought-provoking piece or presentation, and a couple of things. I don't see it the way it was just related that these categories are somehow making it us and them. I think it's simply a descriptor. That's how I look at it, is describing groups of people, not necessarily to be interpreted as us and them. It made me appreciate, my thought immediately went to where did these categories come from, and why 2 billion, why 1 million. But anyway, it was thought-provoking. And now, one thing that really struck me that I thought really made sense in my experience, and that was the men's center. I'm very much aware of how society has just really not embraced and properly allowed women in the world to take the leadership role for which I think the world really needs right now. But with that becomes a real dysfunctioning of how men identify themselves now. And it's particularly pronounced, in my opinion, in the African-American community, of which 1/3 of men in the African-American community have either been incarcerated or essentially missing. And that's a large part of the population. And so I work with a couple of different groups that deal with recidivism and things like that. And I just think it's a wonderful idea of trying to refresh what it means to be a man in the modern day, because both my sons' wives are the real economic powerhouse in their households. Nevertheless, my sons are very successful in their own right. And oh, by the way, one of the things I thought was very useful in Living Cities Earth, when we were given the opportunity to say, well, I'm going to engage at 25%, 50%, 75%. This was a really good thing. So I could categorically say, okay, I need to address and be plugged into this very essential entity, phenomena, what do you want to, movement, whatever you want to call it. It's part of what I need to do in my life. And so in so doing, how do I engage when I know I have all these other things I'm doing, which are just as important, but this is inspirationally important and just basic to my personal well-being. And with that, I'll say this last little thing, and that is, both my sons, in spite of their fact that they're very successful in their own right, their wives as equally as successful, basically they found the time to volunteer their time to do various things in the community. 20%, 15%, they both volunteer in various ways to help people who are not as fortunate as they have been in life. And I'm just amazed at it. This is why I call my sons my heroes, because somehow, way, shape, or form, they write music, they go out on tours and do things with at-risk youth and so on and so forth. And they were doing this since the age of 22, 23, when the people they were hanging out with, I knew were ex-gang members. And I'm thinking, despite their care in wanting to make communities better, I'm thinking to myself, well, son, you're driving around with an ex-gang banger, and you may just get shot because you're with them and you're about the same age. I was more afraid for them and felt bad that I was feeling that way, because I love my sons, and I thought, well, they just don't understand how dangerous it is hanging out with these ex-gangbangers, even though they've never been involved with that, but they were the same age. So I make that point to point out, there are ways, despite being involved with your profession, corporation, whatever it is you're doing, if you care enough and it really matters to you, you will find 10%, 15%, 20%. And I just love that idea. I would love to see and hear more about it. Stanford, I appreciate the presentation. It really was thought-provoking. And anyway, I just want to share that. And thank you guys for making this so. I'm going to plug back in after I finish my Pilates class. That's all I have.
Daryl, thank you. Daryl, I put a link in. I put the Wise Boys and Wise Men document in the chat. So it's a PDF. So just take it and open it up and contact.
I will. Thank you.
Let's be in touch, man.
Absolutely. I look forward to it. With that, guys, I have to sign off and go do my workout, and I'll be back. Bye-bye.
Lev, I want to make sure your voice is in here in the flow as well. I would love to hear anything from Tim. And also, we have Ronit with us, who has texted me. She's on the leap forward, beautiful spiral there, and any reflections from her. But Tim, may I invite you to share?
Yeah, so there's lots and lots of things to speak to in what you presented, Sandy. But I'll maybe just cycle back to one thing around this. So I guess the community learning schools. Is it community learning schools?
Lab, anything, call it whatever
Yeah,
you
lab,
want.
school, learning labs. Yeah, community learning labs. And something I've concluded of late is one thing that there's you have a community and the community does things. And I think it also might be the other way around, that the community is born out of doing things together. And I think maybe that could be the hook, because I was thinking also just as the definition of there's 2 million who, well, they probably care, but they can't afford to do much. and then or 2 billion, and et cetera, et cetera. And I think of that 2 billion that have the ability but don't seem to care, or maybe it's like that the invitation and the opportunity to actually be part of something. I remember many years ago, the weekend, and through my mother, there's a group of people that got together, and we were filling these trucks with boxes of food and clothing, and sending it to a town in Latvia, about this 20 years ago probably. And I kind of just picked up on this. There's me and a whole bunch of guys I've never met before, parents a few bit older than me, and we're just like hauling these boxes and loading it up, and like doing the kind of chatting that guys do when they don't really know each other, and try to crack jokes and all that. But and it was like it was a cold day, and like 2-3 hours out of a Sunday, and we were all helping their lugging and packing and doing things, and I realized that, well, actually we all felt really, really good about it. I think all of us felt like this is the best 3 hours of my week and possibly my month, because we were doing something really practical that really helps other people that we want and most likely never meet. But that sensation, and we did it together. We were like, so we've got a chain of boxes that you're moving, and that means just everyone is part of this chain, So again, you're part of that community, that function, that interbeing, in a sense. So I think there's probably a lot to be found in this idea of structured volunteerism, giving people the opportunity to be part of a community or create community. And I'd say, if I was going to step back and reflect larger, I mean, I grew up in Sweden, very strong, or used to be very strong socialist country. I mean, the Social Democratic Party had like 80% of the votes back in 1920, 1930. Remained probably up until the 60s could rule on its own, because it always had more than 50%, and then 70s, 80s, it started losing a bit of power, and had to rely on the Communist Party to stay in power, and then eventually now has shrunk into still the biggest party at 30%, but it's not as significant as it was. And the reason that this happened was that it was a party for the workers. But as it fought for the workers to get more and more resources, the workers became middle class. And middle class people aren't worried about the same thing as working class people are, as you see everywhere. And all of a sudden you've got stuff, and now you don't want to lose your stuff, So you sort of just slip over to the right. So I mean, it's kind of ironically, you slip down the spiral dynamics in a sense.
Right.
But so, and I think that the tactical mistake of many tactical mistakes wasn't to realize that as we become more affluent, we become less dependent on each other. And so community plays less of a role the more money you have. As I like to think of money as that which replaces relationships. The more money you have, the less relationships you need, so if you're super rich, you kind of almost kill your humanity, because you're so severed, because you don't have any relationships, because everything you buy in life. But if you're poor, everything is relationships based. So I think that the strategic thing to do when you go from like a working class socialist country to an affluent middle class country, you sort of have to plan, well, maybe we should work on everybody going from working 5 days a week to 4 days a week, but 1 day a week goes to the community. So you put in structured community as a part of your culture. You're expected to work for the community 1 day a week. You don't have to go to your office or your factory, but you work for community. You pick what you want to do. And in that, you now form those powerful relationships. So that
Tim, you should write that book, The New Social Democracy. That would be an amazing really, with the history of the social democracy in Sweden. That's an amazing piece. I never knew that. I never knew the evolution of it, and I didn't understand, why does Sweden keep moving to the right? So that you explained it, and you should write that book.
Well, thank you. Well, I'll pop it in a chat for my upcoming book. This could actually work. some thinky thoughts of future civilization. But let me see if there's any final point. No, but so I think it's that again that like we are hardwired into forming communities, and we need to create cultures that support that allow us to form communities, and then that's what we'll do. And then yes, my final point, because then we discover that there are more currencies than money. Oops, there's my lights. As Alexander likes to point out, there are a number of different values in life more than money. And once you see that, then helping becomes it becomes strange not to help. You know, and the same thing. I think of all those people, that 2 billion people or 1 billion people that are affluent and don't care, if they walked across the street and they saw a kid drowning, they'd, you know, very few of them wouldn't like jump in that lake to help the kid. You know, so I mean that is innate with us. So we just need to show them and make it more visible, and then I think these things will start happening. So that's my pitch.
Awesome, Tim. Awesome. I'm gonna smoothly ask Lev if he can share, and also check in with Lev, because Lev is, I don't know if he has some kind of reserve charging powerhouse here that lets him continue to operate, because he is nonstop with us, which is such a blessing. And I hope you're doing okay, Lev. Do you have enough energy to keep going? This is outrageous. You're here all the time. It's wonderful.
I'm doing very well, and that's exactly the reason I believe that communities could be vibrant actually in any part of the world with any economic conditions. So I really appreciate different perspectives, because they open up my world. I don't, understand everybody's personal or even collective situation. So I'm learning all the time. But what I understand that what is really universal are those 6 points I discovered before, the 6 dimensions in one of the prior sessions. Whether we live in South Africa or South America or South Asia, in northern sort of richer countries, totalitarian or democratic, we all have our bodies. We all have our subtle energy. We all have our sense of identity, our intelligence, soul, and spirit. That's universal. Without this, we are not fully humans, right? We are not fully alive. For most people, those 6 dimensions are not really activated. So many people don't know what spirit is. Most people don't even understand what really soul is. I myself, before you would tell me spirit, soul, I would have no understanding what it is, maybe 10, 15, 20 years ago. At least not like something very as a tangible experience in my life. So I understand that the majority of people in the cities today don't have those experiences. They are lacking a basic sort of universal understanding of who they are as complex living beings. And so for me, vibrant communities, of course, they start with vibrant individuals, right? If we have sort of half-dead people walking around and they unite around some cause, there will never be a vibrant community, right? So it's always it always starts with working with individual people. And again, who works with them? Those are the leaders. Well, you could have different names. It could be facilitators, sort of evangelists. It could be sort of change leaders, city makers, etc. So names are different, but I call them leaders of positive change just for the simplicity. And who are these leaders? Well, this is us. And people whom we connect to, right? So the change on the global scale starts with us having enough energy, us mastering our subtle sort of channels, right? To have inspiration to be able to pass it on to other people, being healthy enough to be able to sustain, as one of my colleagues, and Alexander knows him, Pavel Luksha said, he said, if you live in a totalitarian or semi-totalitarian country, you need to live for a long time. In order to see the results of your positive action, it takes a long time to create change. So we need to take care of ourselves on all of those 6 levels, right? To open up our spiritual power. Otherwise, how do we inspire people if we don't have spiritual connection, right? And Sandy was speaking about it. To connect with our true self, our soul, sort of. Otherwise, how can we enrich other people's experience in their life by helping them and inspiring them to connect to their true self, right? So I would say that vibrant communities always starts with us because we are talking about them. So I'm not trying to create some knowledge which will be sort of separate and exist without us. I think we go out to the world. Alexander deals with many, many individuals. Lorna speaks with many people and helps many people. Team is creating a global sort of several actually global projects, right? Like CODU and Social Systems Lab, etc. Connectathon, right? Connectathon. Yep, yeah. And so many others of our friends and colleagues. So my sense is that vibrant communities in the cities, of course, they exist and they develop without us, but our role, why we are discussing this, is to support the emergence of a global network of such communities where they could share across the borders, across the cultures, some key, I would say, resources, like vision. It's free to share. With the internet, it flows freely all over the world. Like inspiration, to have events like this and many different other events where we come and we see people with, you know, an open heart and sort of shining eyes, etc., etc. But also sharing resources. If a team, for example, develops his application, the CODU, for collaboration, communication of different projects around the world, maybe we could join in. I could chip in my sort of euros, right, into this program or process, and so on and so forth. Lorna has amazing connections, and she's doing with her team amazing job in many countries on both profit and non-profit part. So my guess is that the vibrant communities in the cities start with us being vibrant. And I was never the way I am today. So I really developed step by step the energy, the understanding. I speak foreign language, which is not how it's called, native to me at all, right? So I learned, and every one of us, we would and we do all the time. We make those steps, and I invite everyone who is watching us today on YouTube or will be watching the recording, will be sending around, to please think about. I think Mahatma Gandhi said, right? Be the change you want to see in the world. So vibrant communities in anywhere, they start with you, and how you connect to other leaders and how you create global networks which support vibrant communities worldwide. That's my first point, and we still have some time. So one small point on the action networks. How we move from just being a community which enjoys life, which is good enough. Maybe that's the most important, but how do we move to be an action community, right? Because if you need to create action, you need emotion, right? Energy, you need the purpose, the vision. Then you create some structures and processes to be effective in what you do. So I think we need to share experience, because I'm sure there are some very, very effective communities out there and networks. And we need to bring them together. Those which are more evolved, like, for example, I don't know what you think about it, but there is this Rotary Club organization. It's sort of local leaders coming together, you know, worldwide. And I spoke with several of their country heads. They're very enthusiastic about what they do. They bring together local business people, government people, sort of social and non-for-profit organizations, and they create change. It's different. It's not the evolutionary leadership as we define it. It's more sort of day-to-day practical, like create a local garden and this and that, but it's also very important. But they have amazing effectiveness in how they structure their work. They existed for more than 100 years now, but still. So could we learn from them or from other sort of more established organizations and share those experiences with the younger ones, right? To do this, we need to create connections for the information to flow around, for the knowledge to know-how to flow around. So that I guess is my final point, that everything we're talking about starts with ourselves. We're not the center of the universe, of course, right? We're just the channels for the creative energy to go through us. But if we do it together and we invite other people and we do it step by step on a global basis, because we have this global vision, the 10,000 cities, etc., I believe it will take time. Maybe it will take more time than we even expect. Maybe 5 years, maybe 20 years, maybe 100 years. So we're in no rush. There is a beautiful expression: the nature does not hurry, yet it accomplishes everything. So we're in no hurry. We accept all the challenges, and we are on this beautiful path together. Alexander, thank you very much. I pass it on to you.
That is Lao Tzu. Thank you so much for that. Yes, all things get done, even though their nature does not push it. This is a core tenet of Taoism, indeed. And I think also to pick up on your reference to Mahatma Gandhi and his saying, his admonition. By the way, his full admonition starts, the first word is first. Be the change you wish to see in the world. And that first is often forgotten. And people sometimes go straight to the, be the change you want to see in the world. It's not enough. It's first, be the change you wish to see in the world, because this is the first step to engaging and connecting and bringing this forward into manifestation. But I think I can share with you today the shirt that I'm wearing, because I'm put it on purpose here specifically because I think this is the next step. And that is this one, to be the systems you want to see in the world. But you see, by the way, I'm going to go through this, and Tim knows this, and I think Sandy does as well. It says here, be you in the world, right? Be you in the world. But it also says the systems want to see. So to be the systems you want to see in the world, it is important that we have empathy with the systems that are emerging. What is it that wants to see, that is seeking to emerge, that is healthy, whole? How can we be the living systems? How can we be the living cities that we want to see in the world? And I think, Lev, you spoke directly to that, and that is about how we bring this into our own being, into our incarnate being, into our embodiment, and then into our inaction, right? And this is the flow. Tim, you were talking about this very clearly as well. So yes, and now I would like to just see if there, Lev, actually, I'm going to check in with you here, because if I understand correctly, we have 2 minutes. Is that correct? All right. Well, in 2 minutes, I think what I would like to do, we're not going to have time for a full go around, but any final reflections or words? I'm going to call on people, and we're going to give you something like 15 seconds. Sandy.
Oh, thanks for inviting me in. It's been wonderful. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Sandy. You shared so richly. Lorna.
Unmute myself. What's going through my mind at the moment is, again, the narrative, and how do we help people connect more communities and so on, and connect people to that more spiritual place as well. And the shifting the narrative on what's happening in the world right now. This is the biggest opportunity for a spiritual connection, and to find the light in real crisis, to move from urgency and emergency to a real sense of illumination and possibility. I think that's an exciting opportunity that we can consider. So shifting the narrative is where I'm leaving this.
Shifting the narrative and finding that alchemical twist that we can do to transmute crisis to opportunity. Right. Beautiful. Tim.
Yeah, and I think Lorna touched on something important, that this is a spiritual thing we are exploring, and I think that spirit probably gave us hope back way before civilization was imagined, and then we moved into, eventually we ended up in civilization, and spirit was pushed to one side as nonsense because now we have other stuff, and now we're discovering that we need spirit to function. It's really what motivates us and moves us. And the second thought is that we've moved from being collective beings to being hyper individualized, and now we're coming back from individual into the community again. So we can return to being into being, but we have the perspective on the individuality which we didn't have before. I think those are two meta trends going on.
Thank you, Tim. Cool. Seeing the big picture and flowing with it. Thank you. Lev.
How beautiful. Thank you so much for this discussion today.
We are levitated.
Oh.
All right. We transition now to our next discussion, which is so exciting. Goodness, all of these are exciting. Now, if you can stay on, wonderful. But are we going to take more or less, do we have a moment of break here, Lev?
We have a 1 minute break, so we'll switch the gears. And in 1 minute, we invite you to watch here or on YouTube the Catalyzing Time. It will be the interview with Jude Caravan, the cosmologist, author, and evolutionary leader. Many people know her, of course. And it was taken by Marilyn Hamilton, the founder of Integral City Measures. But now 1 minute break, and then we start. So thank you very much. Okay, well, thank you everyone for joining our program today. We are moving into our next session. It will be a pre-recorded interview, which Marilyn Hamilton took a couple of days ago, speaking with Jude Caravan. Jude is definitely a teacher and a friend of Living Cities Earth. She is a cosmologist, author of several very powerful books, very influential books. She is an evolutionary leader and a co-founder of the Whole World View organization. You might have heard about her work, and so I definitely feel that we are privileged to hear the thoughts and discussion that she had with Marilyn Hamilton. So let's switch on the recording. Thank you.
So good day, good Earth Day, whether you be in morning or midday or evening or darkest of night. I'm Marilyn Hamilton, and I'm one of the co-founders of Living Cities Earth. And today I have the privilege of having a conversation with Dr. Jude Caravan. And Jude Caravan is a perfect guest for us to have on Earth Day's summit because Jude is a cosmologist. She's a planetary healer, a futurist, and an author. She was previously one of the UK's best-known businesswomen, and she's the co-founder of Whole World View. And she's a member, like me, of the Evolutionary Leaders Circle. She holds a PhD in anthropological archaeology, researching ancient cosmologies, and also a master's degree in physics from Oxford University. She specialized in cosmology and quantum physics, and also is now an international best-selling author for The Cosmic Hologram, which was the book that preceded the one that I'm really interested in today, which is The Story of Gaia. And in that book, she shared a journey of our planetary home, our planet, emerging from a conscious, unified, and evolutionary universe. Jude's work integrates leading-edge science and universal wisdom teachings, aiming to serve humanity's understanding, experiencing, and embodying unitive consciousness. Welcome, Jude.
Thanks, Marilyn. It's my privilege, you know, to be able to share what I feel is an amazing opportunity for all of us on this wonderful Earth Day. So it's a great honor and joy to be with you.
Thank you. And the technology allows us to have really an Earth Day that is not stuck or bounded by just chronos, but we have something that allows us to expand both before and after the particular day on the calendar, which is April the 22nd. You know, Jude, we were talking the other day in Whole World View meeting about the value of not only the story of Gaia as you told it, but also the unitive narrative. And the unitive narrative has particularly appealed to me because as you developed it in, I think, Conversations and Evolutionary Leaders, you've taken it further and it's now part of a UN cluster. And I really would like you to tell us a little bit about the unitive narrative, because it seems to me it gives us the opportunity to share a story about Earth.
Thank you, Marilyn. And absolutely. I mean, we are storytelling. We're a storytelling social species. You know, we make meaning, we make sense of our world, of our lives through sharing stories. And the stories, if I tend to see stories like the waves on the top of an ocean and a narrative as the underlying ocean. So our narrative is essentially our worldview. And our worldview sort of underpins and frames not just our stories, but our choices in the world. And as a collective, our secular worldview in the last century and more has tended to be that of materialism and separation. And now, and I'm really excited about this, now we have the evidence at leading edge science on many, many different fields of study and across all scales of existence that's converging with universal wisdom teachings to tell an incredibly different, radically different, new and ancient story, but it's actually even deeper than a story. It's a narrative that can underpin and frame us in how we can choose to move forward together.
Thanks, Jude. You know, it was so, made such an impact on me when I first read the overarching unitive narrative. I thought, this really applies to cities. And I wanted to take the wave and make a story that related to cities. So at that time, we were just forming this new initiative of Living Cities Earth, and others were really receptive to that. So you'll find if you go to our website, which is livingcities.earth, the unitive narrative that we're working with that helps us weave together the story of cities as living systems. Exactly. So living systems that come from a living Earth. So it really was a powerful opportunity, just perfect timing when you came forward with this. So thank you very much. The other thing that happened as we were talking about this, we had imagined, because Living Cities Earth is celebrating this coming out on Earth Day and sharing our vision with the world. And in fact, the over 50 co-founders have created a vision space. And as vision holders, we see it as quite emergent. So when I was called to express that, one of the places I often go when people ask me to talk about the future is the Indigenous teaching of 7 generations. Of course, 7 generations I have for a long time recognized exist in the city. Pretty well most modern large cities have 7 generations alive. If you look back in the generations that are already preceding your and my life, which could go back still to some of us might have grandparents who are alive and parents and our own siblings. And then we look at our children and our grandchildren, and I have great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren, some people have, and there you have 7 generations. But I also sometimes pause and say, what happens if you imagine 7 generations out from now into the future? And I played with that in another keynote that I gave, and I imagined, you know, that timing is my great-grandchild's great-grandchild. And so when we were talking about this in the Living Cities, I wrote a few statements that I wanted to share with you today, because they relate not only to thinking about a Chronos time, but I'm very curious what you might have to say about a completely different kind of time. So here's just a couple of sentences to give us a framework for our discussion. So I said, imagine that it is 7 generations from now, and this is the generation of your great-grandchild's great-grandchild. This 7th generation is born into a world where the planet Earth is honored and appreciated as a vital, life-giving being, the parent to all life on Earth. Each child is located in a city that knows the city is an organ of Earth. James Lovelock said humans were Gaia's organs of reflection, and I always thought that that related to the cities, and that humans were the cells in our organizations, were the organelles in this living system. I went on to say, every child knows how to imagine and serve the seventh generation of children who will be born in the future. So they're born as futurists. And every child knows the overview of Earth from its family of solar system planets, which I think you wrote so beautifully about, and the inner view of Earth from the very essence of reflective life arising from Earth's core. Then I asked the question, how was this vision achieved? And I said, well, imagine that the seventh generation from today emerged because the generations who preceded them committed to, first of all, healing the Earth systems. And I said that would be in generations 1 and 2, where we're living now, restoring well-being for Earth systems in generations 3 and 4, cohering all life in harmonious Earth ecosystems in generation 5, and manifesting fully alive Earth ecosystems for harmonious flourishing for all life on Earth. That would be generation 6. And I finished by simply saying, this trajectory of aliveness embraces teaching, coaching, modeling, Gaia's code of care, and the unitive narrative for teachers, parents, villages, cities, education systems, in private organizations, in governance systems, and in business, creative, and civil faith organizations for children of all ages. So, Jude, you might notice that there will be some things that you would like to comment in that statement, but I'm going to even give you an extra little bridge that my colleague said, well, that's really inspiring, Marilyn. But you know, when I look at the IPCC reports, the scientists say we do not have 7 generations to make the kinds of changes that you're talking about. So what are we going to do now? And I thought, well, that is an extremely interesting challenge. And I know a really good person who might be able to explore that with me would be Dr. Jude Curvan, who has a whole world view and maybe a different perspective of time. What do you think, Jude?
I think it's a wonderful question and a wonderful invitation, actually, because it really says the choices we make now matter, you know, and it is that sort of sense of how do we serve the good of the whole, not just in this moment, but moving forward. But yes, I'd love to comment on that from a slightly different perspective, because when you were speaking those beautiful words and that wonderful invitation, I was actually going back to the start of our entire universe, 13.8 billion years ago, because what the unitive narrative is showing us and the evidence is showing us is that our universe meaningfully exists and purposefully evolves from simplicity to complexity. And over that vast range of time to ever greater levels of individuated self-awareness, but also awareness of our interdependence. And so it seems to me that, you know, the universe began with an evolutionary impulse that of itself, in its innate sentience, was always looking 7 generations ahead in universal terms. And Gaia has done the same for more than 4 billion years. You know, what I was incredibly wondrous about when writing the story of Gaia was how much there was that prescience, that intention almost, that impulse that supported future complexity, but from the point of decisions, choices, getting it right first time, whether it was the formation of a star or the formation of DNA, that was enabling this onward journey, this onward trajectory of evolutionary consciousness. So the timing of that has been a linear story of 13.8 billion years, but there's also been stages in that journey when things, instead of being sort of sequential, have worked together, have come together in incredible what's sometimes called reticulate assembly, but also is sometimes called horizontal gene transfer in the sense of biological evolution. And I think that's the sort of moment we're in. So instead of the sort of the idea of things, you know, evolving slowly over long periods of time, there have been incredible key moments in the whole story of our living universe and the story of Gaia as a living planet, where instead of those long, slow evolutionary stages, the innate intelligence, the innate sentience of a living universe and a living planet have come together and created, co-created radical change in a very short period of time. So when you spoke to me of the 7 generations, which of course, honoring Indigenous wisdom is so profound, but also that point, which we don't have 7 human generations to resolve the issues that, in a sense, we have been causative of from that old paradigm of materialism and separation. We're now waking up to remember we're inseparable. And so the unity of narrative is helping to underpin and frame us in unity and diversity and encouraging us to come together. And so by taking the sort of the lessons, the guidance from how Gaia has achieved such radical, revolutionary change in such a short period of time, instead of horizontal gene transfer, I sometimes now talk of horizontal meme transfer, because when we share ideas, which we can now globally, and those ideas speak to us, not just to our heads, but to our hearts and our hands, with this aha awakening, then I feel that those beautiful intentions of what you've written about and living cities, earth, are embodying in all that you're doing. I think we can move much faster. So it's not heal, then restore, then, it's heal and restore and become more coherent and link up and lift up, you know, from this deep, deep awareness that we literally are inseparable, not just from each other, but from our entire home, planetary home, Gaia, and the whole universe. It's such an incredible moment of opportunity and choice. And I think we have the wherewithal to answer that invitation, because the evolutionary impulse of our entire universe, I feel, is flowing through us.
Beautiful, Jude. So I know that we're both well aware, and probably most of our listeners are as well, that the Earth appears to be in kind of what we'd call, if we were using spiral dynamics, a gamma trap, that so much has arisen out of the challenges from climate change, from the virus and the pandemic, from the challenges around carbon neutrality, from the prevalence and creeping war zones, and how the economy seems to be melting down and being very undependable, that it feels like every time we turn around, something we couldn't have imagined yesterday has happened. So we seem to be at a moment in time where, if we don't have a breakthrough, the continuous breakdowns are going to really change life radically, whether we make choices or not. And I know that, like myself, Jude, you're an optimist. And so when people look at all these series of things that seem to have be converging on us to threaten life, how is it that we can even find any optimism in life conditions? I would like to ask you to maybe comment on some of the things that in Living Cities Earth appear to me to be a call to be catalysts for change that enables the healing, the restoration, the coherence, and the manifesting, flourishing life conditions. I remember looking up a little bit about being a catalyst in my earlier career, and it astonished me and made me very uncomfortable for quite a while. But I didn't have an authority like you to talk about being a catalyst, or what the actual practice or process of catalysis might be. How does that relate to the time that you're talking about?
Well, thank you. And first of all, I'd say I'm an optimistic realist, and I'm a and you know, there was a tiny little thing I saw yesterday, and it's a sort of a very small example of catalysis, because what catalysis does, it's a catalyst reduces the energetic threshold for a reaction to happen. And it doesn't change itself, so it can be used time and time and time and time again. But in reducing the energetic threshold for a reaction, it can speed up processes that could take a huge length of time into a very short period of time. And in biology, a biological catalyst is called an enzyme. And there are enzymes that literally speed up reactions of biological emergence by millions upon millions of times to enable them to actually be able to happen. So when you speak of catalysts and enzymes, these are crucial. These are the touch points that throughout the story of our entire universe, as well as the story of Gaia, have been key to move it, to being able to enable change, transformational change, revolutionary change to happen. So I do feel that that's very, very important. And I feel we're at a time now, because the evidence that we now have that unity isn't a hope, it's our existential reality, that unity in diversity is the whole world that we are part of, that we are co-creative, microcosmic co-creators of our entire universe and of Gaia. This fundamental reality is now available through us, through the evidence, and it converges with universal wisdom teachings. So for me, this is a catalyst, this realization of our unity and diversity, that we're not just unity and diversity or unity and inclusion, but you talked about every child of every living city knows that they are part of the whole. And I would call that belonging. And we belong. We belong with each other, with our entire planetary home and our entire universe. And so as catalysts or as enzymes, we can share this understanding as widely as possible. We can come together and link up and lift up. You know, I'm doing a lot of work at the moment from a unitive perspective, such a unitive perspective, which the unitive narrative underpins and frames, for unitive economics, unitive education, unitive regeneration, unitive anything in front of it is unitive. Because when we come from that place of unity and diversity, rather than from a place of silos and separation, things can literally transform incredibly rapidly, because that's what catalysis, that's what enzymatic revolutionary evolution does. And I'll just share a tiny little piece. I saw a wonderful program yesterday called Our Changing Planet on BBC. And there are biologists who are trying to restore coral reefs. And so they're taking coral away and they nurture it in little coral creches. But in those little coral creches, when they began to release the tiny little polyps of coral, the coral didn't know what to do. So what they did is they took a microphone and they submerged a microphone near a coral reef. And they found that one type of fish makes a sound that calls the coral where it belongs. So what you saw with that insertion of that sound, the corals just knew where to go because they had the information, because everything, the basic stuff of reality, is consciousness expressed as meaningful information. Those tiny little coral, when it was silent, they didn't know. But when they heard the invitation of the fish, they knew exactly where to go. We can do this when we learn from Gaia, when we are her students. She knows how to restore herself. She knows how to replenish and regenerate herself. It seems to me, with this new understanding, what we now need to do is open our eyes, our ears, our minds, and our hearts to learn from her and serve her and all of her children, all of our Gaian family as Gaians.
That's so beautiful, Jude. It really opens my heart and invites imagination and creativity instead of being locked into the ways that we've used to think even that genes were not changing. And we learned about epigenetics, and yes, they're changing all the time and responding. But this way that you're framing the catalysis and the enzymes and using the memes instead of the genes, it's a really interesting, all sorts of things are exploding in me. Like I've often heard people even object to James Lovelock's characterizing humans so positively as Gaia's reflective organs. Well, what does that mean? So I hear in you the possibility of, well, we're Gaia's capacity for sharing memes, for expressing her consciousness, for reflecting on what she has created, what she can create, what are the intentions, and maybe you can comment and share if you have any practices that you know that really help strengthen this willingness to listen to Gaia, this capacity for being a catalyst. That sounds like one must have to perhaps surrender a lot of ego that maybe has gotten in our way and gotten us into trouble. Do you have any practices from either wisdom teachings or new teachings that you yourself have discovered?
Well, I think you said it. My mum always used to say, whenever I was getting in my head or getting in my ego, oh, get over yourself. And so what I try to do is show up and get out of the way, because, yeah, we can say, oh, we know it and we're so technologically capable. Now, I agree, that wonderful story about the fish and the coral, you know, we discovered because of technology. So I'm absolutely in awe and applaud technology when it serves the greater good, when it helps us remember that we are, you know, microcosms of a living, evolving universe, and that, you know, it and we have meaning and purpose innately, inherently. So my practices are very simple, because I love, Einstein once said, the universe is as simple as it can be, but no simpler. He also said something about we can't solve problems from the same mindsets that created them. So it seems to me we have a number of invitations here. And if we can answer the invitation to wake up, to consciously evolve, to be catalysts, it seems to me we can become Gaias and our entire universe as co-evolutionary partners. But the practice is to shut up and listen. And we were talking about planting potatoes earlier.
Yes.
We're both gardeners, and you know, for me, my gardening, I learn far more from my garden, from my trees, from my vegetables, from the microbiome of the soil. And I try and shut up and just hear and listen. And I learn so much. And I do feel if we can do that, allied to our technologies, not instead of, for me, it's a both and. We have incredible opportunities to serve Gaia in these 7 generations that we're now bringing into a parallel journey of healing ourselves, because it seems to me that our collective dis-ease has been one of separation.
Yeah, that's beautiful. And I think it maybe ties into one of my practices. I've come to call it Care Ma Yoga. And it's also something I used to call the Master Code of Care and Gaia Code of Care. But Care Ma Yoga is something that I kind of like the idea that you do this as a practice. And I say to care for yourself so that you can care for others. And together we care for our places, and all together care for the planet. So there's a fractal unfolding. And I try to do this practice every day. You know, that is how I set my intentions and how I review how my day has gone. And one of the challenges I'm facing in telling the story of Gaia and using the Living Cities Earth as a new way is how to wake up a planet of living cities. So I'm wondering if what you're suggesting of being quiet and listen is maybe we can intentionally start with Gaia instead of ourselves, to care for the planet first, so that she then unfolds in us how to care for our places, each other, and ourselves. Do you have any wisdom to share about that possibility?
I would just say that this is a very integral way forward, because, you know, the old paradigm of materialism and separation has been a very impositional paradigm of dominance. You know, we've sort of, you know, said it's about control, and it's about mechanistics, and it's about separation. This is offering us, this is inviting us, not just into a very different paradigm, a very different and whole worldview, but it's also inviting us, it seems to me, that it's a both and. We take the best of how that has been, but we bring to it perhaps what might be considered more feminine, or indeed more indigenous approaches, where we attune with and align with the evolutionary impulse as it flows through us. We perceive and experience the world as being emergent. It's not fixed, it's not static. It's living, it's emerging, it's moving, and it's moving through us. And so if we can perhaps bring the best of the past, I'm not saying throw that out at all, but I'm saying to moderate it significantly, to realize that we're not in control. It's a fallacy, just as the separation is an illusion, control is a fallacy. What we can proactively participate in the emergence of an evolutionary living universe, an evolutionary living planetary home, Gaia, fully sentient, not just the biological organisms that she's birthed, but her geology, her minerals, her rocks, her waters, her atmosphere. Because as James Lovelock realized, she exists and evolves as a whole being. And so it's for us to listen to, and the indigenous wisdom teaches us, not just to even our biological brothers and sisters, but to Gaia as an inherent sentience and all those incredible aspects and attributes of her, both in their wonderful differentiation and diversity, but also in their wholeness, and as a member, as an evolutionary participant in a living and evolutionary and living universe.
Thank you, Jude. I love the images that you're creating, and I might describe them sometimes as fractal because they're repeating patterns, and holographic, of course, because you're an expert in cosmic hologram as well. But what it comes up for me is when I talk with people, I'm not saying that we're working on a project or on a city, and we're not even working with other beings, but we are as the city, we are as Gaia, because when I'm sort of challenged with that, I ask people to come back to the fractalness of their being and their body. Well, you do have a hand, you have eyes, you have ears, and they're part of a whole. And we know both through our science and our traditional thinking and spirituality that these are beautifully synchronized with one another, and they're coming through us if we, as you suggest, pause and listen and actually manage to articulate the messages that can come through. So Judah, I really appreciate this exploration of bringing time into both synchrony and giving us the opportunity of what I would say is some synergistic evolution, that we actually have the opportunity to catalyze faster time, maybe even jump time, as Jean Houston says, and bring it into a completely different relationship than we have sort of on our day-to-day calendars. So I'd like to ask if there's anything else you'd like to share with us on Earth Day. What's coming up through your heart and soul and spirit?
Yes. This is a science of love, Marilyn. You know, what we love, we care about. So this is the science of love that shows us that we literally are loved by the entire universe and by our beloved planetary home. So to offer love you know, this reciprocity, this gorgeous word Aini, that the Quechua people of South America, this mutuality, because we do belong, we are loved. So let us in turn love and care for ourselves, for each other, for our planetary home. We talk at Whole Worldview, as you well know, act local, whatever that means, you know, feel global and think cosmic.
That's perfect. That is what we need to just really soak in that today and feel the love and the consciousness, and that we can think cosmic, feel global, and act local. Thank you, Jude. It's just been a pleasure to be with you.
Thank you, Marilyn. Thank you so much. And happy Earth Day, everyone.
Happy Earth Day.
Happy Earth Day. Wow. Marilyn, Jude, thank you so much for this enriching and beautiful exploration. Two of the world's luminaries have come together in an online fashion, but we felt your presence as if it was right here, right now. So again, thank you for this opportunity to connect with the wisdom and clarity, and also, I would say, very fresh perspectives for many of us. So everybody who is watching it on YouTube or will be watching in recording, thank you for joining us. We are going through the amazing day, the Earth Day celebration by Living Cities Earth and many, many wonderful partners who came together to create this program for you. And we'll have just 1 minute break for everybody who needs to take a cup of tea or some water. And in 1 minute, we start our next session, which is a keynote presentation from one of the co-founders of the Living Cities Earth, a founder of Integral City Metrics, an author, a practitioner, and a beautiful human being, Marilyn Hamilton. So we'll just have a 1 minute break, and then we come together for our keynote presentation. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. Well, everybody, we invite you to switch on your cameras. Wherever you are, we had some beautiful discussions today with one speaker being in South Africa, another one being in North Europe, another one in South Europe, in Eastern Europe, in North America, in South America. So some came from Asia. So really participants and speakers from all over the globe. And tomorrow we have what we call, it's funny that tomorrow we have an international day. The whole event is global, but tomorrow we have an international day in the sense that we'll have speakers speaking not in English, but in their native languages. So we'll have presentations in Norwegian and Azeri and Turkish and Russian and Ukrainian and many, many other languages. So it's Chinese, Hindi, and
and so on and so forth. So today is our main day, Earth Day, and Marilyn Hamilton, thank you very much for being really a powerful force behind not only this session and the beautiful interview with Jude, but behind all of the Earth Day Summit, as well as the Living Cities Earth, the Integral City, and many other projects you are engaged with. We are really happy and sort of privileged to have you today as our keynote speaker. When we spoke with you and we asked whether you would agree to do the speech today, we had a clear sort of, speaking to each other, the organizers of this event, we had a clear understanding that you are exactly the person who could give a fundamental perspective on what are we talking about, the living cities, what is it as a concept, how could it be implemented in practice, and we appreciate your time because you bring to us wealth of experience. And as we learned from your conversation with Jude, it's not only about linear time experience, right? It's about more multidimensional experience of this living universe. So I'll cut my introduction and I pass it on to you. We know that you pre-recorded a beautiful video and we'll have it and we'll share it, of course, with everybody. But if you have energy and desire, we would love to hear you speaking live. So Marilyn, on to you from beautiful Scotland. Thank you.
Thank you, Lev. And yes, of course, I will give us a live keynote. Thank you very much. I had that recorded one as plan B, but it looks like everything is working, so we'll just go live. And Lev, I just want to add for our audience that not only did you ask me to speak about living cities, but you asked me to explore the theme of happiness, which is what we are using as an overarching theme for our whole summit. So what I want to share with you today is some thoughts on weaving a field of happiness in the living city. I've made some slides. I'm going to share them. So I hope you can see the slides. Yes. And thank you. And let's just start with a question. What is happiness? Happiness, I think, is a state of consciousness. It's felt as a sense of well-being that one experiences as buoyancy, optimism, positivity, and openness. One feels life is worth living, that one can cope with the challenges in one's life, and even that all is right with the world. Happiness is attractive to others, drawing others closer to you, and it is also contagious, able to be transmitted to others like a vibrational frequency. Happiness emerges from one's self-sense, both in relation to and despite the life conditions one finds oneself experiencing. In that respect, happiness is subjective. It arises as an inner awareness of our I, often implicitly, or perhaps, as David Bohm might say, implicatly, like its essence is contained as a flower bud. But when the bud of happiness opens and blooms as our I, the fragrance and beauty of happiness becomes available to others. In those moments, happiness becomes intersubjective. Our I expands into a we who can reflect and amplify happiness between and amongst each I as a collection of others or as a collective experience. Not only one flower blooms, but many do. And it is possible, as we've been saying in other explorations today, it's possible for a whole garden of happiness to burst forth. A feeling of happiness arises in the present moment. One can remember past happinesses and even use that experience to platform current happiness. One can also intend to be happy in the future, but the actual felt sense of happiness belongs to the now. Happiness arises out of the realm of love. To be happy gives one a sense of being surrounded by love, able to act as lover of others, and to be open to receive love as the beloved. Love acts like an underlying platform, a foundation or soil from which happiness can sprout forth. Even in the direst circumstances, if one can tap into the realm of love, which includes gratitude and appreciation for life, connecting to an invigorating, pleasing sense of aliveness, the state of happiness may be attained. Happiness can feel as simple as a taste of deliciousness. But the magic of happiness is that it arises through the alchemy of resonance, coherence, and emergence. When one is happy, one resonates in four realms: the subjective I, the intersubjective we, the objective it, and the interobjective it's. As one radiates happiness from the subjective self, the objective self reflects this experience with visible smiles, relaxing of the shoulders, opening of the heart chakra, the extending of arms, even swaying of the body. A whole lightness of being that can inspire song, dance, and all acts of creativity. With both subjective and objective expressions of one's happy state resonating with each other in a feedback loop, one naturally resonates with similar vibrations in one's surroundings, including other beings, seen and unseen, and the built environment, nature, and life in general. Thus, our happiness resonates with the intersubjective and interobjective realities of our personal aliveness and shared life circumstances. If happiness has the quality of resonance, how does coherence emerge? Coherence arises from the resonance of our personal inner and outer life with the inner and outer lives of others. As we sense a reflection of our state of happiness in others, we respond to the amplification of our resonance with more happiness and reflect back the state of happiness from others to ourselves. Thus, resonance encourages coherence, and the state of personal happiness aligns with the state of others' happiness, expanding the field of happiness into a coherent whole. In heightened conditions, this coherent state can even become super coherent, which enables the emergence of greater complexity. From a collective of resonating individuals, coherence can emerge a field of shared resonance that may be momentary, or with repeated deep practice, may become a community of shared states, and in time, even a community of shared values, agreements, structures, systems, and stages. Thus, the state of happiness has the potential to seed a stage of complexity and even an evolutionary trajectory of happiness that progresses through increasingly complex stages of personal and collective resonance, coherence, and emergence. As resonance stimulates coherence, and together they catalyze emergence, patterns of happiness can emerge in both individual and collective lives. As life has the habit of emerging in fractal patterns, as Jude Curvan was just saying, happiness too expresses as repeating patterns that reveal themselves in expanding scales of expression. With the frames of love embracing our experience of happiness, we can start to discern that happiness has the potential to expand increasing circles of care. We have called these circles of care in Integral City Gaia's Code of Care. We have introduced it as a Care Ma Yoga because the circles expand. As they expand, they enable ever more complex expressions of care and love. By caring for self, we grow the capacities to care for others. Caring together as self and others, we can create the capacities to care for place. And all together as self, others, and places, we can create the capacities to care for the planet. Each of these heart, based circles of care is a fractal arising from the expression of care through resonance, coherence, and emergence. The source of that care may arise from different triggers. For example, economic challenges or tensions like personal conflict or even cultural war, or origins like natural causes like climate change or an earthquake. But when care is expressed, the opportunity to feel happiness arises. The felt sense of happiness, in turn, reinforces the fractal pattern of care. In turn, the expression of care deepens the experience of happiness. This deepening arises as a form of complexity and maturity, so that when one experiences the happiness of self in one's early life, the pleasure of the feeling is overwhelmingly egocentric. However, when one matures through natural development and/or the challenges of life conditions, care for others expands and deepens one's sense of happiness. The egocentricity of self-caring happiness releases into an ethnocentricity of happiness in caring for others. And thus the shared resonance, coherence, and emergence expands to clan, tribe, culture, and when our human systems evolve into shared habitats, into communities, villages, cities, and nations. At this stage of evolution, we become conscious of caring for place, which expands our field of life into places that we name villages, cities, and nations. Our happiness then has the potential to deepen into shared celebrations, artistic and cultural expressions, spiritual rituals, food growing preparation and consuming, and all the ways that humans enable collectives to live equitably together. The happiness of Diwali, or Christmas, or Thanksgiving, or Eid becomes palpable and energizing. Ironically, in our modern world, these celebrations have become invaded by unhappiness, a virus of false needs, consumption temptations, and the pursuit of wealth disconnected from the values of life, which has perverted our natural capacity for happiness with false comparisons, envy, and striving. And this is breeding unhappiness on generational and cultural scales that are even now appearing to be further threatened by artificial intelligence, AI, and its capacity for amplifying connections of both false and incoherent kinds. However, if we follow the natural unfolding of complexity in considering the circles of care, we evolve from the place-centric scale of happiness into the scale of the planet itself. We can discover in ourselves a planet-sized response of love for our planet that reflects the planet's very love for the human she has evolved. This planetary circle of care elicits a planet-sized experience of happiness. This happiness is deep and broad and high and wide, and it arises from all the prior circles of care, of place, others, and self, as it embraces the planet herself. This depth of feeling, of experience that is planet-sized, reveals the fractal of happiness that literally bursts upon the heart beyond individuals, collectives, and places to feel the planet's subjective delight in her evolutionary manifestation of humans, who, as Gaia's reflective beings, that's what James Lovelock called us, as Gaia's reflective beings, we can express her happiness as a deep feeling. If you just heard Jude Currivan speaking, she resonated this pattern with her invocation that we are called to think cosmically, feel globally, and act locally. Thus, the subjective, intersubjective sense of our planet is called through the experience or feeling. And I would propose that feeling that most resonates with this pattern is happiness. Furthermore, this deep happiness enables deep caring. Because if we truly feel Gaia's aliveness, then we become aware of how our human actions have caused her pain, pollution and toxicity, and even, as Charles Eisenstein is saying, organ failure. It may also explain the deep unhappiness that pervades the world, depressing youth and traumatizing all generations. For the planet that has birthed us has not been cared for by the species that has most changed her. To recover the conditions for deep happiness, we're called to act locally to restore, heal, and regenerate, to care at all levels of scale, and thus reopen the doors to happiness at all scales. Now, we looked at the realms of happiness, and I'd like to just speak about what do we see when we look within each realm. I think that within each realm of happiness, there are many potential lines of happiness. Wilbur and others have estimated that at least 24 lines of reality can be associated with each realm. Here are just a few where lines of happiness can be observed. The subjective realm can experience happiness aesthetically. We enjoy this through the experience of all manifestations of beauty, the arts. The intersubjective realm of we, there we can relate to happiness culturally through relationships shared in cultural expressions of sacred dance, language, food, clothing, housing, parenting, learning. The objective realm of it can express happiness biophysically through the joy of biophysical wellness, health in body, healthy mind, strength, agility, form, balance, well-being. And the interobjective realm, the its, can co-create happiness systemically through structures, infrastructures, communication systems, transportation and distribution systems, and collective designs. So with all those possible lines of happiness, how does life conditions impact the possibilities and likelihood of happiness? Claire Graves, who was behind the spiral dynamics research, proposed that humans develop along a trajectory of progressively complex capacities. He described a double helix where individual and cultural development were intertwined with the life conditions, which were comprised of all the influences from climate, geography, ecology, history, culture, etc. Elsewhere, I have even explored the possibility of a triple helix where feminine is intertwined with masculine and both with life conditions. But for today, we'll stick with the double helix. Graves described these life conditions through his own system of referencing, where he used the first letter to indicate the person's capacity, and the second referred to the life conditions. So you can see, as I've noted on the screen, it went A, N, B, O, C, P, D, Q, E, R, F, S, G, T, H, U. I always did like that he ended up on the 8th level with HU, which stands for human, of course, humaning well. So he described in his research 8 levels, but he knew that that was not the end, that it was a never-ending quest. Nevertheless, I would say that each of the levels brings forth another aspect of happiness that we should consider, and that is in regard to change. So between each of the levels, there was a change curve that he and the spiral dynamics authors went on to label as alpha, beta, gamma, delta, nu alpha. And now this is popularized, this change curve, through slightly different terminology than this, in many other theories, including Adiz's corporate life cycles, Sharma's U theory, Keegan's change model, and one that many people know, Kubler-Ross's grief cycle. And I also would say even the 3 horizons model. Now, the stages of change can be correlated to the states of happiness, because each of the stages emerges from tensions that vibrate at different states of coherence. Alpha and nu alpha are likely the happiest stages in the change curve, because the human, whether individual or collective, is well aligned with their context. And each of these stages has a sound, which I've always found quite fascinating and gives me the indication of any particular set of collectives or humans together. What's the sound I hear in the room? So here are the sounds that I associate with these stages. The sound of alpha is a very happy one. It goes, it's humming along because everything is right with the world. Now, happiness becomes more difficult at beta because their life conditions shift the context of the person's capacity for responding effectively. And naturally, out of this emerge tensions. And you can hear an audible, uh-oh, things are not the same. The beta stage is characterized by the sense that something is not quite right. We ask, how can we get back to alpha? So beta can be periodically happy when possibilities exist for the return to alpha, but equally quickly can disappear when one is forced down the uncertain curve of change to the stage of gamma, where unhappiness tends to abound because of the VUCA conditions of life, volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. The sound here can be, oh, damn. Nothing is certain or clear, and everything seems to be changing all the time. If the change situation devolves into a gamma trap, where the sound darkens into, oh, shit, then it is very difficult to find happiness in individuals or collectives who feel themselves with no good options. Instead of happiness, the feeling will likely be of fear, intimidation, anger, worry, despair, depression, the very antithesis of happiness. Few people are happy when faced with a shift that is not only seemingly unmanageable, what Graves called a gamma trap, but which is a real-life threat, the stark opposite of a happy state. Until the individual can learn a new path out of gamma, or the gamma trap, into delta, the state of happiness will be elusive. But when the discovery is made that removes the block and reopens the flow of change, the surge of joy and happiness can be so strong that it is experienced as elation, with commensurate sounds of wow, and bodily freedom as the weight of gamma is removed from life. After the surge of release, the new learning in delta must be consolidated and integrated, transcending into a new stage that at its most coherent recalibrates all earlier stages and includes them in a new understanding of the world. In this final act of stage development, the change experience has come full cycle into a new alpha, and the sound we hear is once again, happiness once more is in the air. In the fabric of happiness, the rhythms and cycles of change are constantly flowing from and between individuals and groups, adding textures of discernment and healing to the four realms of biopsychocultural systems realities, and the circles of care that embrace and elicit happiness. Another factor that impacts a person's capacity to make the journeys of change that may be wired into their DNA and cultural makeup is whether a person prefers change of the first or second order. First order change is transactional, one small step at a time. And most people can negotiate these smaller stair steps of change and hold on to some vestige of happiness. Those individuals, and sometimes cultures, who prefer second order change that is revolutionary and transformational, often sudden and unexpected change, can experience a surge of happiness from the very gamma trap conditions that stymie others. These people can work in hospital acute care wards, fire departments, and emergency response teams, where the high adrenaline demands of these situations call forth surges of happy, high performance in these people. Humans have designed special conditions, actually, to view such performances as entertainment in sports and athletics, probably films, where second order happiness can be constructed for audience safe in their first order seats. In a living city, happiness is dynamically alive arising from all four realms of I, we, it, its, simultaneously in multiple circles of care and nested interlocking change curves and types of change preferences that flow through individuals and collectives simultaneously. And with so many influences on happiness, many of which seem to originate outside one's control, it may seem that happiness can only unpredictably and even accidentally arise. As the human condition is becoming increasingly explored, though, by science and spiritual research in all four realms, all levels of complexity, the stages of change and respondent types of change, it is not difficult to appreciate that happiness itself is being parsed into ever finer calibrations of biopsychocultural social determinants. At the same time, we are discerning that appreciating the whole calls forth yet another perspective of happiness, not only as a fractal, but as a hologram. We can appreciate that happiness is a state that lives at many levels of existence. Spiritual practices that enable presencing, holding, and transcendent awareness enable us to experience happiness in short spurts, but also in ever wider circles of care and longer times of endurance. Moreover, the exploration of the relationship of happiness to health and harmony shows us that happiness is not just a nice to have condition of life, but a necessary condition for the evolution of humans to be in service to all life on our planet. Research shows that one can choose happiness. One can build the capacity to be resilient to life conditions, agile in the face of challenges, and buoyant in the waves of change that are natural to our living planet. As we examine the lives of leaders who have developed capacity to lead to what I call the power of 8, we see that they invest in practices that strengthen their capacities to respond to our VUCA world. The experiences of happiness arise then both in its local experience, visible by others, and also in non-local experience, which links happiness to global impacts when we consider that our individual happiness can reach to others, far places, and across the globe. If nothing else, this has become visible on Zoom during the planet's first global lockdown, and as we continue to do our conferences on Zoom, and throughout the social media. So the practice of choosing happiness becomes a self-rewarding practice of aliveness. Practicing karma yoga to care for self, others, places, and planet links us to the local, the planet, and cosmic forces of life. And the emergence of communities of happiness, researched by Marina Demchenko and forthcoming in our new e-journal, may be a testament to the power of happiness to enable survival, adaptation to our environment, and the regeneration of life, because it demonstrates and rewards the virtues of aliveness in such a deeply personal way. While there are potentially as many practices or variations thereof as there are people, ultimately, the practice of karma yoga builds capacity for all realms, levels of complexity, and stages of change. By practicing daily the care for self, others, places, and planet, then we weave a field of happiness that is optimally obtainable, not only for individuals, but for whole communities. And you'll see in our new e-journal an article by Angelika Bohonitzer, which explores further the communities of happiness that have sprung up all around the globe. So, is it possible for us to consider that we could weave happiness into health and harmony in the living city? Ultimately, the pursuit of happiness transcends ego, ethno, and eco-regional boundaries, and through spiritual practice may not only embrace the globe, but whole cosmic realms. As we weave happiness locally, we co-create a field of happiness that can be shared locally and non-locally, contributing to the morphogenetic field of the human species. As transmitters of happiness, we also become receivers of happiness from a field to which others have contributed through resonance, coherence, and emergence. And with such life-enhancing positive energies, our happiness weaves itself into health and harmony within individuals, their local cities, and across a whole planet of living cities. Thank you.
Marion, thank you so much. It was so fundamental and so structured. I was having my daughter here. We were listening together. And as always, every time some experts from Living Cities Earth are speaking, she gets quiet and she starts listening. So she's 2 weeks old. So I think it's a good sign that we are relevant for the future generations. Marion, thank you so much. And I pass it on to Alexander to share a couple of his comments, maybe a couple of questions before we move to our group discussion. Alexander?
What can I say, Marilyn? I mean, this is beautiful. And to all of us who are here, I think this is really part of that master code of care that you embody. That's so beautiful, because it's nice to be able to think about this in a concrete way rather than just the concepts and the ideas. You can think about, master code, I'm thinking about Marilyn. So that's so nice, because your presentation was so clear. Yes, I agree, structured, but also clear. And it's also the kind of clarity which speaks to the heart, I feel. It's not the clarity just in terms of the concepts, and this is what we have to do in a very abstract way, but it's really about humaning well. And I just wanted to say thank you, because that and the previous conversation that you had with Jude, even though it was recorded, it came through very much alive. And again, all of this is about building a resonant field. And this is what we're doing here. Indeed, you can almost feel the community as it surrounds us in our interbeing. And it comes through very much because of the space that you create, Marilyn. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Alexander. That means a lot to me. And I learned so much from you, especially coining the term humaning well means very much to me. And I think aligns beautifully with how I understand that Gaia is evolving us. And I think that she really appreciates the whole intention for us to human well for all life. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Gaia. Yeah, I like that idea. I somehow think that we need to have Gaias and Girlas. I don't know. Maybe that didn't work well. But yes, indeed, we need actually the huge framing that comes from the feminine. This is core. So again, thank you, Marilyn. Thank you. Checking in now, because let's take 1 minute of a pause. And then in this minute, we get to go refresh a little bit, and we'll be back for our next session, which is going to be starting now. The minute's already up, but we'll take another minute. We'll look at the little video of our Earth Day engagement here. And just to give you the anticipation, our framing is going to be on the second round, since we did this yesterday as well. Now, this is the second time, and we're going to do it at a deeper level of exploration. How could we create 1,000 happy, flourishing, thriving cities together? And it's going to be a spirited discussion among some of those who are most active in this. We have 7 beautiful panelists who will be joining us in 1 minute. See you then.
As we are slowly coming back together, we'll enjoy 2-minute short video introduction to our event and the Living Cities Earth community and ecosystem, and then we'll slowly start. So I will ask our friends in technical support team to please put on the Living Cities Earth video. Thank you very much.
We are humans.
In this VUCA Bani world, what does it mean to be human? How can we human well?
How can each human feel truly alive?
How can each community and city thrive and evolve?
How can 10,000 cities on our planet interconnect for our collective benefit?
How can we live in harmony with all life on Earth?
These are the questions that brought us together at Living Cities Earth, a very young and fast-growing global collective that started 3 months ago. We are a horizontally organized action community of 25 of the world's leading integral researchers and practitioners, with a total of 300 years of research and leadership that has benefited millions of people in over 1,000 cities. Living Cities Earth interconnects both people and institutions that together reach over 100 countries on all continents. Our aim is to integrate our capacities to human well with 10,000 cities serving Gaia's well-being, and to discover how can we nurture cities as complex, adaptive, living, spiritual human habitats in the right relationship to humans, bioregions, all other cities, and the planet.
We trust that by acting together, now and in the future,
we can learn to human well and help millions of people live happier lives.
In harmony with each other.
And all life on Earth.
Well, what a beautiful start of our discussion. And Alexandra, before I pass it on to you, I will be the junior co-facilitator and you will be our senior co-facilitator. I would like to everyone to ask in our heart, maybe we cannot create 1,000 happy, flourishing and thriving cities. Maybe it's impossible. So this is just a thought to consider as we move into the discussion of how we will them, how we will create them. And there is always this question, right? Are we just dreaming aloud? Or maybe we have something tangible to share with each other and with the world. With this, I pass it on to you, Alexander. Thank you very much. And I welcome all the beautiful, distinguished speakers who are joining our panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lev. And thank you, everyone who is here with us for this ongoing celebration. And it truly is a celebration of life, of living, and of exploring what it means to live together, but not just together with each other, together with nature and with our constructed world. As we mentioned earlier on, there's kind of these 3 different natures that we're exploring. And how do we move through all of them and integrate all of them? So we have nature 1, which is the living environment around us, the plants, the trees, the birds, the bees. And then we have nature 2, This is the domain of cities, the constructed world, the humanly constructed world. It doesn't grow just by planting it, but it is something we can co-evolve. And it has its own co-evolve, and it has its own evolutionary pattern as well within the broader pattern that connects all. Bless you, Indra. And the third level is the nature that is arising in cyberspace, the nature of the artificial intelligence and its own developmental, emergent, and evolutionary paths. All of these come into play when we explore what it means to human well, in the context particularly of a living city, which combines the reach into nature as well as the reach into information spheres. So I'm just thrilled to see the people here. We have so many lovely, amazing people here, from Indra Adnan, one of our guest speakers, David Gershon as well. Thank you for being here. Amazing. We have Alexei Groshenko, who's with us. We have Meg Rivers. We have from Bloom Network, we have Ronit from Leap Forward. And just so we can set the stage, and Anna as well, the people who I'm seeing on my screen at the moment. And thank you for being here. We are going to be looking at the second round of the same topic that we explored yesterday. How could we create, really co-create 1,000 happy, flourishing, thriving cities together? And as Lev just said, that's the ideal. We're not looking necessarily at the 1,000, but we're having that as our aim, as our objective. Where do we begin? How do we co-create that? So some of the people who we have specifically on our panel today, there are 7 of us, including myself and Lev. There is Indra Adnan, who is waving to us now on her screen, so we see who she is. There she is waving. Look at her wave. There she's gone. Okay, we got Indra. We have David Gershon, who just waved anticipatorily, and there he is again waving. David.
I was waving at Indra, but I'm also waving.
But there you are. Good. Okay, good to see you. Meg Rivers, who is now waving to us from there. Good. Now we know where she is and who she is. Alexei Groshenko is waving to us now.
Hello, everyone. So
and he's speaking to us rather than waving, but that's good. And we have Tim Olsen, who is someplace around, but probably not on the screen just yet, maybe joining us later. Lev is in the baby mode. In other words, caring for his baby. And we have, that's it, on our guests, but we would love to have all of you join in this conversation. I'm going to type in here just a few more things to set the stage, yes, if you wouldn't mind. I'm going to suggest that we explore this question, something that Lev actually is suggesting. How do we build our ecosystem of partners that serve people in up to 10,000 cities for the benefit of the whole living earth? So how do we build that? How do we co-construct that? And while we're thinking about that, I'm going to share with you a few other things. Let me drop into here, into our chat, also a picture, which I'm going to put on screen in a moment. And that is this picture here. Share screen. And here we are. Okay. So this comes from a very interesting presentation that I heard. I didn't come up with this, but the notions of from strings to ropes. The idea that each of us is a string in the web of life, if you will. And how is it that we can weave from strings to ropes? I love this idea. This is certainly something we can do in cities, and it's certainly something we're seeking to do right now in this session. How do we weave our narratives together? As Lorna was talking about in one of the previous session, how do we take the stories that are our own stories and create our collective stories, our collective narratives? So the framing around this involves not only these connections between love and focus and empathy and presence and vision and happiness and aliveness and vitality. So beautiful ways of looking at this and holding this, but also has us think about moving from strings to ropes, building bonds, in what it calls for, the applied mindfulness that it calls for. And the sensory integration that you can see in this little diagram here, even with the colors, it helps us bring in this notion of the different senses and what's at play here. So the sensory integration helps us have this emotional balance, and emotional balance is another way of expressing happiness, another way of expressing aliveness. So my exploration with us today, I'm going to stop the sharing here, is to think a little bit about the way we can restore our relationships with life. And that means restoring, having a story, a new story. What is our story? How do we restore these frames? And then how do we recreate, co-create and recreate our identity, our belongingness, our bonds? What is the hour that's at play? And how do we remember this belonging? Remember, bring our membership back into our being. Well, this is enough of my waxing on. I will have more things to say here, but just to remember that this is a Petri dish right here. All of us who are engaged in this, it's a very nice, comfortable one. It's kind of virtual as well. David has a lot more books in his background than I do. Just noticing. But this is the idea of how, in this Petri dish, how can we reach out, connect, support, and co-create and co-emerge the story of the living city. So I'm going to ask you if you could begin by exploring that question that I put there a little bit earlier around how do we build our ecosystem of partners, and what it is that you could bring to the table to help explore this. I'm going to ask you to begin, whoever you know what, I'm not going to do that, because I'm going to, in the sake of flow, I'm going to call on people. I'm going to go first with it, just simply the list that's in the agenda on the program. So we'll see exactly how that goes. I've been speaking too long, so I'm going to pass it on to Indra Adnan.
Thank you, Alexander, and my gratitude, but also admiration for being in this space for as long as you have been today and yesterday. My goodness, what a marathon you are all running. But I do want to start with a slightly shift of emphasis, if that's okay. I just was really enjoying your last slide, and I could feel it very much in my body and in my consciousness, this self that I could become, or the society that we could become. But in the Alternative Global, which is the platform that I founded about 6 years ago, what we've discovered is that in order to really help human beings, the evolution of human beings get traction, we need certain containers and we need certain infrastructure. Because unless we can create these kinds of architecture, if you like, for our society, then we run the danger all the time, as we already are currently experiencing, of our our economic political system dividing us and sabotaging our progress all the time. So the way that we are today, we can't really move forward with all of our good intentions because the economic and political structures are constantly sabotaging our ability to go forward. And may I just share a couple of slides really fast? Is that allowed, or is that too many? Okay, let me just do this.
Absolutely, please do. Oh, and Indra, if you could, I'm going to ask this of all of our speakers, just a couple of words about yourself so we know where to
Sure.
Yes.
Okay, so I am a writer, psychotherapist, and mother, but probably the best description of me is a political entrepreneur. So for the last 10 years, I've been struggling with having come out of the world of conflict transformation and having my own clinical psychotherapy practice. I moved into the world of politics because I could see that, in a sense, this was still controlling the public space. And when I actually stood to be an MP, I found that the system is so broken that I had to really step away from it in order to imagine a different kind of politics or a different kind of form of human agency that could deliver on the goals that we've all been sharing. But I'm going to do this very fast. So this is, The Alternative was founded 7 years ago with the question, if politics is broken, what's the alternative? 5 years later, we named this idea Planet A, which is really a kind of a symbol, if you like, of the world that we're already living on, but living on it with a very different perspective of the future. So all of us here might say that we're living on Planet A, but the public space itself is more like a public space that's trying to escape to Mars. You know, it's one that is actively self-destructing. How do we change this public space? You know, and I think a lot of you will be familiar with this kind of 4-quadrant approach, that there is an aspect of the well-being of every individual, but also what are the actions these individuals take. And that's in the bigger picture of where are our shared values and what is the possibility of social justice alongside addressing all of the other crises. But then what is the power structure? How do all of our efforts link to power? I think without addressing all of these 4 things, we're not going to make progress. This is really just a quick slide that acknowledges, yes, living cities, all kinds of community agency networks. This is a phenomenon that has been growing over the last 30 years. There's no question that these are coming into being. People are coming together in the face of a political structure that divides them. Somehow there is an impulse. However, some of these are very homogenic entities, people of the same class and color and culture, and others are trying to become more than that. Others are trying to really acknowledge and include, for the sake of effectiveness, for the sake of agency, for the sake of aliveness. They are looking for more diversity, but mostly so that in communities, bioregions, cities, we won't fall prey to this easy polarization, this easy division. So at The Alternative, what we've done this year is we've moved into this idea that we need at least 4 things constructively. On the top right there, you'll see the thing that you're pointing at, Alex, the community agency networks of community agency networks, so to speak, the network of networks of people coming together in the living cities. This is absolutely core. However, without it being infused in a way with some sort of shared practice that helps individuals within those cities, within those bioregions, to be able to upgrade themselves in a way, if you like, to become cosmolocal. I think you described what cosmolocalism is before. For us, this is essential. We are in a way already cosmolocal, but we're not self-consciously so. We're more helplessly so at the moment. And this really invites another level of practice beyond what we're already doing with our meditation and with our self-observation. We need social practice that we can share. The third thing that we can't do without is some form of media system that carries the news from all of these living cities at the deepest level. News, a comms system between each one of these cities is very important, obviously, to share tools and practice. But equally important is some sort of amplification, some sort of media system that can create new forms of media, because of the message, so to speak, as Marshall McLuhan would say. We need to be able to attract people towards this new possibility, people who until now are not showing any interest at all. So the media really has to be designed and created, in the interest of people who are not interested in what we're doing. So we need this new media system. And finally, over here, a new political system means for me that we need to develop what Václav Havel would have called a parallel polis. We need a way for people to be able to come together, create governance structures, develop a new democracy, really independently of the current structure, and then form some sort of partnership with the current structure. So those 2 legs there, I think of what the beautiful, eco-civilizational leg that you can see, that's really our efforts should really develop a parallel polis. We should be able to create governance amongst ourselves, make decisions, get things rolling, with or without, in a sense, the approval, of the current system. We have to be able to move ahead of it, but not to destroy it, not to try to overcome it, but to really work in partnership with it. But the bigger story, if you like, should be coming from this other leg, this parallel polis. And through the soft power of our endeavors, eventually we will be the ones who will be shaping the system in the future. So that's really my big overview, if you like, of at least we need 4 things, not one, is my view. But there are four within one. Each one of those systems contains the other 3. They're interdependent. So I hope that's clear enough and not too long. Thank you.
Fantastic, Indra. Really, really beautifully put together and very clearly expressed. Thank you so much. And in fact, I'm reminded of Indra's net, where everything is reflected in the universe, in the spheres of all being. So we are all reflections of each other according to that. And here's your net with the embeddedness in it. All right, before I wax too much on that, but I love what you shared. Thank you so much. Would you do us all a favor, please, and put any contact information that you would like and any links that you would like into our chat, and that way we can have that with others here as well. So thank you. And now let me move on to David Gershon. And rather than me doing the presentations, which I know I would bungle, I have such respect for each and every one of our speakers. David, could you perhaps say a few things about, just a few, because it could go on for a while, I know, with all that you have done and are doing, but just a few things about you and your passion and what brings you here, and then what you have to share. Thank you.
I will. Thank you. Thank you for having me and inviting me. And let me just say, Indra, what you said was a perfect segue into where I can go. You built a beautiful context. So I have been on the journey of reinventing the planet for some 4 decades, have built of recent, over the last 6 years, what we call a grand strategy to reinvent the planet that has 5 levers: climate, peace, development, money, and knowledge. Each of them has robust strategies associated with it. And I have been working around this notion of second order change or transformative social change through a book I wrote called Social Change 2.0 for some time now, which is undergirding all of these strategies, which is the counterpart to 1.0, which is the political system's model of trying to create change. So it creates a whole new capability in the system. So let me speak to parallel polis, a whole new term of art that I've not ever heard before. So we're building parallel polises, poli, in 2 distinct spaces. One is around climate through what we call cool cities, and the subset of that, which is cool neighborhoods, which is basically 150 households in adjacent blocks of cool blocks, we call them, who are essentially autonomous and make their own decisions. And we have 32 actions that they work with around regenerative neighborhoods, around resilient neighborhoods, and around carbon neutral neighborhoods. In fact, the previous speaker, Marilyn Hamilton, is testing this out in Finhorn as we speak. It's also being tested out in Copenhagen, Berlin, and a number of other cities. We've worked over the years with several hundred cities, so we've been building this knowledge very systematically. It's based around very specific metrics of measurable behavioral change, carbon footprint reduction, and specific actions that enable disaster resiliency. So on average, we've been reducing footprints by 31% and 10,000 pounds. And we've been able to do this successfully over many decades, 40 billion pounds worth so far and counting. So that's one puzzle piece. And the other one grows out of an initiative I did in 1986 called the First Earth Run. We passed the torch of peace around the world, and 1 billion people witnessed it, and we engaged 25 million people, 40 heads of state in 62 countries. And wherever the torch of peace went, all war stopped. So we started shifting the collective belief system into something that no one had seen before. And so fast forward some 4 decades, and now we're moving this idea forward with a very specific timeline. It's called Peace on Earth by 2030. And we've created a game based on 7 practices that came out of that. And we're creating Peace on Earth zones, or PO zones. And we now have 7 of them, 4 across Africa, 2 in Afghanistan, 1 in the US. And we are getting ready to start 1,000 of them over the next 2 years, essentially by the end of 2024. And we're also looking to have 40 million participants, which is 1/2%, the tipping point for shifting consciousness. We have 20 partners that we have engaged, including this network, to facilitate this through the various communities that they engage in. So we have some major experiments going on. We should cross-pollinate our thinking, Indra, on the parallel pelvis, because we're clearly climate action networks for sure, using that frame. I would say the major social experiment we have right now is around cooperation for the common good around partner organizations. We all may know about this notion of the Cambrian Revolution some 800 million years ago, when we moved from single to multicellular organisms, and that was an evolutionary shift moment. We need to do the same now. We have lots of isolated groups trying to do good, but they don't know how to cooperate for the common good. And until we learn how to do that, we will have minimal impacts. So we have built a model to do that. Around our Peace on Earth zones and our partnerships. How we were successful with the Earth Run was we did that. We got all these groups to cooperate for the common good. We had really thousands of them. So we have 20 and counting. And right now, if anyone has an interest in this idea, and it's a bold idea, we're basically shifting the timeline and we're giving humanity a specific by when date. Let us know, because we're looking to start lots of Peace on Earth zones and have lots of teams, ultimately 25,000 in the next 20 months. And also, if you have any interest in cool blocks and cool neighborhoods, let us know, because we are looking to have 100 carbon neutral cities by 2030. That's our plan. And we're raising a bunch of money to enable that to happen all across the world. So those are my 2 big things, and my parallel polis social experiments and community action networks. I love that name. So let me pause there. I could say a lot more, but that gives you a sense of what we're up to.
David, thank you so much. And indeed, I'm actually going to ask you to say a little more just now, and then we'll come back to further. But if I understand correctly, you're also involved with these compassion games, the survival of the kindest. And one of the aspects of those games has to do with mayors as leaders in the compassion movement. And we're particularly interested in connecting the Living Cities initiatives with mayors, because we want to get to the 10,000 cities around the planet. So can you tell us a little bit about how and if this, what you're doing, and if your connection with that initiative, if I'm not mistaken, could connect with this as well?
Well, I know the compassion games quite well, and I would say it's in an early stage of maturity relative to getting mayors and onboarding compassionate cities as an idea. I would say there are a number of networks that we're connected with. That's one of many, and we should again have a conversation offline that could begin to look at that idea. There's also Peace Cities. There's compassion games and compassion cities. There's a lot of organizing principles for these, shall we say, values and ideals The challenge that I have found in working with mayors, of which I've worked with many over the years, is there has to be a robust strategy and a set of tools that enable them to want to engage. Also, if it can be associated with some kind of funding stream that gets their attention also. So how to build a strategy around that would be something I'd be happy to discuss. We've had to do that. We've worked with, as I said, some 200 cities through our climate work over the years, and we've learned how to work pretty effectively with the political system, the local political system, which is really open if you present them with the right opportunities. So I would say it's a longer conversation. Happy to have it with you guys, and happy to partner with you and figure out how to optimize what you're doing.
Fantastic. And indeed, that is, wow, that's exactly the desired, let's say, outcome. If we were to say, what would you consider success from this whole event? It would be what you just expressed, the interest, the happiness in partnering, in connecting, and then being able to bring forward our mutual scaffolding, linking up and lifting up, as Jude Carvin would say. Thank you so much, David. We're going to definitely continue with these conversations with you and with Indra.
I think this is the growing edge, and we're all ready for it. I think maybe we have to reconvene this panel also. It sounds like we got quite an interesting crowd here to get cross-pollinating all our ideas.
Absolutely. As Churchill once says, this is not the end. It's not even the beginning of the end, but perhaps the end of the beginning. Yes, but anyway, we're still in the middle right here, so wonderful. Let's move on then, please. Meg Rivers of Bloom Network, perhaps you could share. And David, by the way, if you could put some of the links in the chat,
yes,
that would be excellent. Thank you. And Meg, I would invite you now to share a little bit, first about yourself, and then about what you're up to in this regard.
Hi, how's my audio? Good?
Audio is great. Video is beautiful.
Thank you. Thanks so much for having me here. I definitely see why you invited me with this particular group of people. And so I am a co-founder of bloomnetwork.earth. I'll say that again, bloomnetwork.earth. We spent 14 years creating a platform to help create a hub, a permanent, indelible hub of regenerative culture in every watershed on the planet to protect first water and then food and life in the biosphere. I see so many parallels with what David was just talking about. We definitely believe that the neighborhood association is most likely the autonomous, powerful organization that we want to see. Sometimes the city, in terms of the government, can become an extension of that effort. I would say that to what Indra said, Bloom Network has all four of the qualities that she thinks is necessary, and I believe that she's right on. A new form of media because of the message. Bloom Network is primarily a media company designed to make being a steward of your environment the sexiest thing that ever happened. I feel like a lot of the efforts towards land stewarding have been in this sort of, I like to call it the dusty bean can in the basement kind of place, where it's, you know, your grandparents' counterculture 60s. It's an extension of that, but we haven't had a resurgence, a rebranding of environmentalism. And in Bloom Network, we really have a unity of culture that we see in regenerative culture that arises naturally from the idea that each of our organizers in the different watersheds and cities had. And it was the question, what lies beyond sustainability? I was inspired by the 60s and 70s to become sustainable and net zero and cool neighborhoods and my cool household, my cool lawn, and work towards, you know, zero waste, carbon, net zero, things like that. What lies out beyond that? And when you get past sustainability, you start to give. And so that natural instinct to start to produce at your own expense a gift that you care to give society is what Bloom Network intends to capture. right? We didn't invent regenerative culture. We're just catching people's hearts and efforts as they bloom. That's why it's called Bloom Network. It's like blooming forth from the place in your life where you realize, wow, I did it. I'm sustainable. I'm so green. I can't be greener. How can I be greener? How can I be more? How can I give more? How can my persona in the world become a gift in the universe? And so at Bloom, the blooms can take many forms. They can be a coffee shop. They can be a wellness center working with unhoused people. They can be a farm. They can be a commune. They can be a neighborhood. They can be anything. And we give them the templates and the information to do that. And so we are also going to incorporate the beginnings of the DAO structure, the Decentralized Autonomous Organization. So that's the second thing that Indra was talking about, the new political system independent of our social structure. We're going to build into the platform the way to govern yourself autonomously through technology. Which DAO cultures have been building for us on the side. I would not say that I would call DAO culture necessarily benign or regeneratively minded, but we certainly appreciate what they're doing to evolve self-governance in the pursuit of personal greed. So thanks to them for using their greed for something that we can all use to make the world a better place. So when Indra talked about a shared culture beyond sustainability, that's the value that brings people to create a bloom. And in the individual capacity by that she spoke about, we're saying you come to us with your bloom. What's blooming for you? Your personal passion for wellness that stemmed from that idea of what lies out beyond sustainability and into the gift. How can we give you a national logo, a website, a platform? How can we validate your efforts by saying that the unity of vision that comes at the moment that question beyond sustainability blooms is a clarity of vision that we can trust and that we believe in. And it gives us an advantage over other networks and places that have bad actors. And I'm not saying Bloom never got a bad actor or never will get a bad actor. But certainly that blossoming or blooming of the heart is the vibe that we hope to attract through our media and the things that we create. So if you go to bloomnetwork.earth, what you'll see is what's blooming in the cities and watersheds across the world. What are they doing at their own great expense in most options, although Bloom, the platform, eventually will we're setting up the payment gateway right now to eventually pay those blooms through memberships and also through grants. It becomes a portal through which your personal expressions beyond sustainability can bloom into the world. And hopefully, 1,000, 10,000 beautiful, cool neighborhoods and cities and beyond. So the last thing I would like to say is I feel like we're at a moment where we as leaders on the edge of regenerative culture and social systems probably need to start having sincere business discussions about merging initiatives. So aligning and merging initiatives, like where are we seeing that all of our initiatives are, like for David with Bloom, our initiatives are nearly identical in their end goal. You have slightly, different outcomes, with focusing on net zero, but you're doing what we're doing, and so I just want to make that a bug in your guys' ear, everybody here. How can we start moving towards perhaps not having to give up our personal individuality and our beautiful branding and all the flowers that we see blooming at Bloom, that we don't want to get rid of our beautiful media slick style that we in our branding guide, but how can we all get together and create a new organization that we're all a part of to say, all right, now we've got these 30 things that we're all doing the same thing, and they've chosen an umbrella name, a main leader, or we use an autonomous structure of technology to help us govern instead of having a true leader because we're all leaders in our own way. So thank you so much for having me to be a part of this. It's thrilling and touching, and I feel so moved to be with you today.
Awesome, Meg, as well as awesome, Meg. Thank you for that. And I think one of the things Meryl has also put in our chat a little bit of a provocation, and I love it. It's where let's go through this first round of a little bit getting to know each other and getting to know some of the initiatives that we have here. And then we still will have, almost another 50 minutes, 48 minutes. So hopefully we'll do another round where we can look for what is seeking to co-emerge. What are ways in which we could think about re-merging, as Marilyn puts it, our initiatives. What are the connection points? What are the synergy points? And so we might look at that in a second round. And in that process, we'll also look at perhaps our offers and requests, what it is that you feel you have to offer to exactly this process of our co-emergence, and what it is that we wish to request. And what is seeking to emerge and to co-emerge. I'm just reading what Marilyn's putting in live time, in real time in our chat, but good. So let's move now to our next speaker, Alexei Groshenko. Can you join and share first a little bit about yourself and then about helping us know how we might be able to connect to your initiatives?
Thank you, dear colleagues. My name is Alexei Groshenko, and I'm executive coach, organizational psychologist, and what I've been doing for the last 20 years, it's contributing in the people and organizational development. And I'm also a co-founder of LC. Your ideas and your points are so inspirational, and I just got two suggestions, maybe, right? And one of them, I would say internal, and second is external. So internal, the continued idea, right, that we need to find a way how we can collaborate and emerge all our initiatives. I think we need to, if we want to make, let's say like that, if we want to provide for cities, for mayors, for citizens, for people there, the real example, how they can be alive, happy, and how they can create these special, unique ecosystems, I think we need to become ecosystem first, right? And yesterday, our colleagues shared several great platforms, right? Like Puran shared the platforms for the cities administrations, right? I think I forgot the names, but it was some other ideas, right? Also, me and Sergey Dmitriev we are gonna share some also, we call it OCN, Open Consulting Network, but it's not only consulting, it's an amazing framework of how we can collaborate as a professionals, as a specialist, and how we can visualize all our activities in the same on the same place, and how we can co-create a lot of ideas, products, services, searches, and other activities. So I think that's the first direction where we need to work together. We need to create our ecosystem, and after where every one of us and many our other colleagues can represent themselves, can be visible, because a lot of things are happening already, right? And they have great results. We just need to really get together. And I would invite us to remember about 4P, right? Person, people, place, and planet, right? Which Marilyn mentioned. So just focus on all of experts who covers all of these levels. That's the idea number one. And direction number two, externally, I would invite us to maybe offer for mayors, for citizens in the cities, maybe it might be framework, maybe it's going to be some live discussions or maybe sessions, how they can describe what their living happy cities looks like. Because I love the idea that each city is different. And the citizens in these cities, right, they can identify their happiness and aliveness in different ways. And I think that's who should do that, right? First, it's not us, it's them, right? And they should identify what does it mean to be alive and happy. And they can measure maybe or assess themselves of their serious space and organizations, how alive they are now and where they want to be in some certain time, right? And after, we can already offer them our products, services, solutions, ideas, searches, diagnostics, and help, right? How they can move to the point B where they want to be. That's my 2 thoughts, which I got by your inspirational ideas. Thank you so much.
Alexei, you know, what you are doing and how you are doing it is so inspirational. You are such a cornerstone to all of this initiative. And I just, for everyone here, just to know that Alexei and his guidance, his leadership, and his work here in the Living Cities Earth Initiative is just fundamental. So again, bows to you and thank you, Alexei, for all that you are and all that you be. I did want to mention before we go to some special guests that in terms of those platforms, you mentioned Puran, also Tim Olson mentioned wonderful platforms with his Earth platforms through Kodu, through Social Systems Labs. So just wanted to also make that, because even though Tim was supposed to be with us today, in this session, he has let me know that he's not going to be able to be in this session with us. He'll probably try to be back at another time, but it's quite late for him already where he is. So I would like to invite Ronit from Leap Forward, who has to be out of here in 11 minutes, just to share a few things. She's not officially on the list, but I really would love to include you and hear your voice a bit. Ronit, please.
Oh, thank you, Alexander, and hello, everyone. I'm a newbie here. I only learned about you a couple of days ago, so I'm sorry that I'm not going to be able to share more this weekend. My son had shoulder surgery, so I need to go be with him, but I did get a chance to get 2 sessions and get a feel and appreciate the work that you're doing, and I'm grateful. I think the most important thing that kind of captures my heart here is the appreciation and understanding of the need for cooperation and how we're limited in our capacity to know how to cooperate. And that's been my work. Well, my background is in crisis and trauma and psychotherapy, and I've been doing that for about 40 years. In the past 10, 12 years, I've really focused on the appreciation that we as a species are having difficult time learning how to be with each other in a way that we can hear each other, feel, first of all, be with ourselves, be with each other, hear ourselves, hear each other, understand ourselves, understand each other. And of course, that then moves into our understanding where we fit into the biggest ecosystem, which is planet Earth. So if we don't know how to fit within our own ecosystem, social ecosystem, clearly we're having a difficult time fitting into the bigger ecosystem. So about 10 years ago, I began my journey of understanding what is it about us that has us blocked around our ability to, first of all, connect to ourselves, connect to each other, connect to this incredible, miraculous place we live in. It took me, well, I mean, I've been studying this for years and working, as I said, on the court, really everyday life in crisis and trauma, among other therapeutic processes. And just really understanding the neurology, the psychology, the anthropology, the evolutionary biology, even linguistics and how we understand linguistics and words. And really the ecosystem, the psychosocial ecosystem, and where are the barriers and where are the, kind of the preventions that exist for us, and where do they come from? And of course, fear is the primary thing that arises at all times, because we are a species that is wired to be afraid, which is okay, because we come from, generations and evolution of fear is a way to survive. And this new neocortex and this new prefrontal cortex is kind of a baby when it comes to understanding, the amygdala and the primary forces between, that we have to contend with. So to for us to override that system would require a tremendous amount of work, as I've learned. And I've gathered a whole bunch of individuals and began to work one-on-one with them at first in terms of just educating about the neuropsychosocial in this ecosystem and unpacking us and repatterning us in a very strategic and very, very intensive way. And first did it individually and start bringing us together as a group. And we are a group of approximately, it depends on the, I would say, core group of 15, 16 people. But there's maybe another 50 around us that have come and gone as, but from all over the world and from all socioeconomic backgrounds, racial, religious, who are deeply committed to unpatterning some of those reflexive defensiveness and barriers to the me, I need to protect myself, I need to defend myself, and really discover that if we really relax that and come into coherence with each other, we're so powerful and so radiant, so brilliant. And so I've been doing that for about 10 years now, and it's the same community. And I think we've proven that we can do that. And so I want to bring this into this conversation with regard to cooperation, with regard to the brilliant cities that we can co-create. But I think we must pay attention to the interior. We must pay attention to perception and to conditioning that is blocking us, that's in our way, in the way of the heart, in the way of the spirit, in the way of what the original self knows that we belong to, and we can overcome. It requires extraordinary amount of willfulness, conviction, and yeah, you know what, losing our egos. That's the biggest one. So I'm going to leave it at that and invite a conversation around to include this conversation in the wholeness of what you're all doing.
Thank you so much, Ronit. Would you, I have just listened and paused, sat with the pause that you have shared. But you shared that just with me, and I would love it if perhaps you could share it with everyone here. And that if you can put it into the chat here, or if you have that ability, otherwise I'll do it for you, but that would be lovely.
Sure, and I'm assuming that you mean the experience and maybe also the web sense, yes, which really kind
That's
of
exactly right. The web sense, first the experience of the pause and the web sense that it leads to. It's all comes from the first screen. Don't skip the first screen because you can skip straight to the web sense, but go through the pause itself, which is beautiful, beautiful. It is the stop, look, listen kind of engagement where it's pause and to be. It's what I was talking about a bit earlier about the applied mindfulness and the sensory integration and this idea of shifting from our small awareness, which is just the me, the strident individualism, the self-righteous independence. This is what can I get out of this? What's in it for me? That kind of framing to the bigger awareness, to having a way in which we can be inclusively connected, empathetically, and deeply. And I think this is really what your work, Ronit, that leads to. And within cities, that's important. Often we shut ourselves off in cities. We wall ourselves off. Indeed, we don't even know who our neighbors are, not really. And then there are other ways of creating that sense of common unity and of community. So I'm going to now move onwards because I'm not supposed to be speaking this much. Thank you so much, Ronit. And
I really appreciate it. And please feel free to email me, and would love to see how we can support and co-create, because that's what it's all about at the end of the day. We need each other.
Indeed. And your son needs you now, so wonderful.
My
Thank
son
you.
needs me now. Yes.
Right, exactly.
Have a beautiful.
Cheers then. All right. Just so you see when what Ronit put into the chat there, the link actually is pause.us. It's pause.us. That's actually the link to the website, and that's the one to look at, just so you know. All right. Lev, could you please share with us?
Yes, thank you.
I'm just thinking how to make it very short. Well, definitely, I admire the beauty which Indra and David and Alexei and Meg and Alexander, of course, and Marilyn, we all bring into the picture. And with all the experiences and what David shared, for example, right? I never knew about all those beautiful projects which you were leading. I learned a little bit more about other people before they joined today, but David, that's also very, very impressive. And of course, it commands a lot of respect and admiration, as well as everybody's work here. Where I'm coming from as a person, and also as part of this Living Cities Earth organization, initially I had a lot of business background, so worked in those large companies all over the world with projects in 35 countries, with Harvard Business School, London Business School, etc. So I got this sort of corporate part of life with the instrument processes, etc. Then in parallel, I was doing a lot of spiritual practices in several traditions, and they looked at those inner dimensions, right, and discovered where the core strength and energy is coming from as we open our inner world and then become sort of invincible and in a way indestructible, whatever the situation is, you know, about this. And then, surprisingly, I never thought about cities, but 10 years ago, I read Marilyn's book. And the same year, or maybe the next year, I was invited by a local mayor to help him and his team to develop strategy for city development, etc., etc. And that was a very surprising entry for me into this whole city world. I never thought about cities in my life. And what I discovered is that cities is not about buildings. It's not about infrastructure. It's about agreement between people who live and create in this space. So it's really about the connection, of course, about the external, internal, collective, and individual. And what we discovered working with this and then many other cities is that who change cities? Of course, there is this government, as Marilyn says, there are 4 voices, right? But also there are a lot of other leaders from non-profit, from business environment, business circles, and active citizens, and some others, of course, some higher level authorities and tourists, etc., etc. And our observation was that when you bring people together, but not all kinds of people, you very fast discover that 90% of people are not so much engaged into all of those beautiful processes we are talking about. So it's 1% more or less who are the active leaders and about 10% who are easily engaging, right, with the innovation curve. And so our discovery was that if we talk to the leaders and we use the integral approach, which is all-encompassing, and you could talk to people in culture, in education, in infrastructure, in management, in technology, and other areas, and you look at the city as a living organism, right, the living ecosystem, it turns out that for our body to be alive, we need every cell to participate, every organ, and be in sync and sort of in harmony with each other. Otherwise, we get sick. So cities is the same situation, just a larger living system. And why it was important, we realized, so we're not about cities per se, right? We are definitely about all forms of life on all forms of levels of complexity. We just found that cities is a very interesting channel. There are, as we said, 10,000 cities on the planet and 4 million villages. And they're organized in a pretty understandable way. So we know how it's all working inside. And in our practical experience, I don't like to do things. I'm more sort of about, contemplating the world, but I discovered that we need to do things sometimes. So I participate from time to time. And I worked with several mayors on a long-term non-for-profit, for me, engagements. So I'm investing myself into this work. But other colleagues, they've been earning some consulting fees, etc. I was more putting everything together. So I looked at how cities evolve over a period of several years. And what we discovered is that if we come to a city leaders, it could be a mayor, a business leader who is engaged with the city, right? The local non-for-profit who have sort of high authority in the society. And if you bring together this group of people on a local level, about 150 to 100 people for a sort of mid-size city, and you, during one day, you could really engage them into formulating a common vision, which most cities don't have. Some do, but most cities don't. And then they also engage, they take responsibility about their future. They realize they're the family, like we talk about the spaceship Earth, and us all of us being the crew. So the same with the cities. You sort of engage, activate, and catalyze those local processes, which Marilyn and other colleagues of ours have been doing for many years successfully. So I have some experience, again, in a practical level. And we discovered that when you talk to the right leaders, like we had one mayor who was an extraordinary human being and still is, and when he came to a city, it was in really degrading. It was a mining, mining city with the coal mine closed, so all the economy, everybody is leaving, economy is degrading, etc. And they invited him because he had some good experiences in the past. And the city was number 20 out of 20 cities in this region by several metrics, the last one. And he was applying our integral city development models and some other things for 2 years. I went there and I saw those people. He really catalyzed the whole sort of leaders circle in the city. And they have created a true wonder because cities are they have high inertia, right? Those are big systems, they change for tens of years, maybe hundreds of years. But in 2 years, his city was moved from number 20 in those rankings to number 1. And for a city, it was a small size city, 24,000 people, but still, it was really outstanding. And when he talks today about his experience, people cry because he is a very authentic leader, of course. So sorry to be so sort of talkative. So our experience and our hypothesis is that we are definitely all about cosmic stuff and planetary stuff, but how do we get there? Many channels. So cities is definitely not the only one, but it is one of the channels which we could leverage we believe, right? We don't know, but we believe in a productive way based on our prior sort of experience in different countries. And the way we do it, we need to scale sort of to increase our capacity to work with cities not cities, but leaders in those cities worldwide. So, for example, David and his team, they bring some things which I don't know, and maybe Alexander doesn't know, and maybe even Marilyn doesn't know, right? And Indra brings so much capacity in other fields like media. I know nothing about media, right? And maybe Alexander now knows something, but not enough, right? Because Indra's thing is very, very beautiful, and so on and so forth, right? Every one of us has his, her, or our team's capabilities. So it is not about creating, again, some structure which is, living cities, Earth is, the ecosystem, everybody joins it. No, what we found out, it's very important to be the principle of mutuality, right? And we call it, I am in you, you are in me. So as I think Meg mentioned about the blooming, the visuals and the identity you have developed, right? And every one of us, of course, has invested a lot of heart and emotions into building whatever we have been building. So it's not about definitely leaving or being subservient to something else, but it's interconnecting in the ways where we can connect our capacity to build a larger capacity in terms of common brand recognition, in terms of our sort of distribution channels of the information or whatever, right? In terms of lobbying capacity, because we need to work with other institutions and they normally work with those which are on the same level of complexity, right? So if you want to talk to United Nations, it's better that we represent something which is of comparable, right, size and level of complexity. So to make it short, my limited vision suggests that we could definitely unite in many different ways. It will take time to explore, and we don't need to stress out. Everything will fall in place anyway. So in terms of practical steps, on July 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, we have a Living Cities Earth co-founder meeting in the beautiful mountains of Switzerland. And Robert Fischer, who is quietly sitting on the sides, he's the president of Living Cities Earth Association, which is registered in Zurich. And he happened to have a sort of family, small but beautiful estate in the Swiss mountains. So he invites all of us, the co-founders, to come and have an in-person discussion about our future. We call it LC Co-Founders Camp. Very informal, we are cooking ourselves, talking to each other, and really having a lot of fun. So if you have time and ability, please do join. It's from America, it's a little bit far away. I'm in Seattle right now, but I think it's feasible. That's number one in terms of practical steps. Of course, we can have all the online discussions, and clearly, I think Alexander and Marilyn and Alexei, everybody would, and Robert, we would all be very happy if Indra, you, and Meg, you, and David, and other of our colleagues, you join the co-founder circle. We're in the very, very beginning. We believe that we'll be growing as my small sort of daughter in the position of being babies for another year or two, and then 100+ years we'll be sort of growing to become a little bit more mature. And we would be very happy, of course, to be part of your activities, right? So it's not you joining something, Living Cities Earth, for example, but it's really interconnecting our activities. And when David has some things going on, we all come together and support whatever he is doing. Indra is the same, so on and so forth. So sorry for my English. Sometimes I ramble for a while and then I think, gosh, maybe nobody has understood a single word from what I said because I have a strong accent. And anyway, so those are a few thoughts. And again, sorry, I was not sleeping too much, so I'm a little bit slow in my expression. But Alexander, thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Whatever Lev said, I didn't understand anything, but okay. I'm kidding. Lev, that was beautiful. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. Thank you, thank you. And this is the spirit. This is exactly what we need to do, to be weaving. And those who were watching the gallery view while you were talking, Robert Fisher didn't turn on his video, but he put a thumbs up. So he's definitely tracking with all of what we're doing here as well, when we're going to be seeing each other in Switzerland. So that would be lovely. So we have about 20 minutes left in this, and I would like to make this last go round to be a weaving session. But before we get that, I would like to invite Anna for any reflections that you have to share with us about what your connections and what you have to share, please. Can anyone else hear her? Because I can't. You're unmuted, so. Maybe you could do an interpretive dance.
At the bottom left of your screen, you have a mute button. There's an arrow to the right of that mute button where you can see your options for microphone and speaker.
In the bottom, for me, it's in the bottom left of my screen. Okay, so Anna, I'm going to give you a chance to do two things. One is to type into the chat anything you wish that we could capture, because we might not be able to hear you. The second thing is to see if you can get this resolved, and I'll come and check in with you after we go through a couple of others, right? So see if you can resolve your audio thing, but don't waste too much time on that. I would love rather your presence here. And yes, maybe you can type a few things in as well. So in the meantime, while Anna sorts the audio, let's do one other round here. Again, we have exactly 20 minutes now. And what I would love to do is pick up on what Lev was calling for, putting out that call that maybe we can do the weaving now. So we've heard each other. We know what Living Cities Earth and what the Earth Day is about. So we're now already past that point of the generative dialogue. Now we can move perhaps into the strategic dialogue, the conversation for possibilities, and eventually to a tactical dialogue, a conversation for action. But right now, looking at what if we were to dream together, and if you were to say, you know, what I could do if I connected with David, with Alexei, with Indra, with Lev, with anyone, or with Ronit, who had shared earlier, what we could do. I'm just fantasizing. Yes, let's fantasize. We got to weave. We got to weave and weave ourselves together. And just to remember, by the way, Meg is the Chief Information Officer at Bloom. So in terms of knowing all of the aspects also about the platform, the communication and so on, an expert right here as well for these things. Wonderful you're in this in this grouping. Let's start off again in the same order, Indra, and then we go to David, bearing in mind that we have now 19 minutes because I've talked too long. So what are the connection points you see?
Yeah, thank you. For myself, it's taken us, I guess, 6 years to get to the point where we are focusing on 4 particular, strands, the 4 incubators. But we're also conscious that there's 2 aspects of each one of those. One is the conversation that we're having, and one is the actual architecture that we can build. So the conversations that we can have, I think this is the easiest part of us being able to interconnect, to regularly have conversations like this, to develop ourselves through the conversation, because the actual collaboration is much harder than cooperation, in my view. And for me to hear about what everybody else is doing is material for everything that I'm doing. However, I would very much welcome being in more of these conversations and for everyone else to be in our conversations. The second part of it is, in building this architecture that we're trying to build, coming from so many different places in the world, technology is going to be absolutely key. And we need money for that. We need, the building of the connectivity, so to speak, and a real, parallel polis that is really an example of a different kind of democracy that is self-organizing, the way that we're all describing it. This needs funding. And I'm really lost as to looking for a good funder for this kind of work. So that's my 2 pieces of the puzzle. The conversation is, without this discourse, nothing will shift. This is the paradigm shift. We're already doing it in this conversation. And then the building of it requires technology, and that needs funding.
Wonderful. I mean, wonderfully astute. Yes, this is where we need to be going. Thank you for that. It is a challenge. It's not like wonderful gift. It is a challenge. And these are the things we need to be addressing. Thank you. I'm going to put here a little link. It's a little bit of it's fun, but at the same time, it's serious. It's about Indra's net that I referred to earlier. It's not her direct creation, but there it is. Moving to David. David, how do you feel? How do you see these related? It's not just how you feel, but how you see these things being related, and based on what Indra was saying and what we all said before, please.
One of the experiences we had during the Earth Run was that we recognized that to create peace on Earth, we needed to understand the notion of cooperation. And so we identified projects across the world, 1,500 of them, based on their cooperation strategies and what was, in fact, the distillation of best practice. One of our 7 actions in the game is how to cooperate for the common good. So we have been building a lot of intelligence and skills and experiences and examples and case studies, if you will, on the how. Part of our work is the how. Also, in order to create the first Earth Run, everyone had to see enough value so they were willing to take what they were doing and engage with this, because it made what they were doing more effective and better. So one of the core strategies in our 20 partners that we put together for the Peace on Earth by 2030 initiative is a consultative process where we, Empowerment Institute, work with that partner and help them be more effective than they would be otherwise through cooperation. In other words, people don't have a lot of discretionary time to do beyond what their current mission is, even though they might wish to. And for them to sustain their engagement, it has to be perceived as enough value. And so that is a whole thing that is part of what I spend a lot of my time doing, number one. Number two, what will allow enough people to want to cooperate in the first place? And what we've concluded was you need a transcendent vision, big enough, game-changing enough, impactful enough, measurable enough, so that people want to play in it. They want to be part of it in the first place because they see it just being amazing. So So that's what we've been building. And the more audacious, the better. So putting a idea into the global psyche, peace on earth in 7 years, is either crazy, which for some it is, or audacious, or both, but it's provocative and it engages people in asking a question. What would allow that to be possible? What if we thought that boldly and that audaciously and that creatively? And then once that conversation begins, and then they start to kick the tires and they say, wow, there's something here. If enough of us practice these 7 actions, we could actually, that would be an outcome of it. How can I make that happen? So we begin a journey where we're opening up the imagination, and we begin a journey where once the imagination is open, there's a lot of APIs, if you will, for how to dock and be part of this. Not only to be part of it indirectly through your association, but the synergy effect of being part of all these other partnerships. So that's the art form. I would say early stage, we have some experiences. And I'll just add one more puzzle piece. The Cool Block program, another domain, gets people on a block to play together and cooperate because we're making the block a better place to live. We're increasing the livability, we're increasing the resiliency, we're increasing the social connectivity. And so people say, yes, I want to do it. And we're getting 45% of the people on the block to say yes to that, who are invited by their neighbors. So that's the macro, the micro, and then there's the macro, but it's the same principles in play. So there's a lot of deep knowledge, how we might contribute this to what my co-panelists, including yourself, Alexander, are asking for. I mean, the bigger the aspiration, the more attractive I am. So 1,000 living cities gets my attention because your aspiration level is commensurate with the kind of change that's required and impact that's required. A Planet A game plan that changes the parallel direction of cities gets my interest. So, that's where I focus, is anyone who's going for a game changer, anyone who's developed enough capacity to be able to be credible around that game changer is of interest. Because if I can add my value there and I can get the synergy effect, then magic can happen. Yeah.
Wow, beautiful. Looking for the synergy effect, that sweet spot. Well, good. And this is what we are exactly doing here. So thank you so much for that. And I'm just, by the way, just want to say how in awe I am of us. Because the fact that we are showing up, this is the Petri dish. And my gosh, what a beautiful place to be. We have to be the systems we want to see in the world, but we're not doing it for others, yes, for future generations, but we also have to be that change.
Yeah.
Let me just do a quick check-in here with Anna. How's it going? Sound?
Let's try. Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Good evening from Greece. I'm in Crete. And thank you for all your inputs and inspirations and talks, keynotes. I'm just coming out of what Marilyn described as delta and gamma, up to the gamma phase. And I'm on my way up. I'm a neurokinesiologist. And I've come to this village here in Crete 1.5 years ago. And I experienced huge resistance, to say at least, against somebody who is not mainstream, not drinking alcohol, not going out partying. And I'm actually doing the therapy work that the lady before, I don't remember her name, was talking about. I'm doing this for 15, 16 years now. I had my own practice in Germany and then lived in Indonesia for a couple of years. So at the moment, I'm in the process of finding networks where I can participate, because I would also like to contribute my work to the whole community. I've spoken to the Transition Town movement already like 10, 12 years ago. I met Nils Aguilar, who made that film about the Transition Town movement, in person when he had the preview in person. And since then, I'm interested in following all these movements around the globe. But I've never really engaged with it. And so I'm on the verge right now to step into a role like that. So I have some visions what I want to do, but I'm not at the point at the moment to really come up with a group or a link or something. I'm in the process of coming out of huge adversity and adverse circumstances. And I've actually lived through these whole processes of what can happen in a community, being not of that origin and doing things that the mainstream doesn't accept, alternative therapies. I had all sorts of attacks going on, and this is also part of the audio problem, because also technology got hacked. This is why I nodded when Indra spoke, and she said we need also a platform where we have media access to actually communicate the internals and the ideas. And I also would like to add that we also need to have some form of cooperation with the legal system, like trustworthy people also in that area, because this is also something that I'm dealing with one-on-one right now, that I have a lot of corrupt, local police, all sorts of things going on around me. So there needs to be a level of connection to the old systems on that level as well, and to also be able to communicate the morals and ethics according which a community needs to function. Just speaking from personal experience now for the last 1.5 years.
Thank you for sharing that. Thank you. Yes. Very good reminders for our humaning. So we have 5 minutes and we still have several people to go through. So I'm going to ask you to take 1 minute each. I'm sorry about that, but just 1 minute. Meg, what are the connection points you see?
I think that we, as in thought leaders around the world doing this work at our own expense, don't really need anything but to be together. So, and find structures and ways that we combine, merge, and become bigger and stronger. Certainly, we have a good deal more to connect about than an authoritarian type energy that we see rising in the world. They have nothing to create the camaraderie and connect with the spirit of love and kindness in the world that all of us engender. And I guess I just want to say I think this is the most important work in the world, and I want to say to my friend Alexander for facilitating this and putting this together that you've been doing this work your whole life. You've dedicated so much of your time to it, unpaid in so many capacities. And I just want to give credence to how much impact your humaning makes in this space and how much it means to all of us. And thank you so much. And I just, like I said, what a privilege to even have the information and technology to be in a space with you guys today. Thank you so much.
Beautiful. We are modeling the humaning so beautifully. Thank you so much. Alexei, 1 minute.
Thank you, Alexander. I also support the appreciation of your energy and your host as well as the Lev's efforts, of course, and all colleagues. I think we just need to start or maybe continue working with what we already have, right? So we have, within these 3 days, we have a lot of beautiful people, beautiful solutions, ideas, resources. After that, we just need to put that together. I mean, in LC co-founders and everyone who is going to join us, right? To put it together and identify the ways how we're going to do it and make a plan, at least for next several months or maybe a year. And also one more idea, maybe we need to really keep balance between thinking and doing, because the life is changing so fast, and sometimes to start doing together something might be better than just preparing, waiting, thinking, right? That's my approach. You know, I'm more focusing on creating the changes here and now, right? And maybe we can really balance all our theoretical and practical experiences together and put it in the right directions and to see the beautiful results. Thank you.
Fantastic. That's it. This is the spirit. I'm going to pass it now to Lev. I'll ask you to pass it back to me briefly and just before we go to the next meeting. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, picking up on what Indra has mentioned in the beginning, I think that funding would be important. We're doing fine without external funding, but it would be important if we really want to go on scale and create platforms, etc. In my experience, I was working again a long time ago in one of those multinational companies, large companies, and there are thousands of them. They support various, let's call them positive initiatives. So we were supporting Save the Children at the time and investing millions of euros into this platform. And every large sort of bank company, they do support various initiatives. So we have a sense that in about half a year, maybe a year, we could be mature enough to bring sort of a well-formed idea with some, cases already, how it works on the ground. And the scale, of course, the planet itself, but also some specifics like the 10,000 cities on Earth, etc., meaning the people. We can form the sort of project proposal to be sort of relevant both for larger foundations, like I mentioned yesterday. One of my friends works in Bill Gates Foundation, and Bill Gates is looking for sort of global initiatives which would really work, right? And he has lots of money he wants to invest, but he cannot find what is really working, right? There are many ideas, but how would it work? So it's not necessarily him, I'm just giving an example. So many corporations, large foundations, as well as other sources of funding could be quite possible. I think if we come up and create this common, let's say, platform project initiative or whatever is the name, which would show this is the ultimate vision, this is a strategy how we get there, those are the resources, the capacities, the team basically, etc. So I think we could start working on this, better understand, of course, our capacities, support each other in whatever projects we are currently doing, and there will be points of interconnection and mutual reinforcement. Alexander, on to you.
Thank you. We're just a little over time. I'm going to make this less than a minute, and then I'm going to suggest a form of transition to the next session. So Marilyn, I hope that you are listening and ready. So what I wanted to share is first, the dictum, the admonition to think as a person of action and to act as a person of thought. And again, as one of my Tibetan Lama friends, he says, we have to learn to think in a new way, and he points to his heart. This is the thinking. It's not the thinking, it's the thinking here. So wonderful. my hope is then that in this engagement, we don't say, oh, what a wonderful experience. Thanks so much. Good luck. I'm so inspired by you. Bye. So the idea here is that now what we say is, okay, how can we stay connected? And we continue to explore this proactively. We can come fishing for you, but the best thing to do is to come fishing for us, come fishing for each other. So this is what we'll be doing in exploring our ongoing interconnection. My suggestion now is I would like to invite Marilyn to turn on her camera, to share some thoughts, because we would like to hear from her, and to also provide us the transition to suggest what is the next panel that we're coming up with, because she's leading that, and to say a few words around that. And then maybe we'll have a 1-minute break with our wonderful video again about Earth Day while we take a break and do the transition. Marilyn, are you there?
I'm here, which is a miracle. This is way past my bedtime.
I'm sure.
And I was a little startled for you to say that I was leading the next panel, but that's a recorded one with Daniel Christian Wall. So phew, it's already done. So we used catch-up time. Yeah. So if you want me to say something about Daniel Christian Wall, many of you know his focus
before that, Marilyn, before you say something, could you share anything from what you've heard in this panel? Because I know you've been sharing notes. And so what have you been left? What would you like to share with us?
I think that the whole opportunity to create what David's called the moonshot is calling us. So we have to dare to be big enough, as I think several of you have challenged us, and we simply have to be courageous and take our power and do it. I do think we have to find an action. What's our early win? And some of us may already be working on the projects that we could all conspire to work with. And that would be part of what Jude and I talked about, Jude Curavan and I, about catalyzing. So that might mean an opportunity cost for some of us not pursuing whatever project we're working on right now in service to somebody else's, so we could get it, so we could get that early collaborative win. So I think that's worth having. I think we have to talk through that more, but I think it would be worth investing in that. I was really like, I was not normally stay on to listen to another panel after I had given my keynote, but I couldn't stop listening. And I was really riveted by the energy here. And I know many of the people who are participating, and I just am so inspired by what they have been doing. And the very idea that, oh, now they're together in the same room, Indra and say David, who I don't think have met before. And to hear Lev talk about, his capacity for being an impresario of the future, I would say. He's good at that. And so I feel like the kinds of practical suggestions that Meg is putting forward as well is that we have quite an impressive capacity with just the people on the screen here. And I guess it would be, is this an opportunity that enough of us or all of us can't resist? Is it that attractive enough just to be able to take a step that moves something towards more life and all of the simultaneous actions that Jude and I were discussing, the ones that I put out for the 7th generation to realize, and she and I rolled that back to, no, we got to do it all now. All the generations acting together. So I see Saeed has joined us too. So I was happy to be with him last night. And yeah, he's saying, if not now, when? If not us, who? If not where? If not where we want to go, what is it that we're being called to do? So yeah, I feel this is Earth Day. This is a bit of synchronicity that we're all together here. Maybe we really ought to pause and listen to what Gaia is saying. Yeah. I think that's what I have to say.
Thank you so much. Can you now lead us to the next one and maybe give us a 1-minute break so people can go and do the transitions they need to do? And then we can go on to the next session.
So you just wanted to give me you want me to give it a little promo of what, so Daniel Christian Wall, who is, designs regenerative cultures, he and Marina Demchenko and I really explored a way of being with systems and working on locality. And we had a really delightful start that surprised me completely. I always forget how think Daniel Christian is a lot like Alexander. He knows everything about everything and all the references. So he started with Patrick Geddes. So if any of you know anything about Scotland and Patrick Geddes, who is the man that did two things that we could be grateful for. He really is responsible for creating the whole study of sociology. It did not exist before him. And in 1890, yes, 1890, he coined the term think global, act local. And he put that to good effect by cleaning up what we now know as the Royal Mile in Edinburgh, because it was a slum. And nobody there wanted to support life there. And Geddes worked not only on the edge in Scotland, but all over the world, and especially in India and Jerusalem, because people here weren't ready to hear his ideas. But he did change the Royal Mile, and that's very visible unto today. He created the Outlook Tower that still exists, and that enabled people to actually not only to think globally, but to go into a space and imagine the globe, because it was in the layers of the ways that people would be able to experience the macro to the micro and in reverse. So that's some of what we explored. I'm giving you now 1 minute, only 1 minute, to have a little break and then come back and listen to Daniel and Marina and myself. Thank you, everyone, and happy Earth Day. Some of you have more day than me left to experience more happy Earth Day. Thank you.
Okay, so we had a really beautiful, profound, and actually quite a long discussion. Thank you very much, Alexander. Thank you, everyone who participated. It was not only enlightening and heartwarming, but also very practical. So I remember the discussion we had yesterday on the same subject as we were sort of warming up to this and meeting with other institutional partners and colleagues. And I feel that there is this universal process which led us from idea exploration and looking for some connection points yesterday to continuing on this path, but really moving into, okay, what we can do together, how to structure those activities. Of course, it was only the first conversation about this sort of interrelationships and community, sort of extended community or meta community, right? Ecosystem or meta ecosystem building. But we definitely are on the roll and we'll find the right way to do things and then to bring our resources together and accomplish what we need to accomplish. So thank you again very much for this. Now we are moving into a most interesting interview that Marilyn Hamilton and Marina Demchenko took yesterday with Daniel Christian Wall. I'm an ignorant person, so I haven't met Daniel before, so I look forward to our sort of experience right now, but I have heard about him from many interesting people. So let's see. We will start. It's a pre-recorded video, which was recorded yesterday. And let's dive into it, and it goes on for 62 minutes. And we start. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Marilyn Hamilton, and I'm one of the co-founders of Living Cities Earth. And I'm joined today at our Earth Day Summit with Marina Demchenko, who is also one of the co-founders of Living Cities Earth. And we're just delighted to have as our guest, Daniel Christian Wall. And so I'd just like to introduce Daniel and let us know what kind of a very exotic and global background he has. Daniel was born in Munich in 1971, and he grew up in Germany. He has degrees as a biologist and a zoologist from University of Edinburgh and the University of Holistic Science from Schumacher College, and a PhD in natural design from the University of Dundee. Daniel has taught capacity building workshops on a wide range of sustainability issues to local authorities and businesses. He's worked with the United Nations Institute of Training and Research, UNITAR, and the British government's UK Foresight. He is a LEAD, a Lead International and Clear Village member, and he works with companies also like Camper and Ecover and Lush and the Tourism Innovation. I know Daniel through his connections with Findhorn, where I actually live in the Eco Village, and he was the director of Findhorn College between 2007 and 2010. And during that time, he helped to create an MSc in Sustainability Community Design with Heriot-Watt University. Daniel is a fellow of the RSA, the Royal Society for the Encouragement of Arts, Manufactures and Commerce, and is also a Findhorn Foundation Fellow. Daniel has been very much involved with Gaia Education, and he trained trainers for their Eco-Village Design Education, what is affectionately known globally as the EDE program. Daniel now lives on Mallorca. He has co-founded Biomimicry Iberia in 2012, and also the IED, the European Institute of Design in Madrid. Daniel has worked in many conferences, written many articles, and is a very active social media participant whose articles and comments I often find in my daily feed and always enjoy. He's also the author of Designing Regenerative Cultures, as a book that I believe came out of his PhD research. Daniel, welcome.
Wow, that was a long introduction. Nice to see you again. Lovely to be with you today.
Yes, well, for the whole Living Cities Earth endeavor, which is a new collaboration that now has connected over 50 people around the world, I thought it would be very interesting not only for the co-founders to learn a little bit about you, but also the viewers of this recording. So Daniel, we have many things in common in our love of being able to think of the Earth and actually experience her as a living being. And I have been attracted to your work also because you have used an integral model to be able to presence multiple realms at once. And there's another sort of very interesting connection through the biomimicry work that you've done to bees. And there's a bee person that I'd like to invite you to comment about, and that's Patrick Geddes. So Patrick Geddes actually studied not only humans in cities, but also bees, and was a very early person to use biomimicry to try and understand how do humans connect their lives and their cities to their bioregions. Would you like to tell me why you were attracted to Patrick Geddes?
Well, that's a wonderful place to start, because I think it's really instructive that sometimes people are 100 years ahead of their time. Geddes wrote a book, Cities in Evolution, in 1910. He was originally a biologist. I got into him partially because I studied at Dundee University, and he helped build Dundee University and was the first professor of biology and botany there. But he didn't live in Dundee, he lived in the old town of Edinburgh. And at the time, the old town of Edinburgh was still the slums. It was where the low lives lived. There was prostitutes and gamblers and thieves. And he, to some extent, invented the process of gentrification in cities by moving straight into the slums and then convincing the city to let him use an old building to invent what became student housing. So he took one building and made it available for students, and then got the students involved in whitewashing the walls and working with the people in that barrio, in that area, to clean it up, to make little gardens, to just basically make it more livable. And in doing so, he then began a process that transformed this heart of Edinburgh, the Royal Mile, and below it, the Cowgate, into what is now this beautiful city that millions of people come and visit. And another example of Geddes's genius is also in that area, where he created what's called the Outlook Tower in Ramsay Gardens, which is right at the castle esplanade. Like if you walk down from the castle on the left, there's a tower. And in that tower, Geddes created a public education venue, a museum, that has the core notion of regenerative being in nested wholeness as a participant built into it. And we're talking 100 years ago. So you walk into this floor, and the first level, like the first floor, is an exhibition of the world. Over a general introduction for simple people living in Edinburgh wanting to just have a nice day walking through this tower of this is the world. And then you walk one floor up, and then it homes in to Europe. And then it homes into Great Britain, and then Scotland. And then on the top floor of that building is a camera obscura, which was high-tech at the time, that shows you the city of Edinburgh. And the salutogenic nested design intention behind creating such a thing, that in a very simple way helps people to locate themselves within nested wholeness, is so ahead of its time. And the very fact that what you were alluding to is that Geddes, as a biologist, ended up being also credited for being one of the founding fathers of sociology and of town planning. And that once he gained a little bit of traction in Scotland, because he was so culturally creative, he also is intimately involved with something called the Celtic Revival in Scotland, which was the arts and crafts movement what's the other famous Scottish architect of the arts and crafts movement, just Glasgow School of Art is built by him. I'm just losing the name at the moment. But anyway, he in this Celtic Revival, he understood that if you want to change culture, you have to change it through arts and crafts and theater and dance and all forms of cultural expressions. So he then created what was called the Edinburgh International Summer School, which was a meeting of the minds of the time where he had Le Play and Haeckel and students of Kropotkin and all these people come and spend some time in Edinburgh and basically have a public dialogue, something that is now common with this kind of Zoom and online blended formats. But the fact that people had intellectual conversation in front of an audience where people could just come in, no entries charged, is so ahead of its time. And out of this international summer school grew what is basically the Edinburgh Festival today and the Fringe. So the impact of this man is humongous, and to bring it home to why I think it's so important to remember him now is that, yes, a lot of us live in cities right now, whether the cities that we've created are fit for purpose and fit into the scale of the landscapes they've been built in is a question, and whether they will remain at these mega city sizes in the long run is also a question. But if we want to transform cities to not be a degenerative influence on the living biosphere, the living planet, then we have to reintegrate them into the regions that they're nested in. And Geddes understood that. There's something called the valley section that Geddes drew, and that there's actually a stained glass window in Ramsay Garden in the museums of the valley section, which shows the mountains, the river, and the city and the sea, and basically locates the city in the bioregion, and then looks at where do the minerals come from, where does in his day the coal come from, the timber come from, the basic raw materials of provisioning the city, and plan the city within the context of its material and energy footprint, and carefully look at the flora, the fauna, the hydrology, the geology. Geddes critically influenced Mumford, and Mumford's thinking was the spark when the young Ian McHarg, after being a military, like a Green Beret in the Second World War, did some training for veterans that happened just after the war. And it was basically Geddesian students that were training these war veterans in urban planning, the first town planning course. And that's where Ian McHarg developed his approach, or continued to develop the approach that Geddes already was talking about, which was the overlay section of landscape architecture, that you have to plan cities and landscapes with geology, the different layers in mind. He just used acetates, overheads, to put them on top of each other. And that then developed into global information system, the GIS software that is now used in planning everywhere. So Geddes has fundamentally influenced how we think about cities. But what we've forgotten is that at the beginning of all this is that you have to plan cities in the regional context. You have to plan cities within the living fabric and context that they're nested in. And that's also the fundamental difference between sustainability and regeneration. Sustainability is an abstract conversation around solving global problems. Regeneration is a participatory collective exploration in a specific place of how to participate appropriately in the nested complexity that we're now facing. And it fundamentally flips solving problems and solutioneering into exploring local potential with the people in the place that you can only work with regeneratively if you talk about it in the specific and not the general. So all kind of master planning blueprints and copy-paste approaches of sustainability are just simply bound to fail in that way of thinking.
Thank you. Thank you. Woo, that was quite a riff. Oh, yes, but if anybody you were going to riff about, it would be Geddes. I was introduced to Geddes through, I don't know if you know Dr. Ian White, who I met in Canada that is now in Edinburgh. And so he introduced me to Geddes. And there's many times that I feel like I've somehow tapped into that energy field, because even with the attraction with the bees. And from what you're saying, he was so far ahead of his time. I was amazed, because I think it was about 1890 that he coined the term think global, act local. And it's like, what? That was coined here in Scotland and in 1890, not sometime in 1960 or 70.
It's not a Greenpeace slogan.
Just amazing. And also that he was not really respected so much at home, and he went out to India and did a lot of work there, and Jerusalem. So he actually had to go and get his global creds in different places than here. But we would not recognize, as you say, the Royal Mile in Edinburgh if he had not done what he had done, and completely rehabilitated and restored and regenerated to another level. I think recalibrated the whole place. So thank you for sharing those pictures and images. And this idea of the regeneration kind of links to Marina's questions and curiosities about how you started to talk a little bit about the difference between regenerativity and sustainability. Marina, did you want to step in and ask your question that was really stirring up a little bit of conversation amongst even our Earth Day Summit group, because you had commented on some of our terminology being used regarding sustainability versus regenerativity. And both Marina and I are both regenerators. So Marina, did you want to ask Daniel a little bit about what your curiosities were about regenerativity?
Yes, thank you so much for this trip to the past, because I've heard about Geddes, but I didn't know so much about his contribution, and it's absolutely incredible and amazing. And I just wanted to maybe to clarify, and perhaps it could be some sort of the guidance from you on how do you see the evolutionary transcendence from the basis of sustainability could be provided in order to come to the regenerative approach, in order to understand not only what's the difference, but how we can evolve to the understanding of the regenerativity in many different approaches, be it industrial development, economic development, social development, first of all, and of course everything which is connected with as we say it in Living Cities Earth, human and well in harmony with each other and nature. What should be done? What do you think? How we can transcend to this new understanding of regenerative approach instead of sustainability?
Well, there's a lot of places to start to respond to that, and to some extent, going upstream and starting with the framing of the question, which is. I've used it many times, it's useful, but it is actually also part of the difference between sustainability and regeneration. If we think of what we need to do now with regard to creating living cities Earth, like a planet where cities have a salutogenic, health-generating influence on the places, their local footprint, their regional footprint, and their global footprint. Then, of course, it's a transition from where we're at now to where the situation might be realized. But that very thinking is part of our mental models and organizing ideas that have created the sustainability mindset. Sustainability was well, first coined in Germany by German foresters from Clausewitz, I think his name was. But it was already with the mindset of how do we use nature in a utilitarian way? Like how do we grow our diverse forests in such a way that we can sustainably harvest from them? And how do we replant and not deplete the forests? That was the intention back then. And in many ways, we're schooled in the Western world to think of everything as problems, and then we talk about problems in the abstract, and we define them ever more, and then we develop all sorts of scientific disciplines that give us an angle on this problem, and we bring in the scientists and create more data. Normally it has to be cold, quantitative data. And then once we've defined this really abstract problem, we've identified how it shows up everywhere around the planet, but then we take it into the abstraction again. Oh yeah, it's a problem you can see in Rio de Janeiro and in Shanghai and in Tokyo. And then we bring in the engineers, the designers, the innovators to define solutions about these abstract problems in the abstract. In design sprints, design hackathons, whatever you call it, hot houses, all these beautiful things. And then in order to make those, energize those, we link it with big money and the investors and the angel investors. And so we do these hackathons, and then the best ideas get pitched to the investors, and they then say, how do we scale it up? How do we bring it into communities everywhere? And that's the sustainability approach that is well intended, but it's mistaken in its approach, because you cannot find solutions to abstract problems that are by definition then somewhat abstract to a problem that is not within context. And then you try to bring it back into communities and implement it in context. And then you're surprised that it flies back in your face, because the community doesn't own it. It hasn't evolved out of that place. It doesn't know the idiosyncrasies of culture, of specificities of place and its evolution. And so very often it doesn't fit. And so the regenerative approach says, you cannot work regenerative. Like, there's a lot of talk about regenerative, this, that, and the other. And yesterday I was on a wonderful webinar with Carol Sanford, and one of the kind of checks she reminded people to do when they think they're working regeneratively, but might not be, is, are you working in the abstract? Are you generalizing? Are you working on something that you pretend needs to be then in that exact way be done everywhere? If that's what you're doing, you might be talking about how to create a blueprint and master plan for sustainable cities and blah, blah, blah. But you're still in a mindset that you and your brilliant friends can come up with the theme and the pattern that then people just have to adopt and everything will be fine. And that's not working regeneratively. Working regeneratively is what Geddes did. It's moving into a place and creating the will and the vision and the narrative with people in place that makes them co-create and makes them want a different future that is theirs, because they have stopped and shared enough to fall in love with their place, with the uniqueness of their place and how it matters, how each and every one of them has an essence, a uniqueness that makes their community unique, and how collectively, because of that, they have a uniqueness, and how that uniqueness is informed and in humble service to the uniqueness of the place that is actually bringing them forth, the locality, the bioregion. And that is a fundamentally different way. Like at the same webinar yesterday, Joel Glansberg shared he's a beautiful storyteller, and he told the famous stone soup story as a metaphor for how you work regeneratively. You don't walk into town as three strangers and say, oh, we're hungry, we want something to eat, and if you give us something to eat, we'll help you replan your village or something like that. No, you sit down in the middle of the village square and put 3 stones into a bowl of water, and then somebody walks up and say, what are you doing? And you're saying, we're cooking stone soup. And then that somebody says, yeah, that sounds interesting. If we're often hungry, so if we could make stone soup, that would be amazing. And then the next person walks up and they say, oh, we could actually, now that we're more of us, we could do with a bigger kettle. And somebody brings a kettle. And eventually somebody says, well, soups do better with salt. And somebody brings some salt. And then, maybe a little, I think I have some carrots. Maybe we put some carrots in. And before you know it, there's a wonderful abundant soup out of scarcity that has been evolved through a shared will that has been nurtured in place. And that's a very, very, very different way of working than all the well-intended, wonderful people who still think that they can master plan the cities into a different future. And so really this way of working salutogenically is, how do we heal being in relationship within nested wholeness? Our whole cultural narrative, and actually I should make the loop to where I started there, because you framed it as a sort of transition and as an evolution, as like we're in one mindset and now we need to move to another mindset. And I think that once you go into this participatory approach, where you shift from, like in a scientific term, the myth of prediction, manipulation, and control of complex dynamic systems, which science tells us are fundamentally unpredictable and uncontrollable. And if you take that scientific insight and you say, okay, then the best thing we can ever do is appropriate participation in nested complexity. That is a much more humble approach. And in that shift, the question of appropriate participation also can take you out of this ridiculous long-term future planning, visioning something, building the future vision, and backcasting it, and then creating the milestones of implementation, all the things that we're trained to do. And it brings you into your agency as an expression and participant in that nested wholeness. And that agency is both giving you the power to change the world, because what it says is you're an expression of all of this, and you're a participant of all of this. So everything you think, say, and do, the metaphors you use, how you give language to the world shapes the future of everything. So we are all incredibly powerful in that way. That's the participatory power that we need to reclaim. And at the same time, we can't predict and control it. We meet uncertainty, we meet change, we meet how this nested complexity will continue to unfold based on what we've done in the last 500 years, and which will cause us some challenges over the next few decades and longer. But we move into this with humility, and the way of flipping it that is, again, different from sustainable thinking to regenerative thinking is not to frame regenerative cities or working regeneratively as a new future utopia that now needs to be implemented, but to just go, take a deep breath, look around you, understand that life is fundamentally regenerative. This is not a new adjective that will be surpassed by the next one. Like we went from whatever smart to circular to sustainable to whatever lean, and now it's regenerative. That's how people misunderstand it. We need to understand regeneration as a core impulse of life itself. We need to understand that our species for 300,000 years has been in this biophysical formed capability of frontal lobe this big and all of that. And the developmental story is a Western story. That's it's powerful to have an integral framework to let all different ways of knowing be present again. But the narrative of that this has to be a developmental spiral in a way that you'd hear and then eventually you're going to get there, is flawed to some extent, because these states of being are available to everyone at any point in time. And there are plenty of people on the planet who don't see the world through the lenses that we're using to speak about all of this. And so if we come really back into the participatory power of nested complexity, of us being shapers, co-creators of the future, then it's really look around you and see that there's regeneration going on everywhere. It's the people working for single moms in cities, the people working for bringing back green spaces in cities, the people working for the urban permaculture network, or connecting local farmers, regional farmers in the bioregion to direct customer cooperatives in the cities. The regenerative impulse of life itself is coming through everywhere, because our species' inheritance as being indigenous to life, expressions of life, everywhere around the planet, our indigenous ancestry has held that nested wholeness as sacred and has understood our roles and responsibility in it. And we need to recover that ancient knowledge and see that all around us regeneration is happening. And then suddenly the way we work is unveiling something that is already happening, connecting the pieces within that nested complexity so they can begin to see each other again and begin to form a narrative where it's not siloed like our Western thinking has made us think of everything. Oh yeah, these people just talk about badges, and these people just talk about permaculture, and these people just talk about single moms. And also, don't they see it's all about badges? It's not about single moms. And we need to overcome that and see that we're actually all working on the same healing of place, the love for a place, the biophilia that is at the core of understanding that the only way you can express your individuality in what our culture holds so highly is in service to nested wholeness, in service to your community, in service to life. And that's ancient wisdom. That's how the Vedanta has reconciled the ego to eco tension into seva, service to life. It's not about going from me to we. That's another swing of the pendulum. It's about integrating the me healthily in a we that understands that the only way I can serve me is to serve the collective, socially, ecologically, and economically. Sorry, I give very long answers. I'm sorry.
That's absolutely brilliant, and it reminded this Ubuntu approach about I am because we are. Yes, so that's also a very powerful idea. But what would you what advice could you give in order maybe to cure this learned helplessness about in our minds about that's not my my case, that's not my business, because there are scientists, there are politicians who could solve these problems, make all these plans. How to help an ordinary man to a human, not only men and women, of course, maybe first of all women and mothers. How could we help people understand that give them this sense of ownership of our places, our neighborhoods, our cities and bioregions around the cities. That's the matter of the culture, I think, first of all, in understanding how I can contribute. Maybe you can give some advice how to help people.
I think Geddes already did at the beginning of this conversation. How do we do that? Through an Outlook Tower, through a Celtic revival, in every place. Helping people to fall in love with their place again, picking people up where they are. Not saying, well, I'm a Badger person, not a single mom person, but to say, wow, you're a single mom person. Wonderful. This is so important for all of us. I kind of love the Badger thing, but I so value what you're doing. It's a shift. And it's like creating narrative through art, crafts, celebrating local culture. And the danger there is, and this is really important, because we're now in a point in time where, through lots of geopolitical shifts and the pandemic and a number of reasons, people have woken up to the brittleness of the system that has rushed into globalization at all costs and eroded redundancies at local and regional scales in service to some form of efficiency and economic progress. And we're now realizing that there was a point to have vital functions of a city distributed throughout the city in a decentralized way, throughout a region in a decentralized way, and that to make codependencies to a production line that is on another continent is just really, really silly if you're trying to survive in the long term in an unpredictable, complex, dynamic world. And so the willingness to pay attention to re-regionalization is fundamentally different than it was 20 years ago. And the understanding that at the core of what's going wrong is a fundamentally degenerative, systemically violent economic system. Again, if you'd said something like this 20 years ago, you were far out there, outcast, not part of the conversation anymore. To question the GDP as a measure of progress in 2009, when Gaia Education put that into its curriculum, or in 2005 even, was radical to the point of most people dismissing you, because what do you mean? Growth and GDP is central. Now you have prime ministers of countries saying our country isn't going to use this measure of progress primarily anymore. It's a nice indicator, but it actually is flawed, because so much destruction and ill health in the population drives positive GDP. So all of this is shifting. And so I think we're at a point where people are willing to have conversations about our place and our region. But what's really important, because we also have a backlash into some sort of parochial localism that is them against us, othering, falling back into the small. Like in Germany, the AfD and the Identitäre Bewegung, this identity movement, is actually capturing some of these localizing, regionalizing memes and using them for a very toxic way of thinking. So we need to, as we become bioregionalists again, and we work on cities within their living context in a bioregion, we need to think of this as a cosmopolitan bioregionalism, as a nested wholeness, as enabling people everywhere to do the same and valuing the exchange between bioregions. But we need to flip out of this spending vast amounts of money on things like COP on climate and COP on biodiversity, 50,000 people descend on Egypt for a few days to blah, blah, blah about something that is, again, abstract problem talking and maybe proposing in the abstract solutioneering to that. And if we deployed all those resources towards enabling people in place to have a conversation, to say, it's not about fundamentalist localism of we don't need mining and we don't need trade. We love this technology that makes us talk to each other from different parts of the world. But we need to finally also face the biophysical facts of where we're at on the planet right now. We are running out of energy and resources in the way that we're currently using them. Like, there's abundance on this planet, but the technologies we've built are dependent on scarce resources that are getting scarcer. And we cannot run a 16 terawatt civilization on a planet that biophysically only gives us maybe 6. That means we need to reduce our energy and material consumption. And the only way to do that is to relocalize material and energy flows as much as possible, but have a nuanced conversation of what international flows of trade do need to exist to enable that. And whether this is on diets, like we need to bring our diets back into the region, but that doesn't mean we can't, trade certain luxury goods internationally. But it's also about, in the context of that, the ubiquitous use of technology. We cannot use that much technology. So all this talk about AI and our falling in love with the idea that if we had enough data and we get clever algorithms to work with that data, they can tell us what to do because we're flawed. I mean, this is self-destructive for humanity and really dangerous. And this is happening right now at a hyper-exponential pace. So we really have to bring the conversation back to a facing technology and facing globalization and being nuanced about how these things can serve life and how they're currently destroying life. And so we've got our work cut out for ourselves in this. But again, even in framing it this way, I just made the mistake of leaving it in the problem space. And I think that what we need to really do is to bring it into the specific off place and start seeing that we can and we are living, and a lot of humanity is living in a very different way. We're still extremely colonialists in the way that we talk about all this, because we're thinking of it just from our Western perspective, and there are alternatives, and that's what was my critique with regard to the integral thing, that if we get too much into this developmental thing and not into realizing that different ways of knowing and different ways of being and seeing are co-present in the world, and we just make them visible again and unveil them, then we're already far than half of the way there of creating the regenerative future that we want to create, because it's actually all around us, because it's the core of what life does.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. Your energy is contagious. A couple of things that you're saying remind me of an interview that I've already done with Jude Curavan, who I think you know. And so Jude has kind of reframed Geddes and says, what we should do is think cosmically, feel globally, and act locally. I really like the feel globally, because I think that is what puts us in touch with our reality, even our agency, and how we influence around us, all the people and the stories and the circularity of the energy of life. And I also want to comment that even within the Earth Day Summit, because we are a very young organization in the Living Cities Earth, the ideas that have come forward have been very self-organizing. And I was delighted to see we have a whole day that is not in English. It's in multiple languages. And one of our co-founders who lives near Bangalore, Ranjani, is inviting children to work with clay. So they don't know how that session will turn out. But if you want to bring life into conversation, bring the imagination of children. If you want to feel, put your hands in the soil. I mean, we could be talking about Vandana Shiva and growing life out of the soil, and the whole conversation about regenerating our capacity to have our food systems be regenerative instead of industrialized. So I think those are the kinds of practicalities and also imagination that I see that you're calling forth. Am I off base in bringing in the children or the stories or the soil?
How could you? I mean, actually, that reminds me of something that Marina said earlier with regard to the mothers. All of that, again, in making visible what has become invisible to Western society. The core function of nurturing life is not valued in our economy. Mothering, taking care of the elderly, intergenerational exchange between grandmothers and their grandchildren. All of that is in the non-economically clocked part of the system. So we made life's regenerative activity not count. That is, and what you're speaking to with all three of those is exactly that. The children and the land. Like, again, we underpay and overexploit our agriculturalists, farmers, as the undereducated purveyors of a cheap resource. We don't understand that they are custodians of living ecosystems, and that the thing they provide, the little bit we eat is only a very small fraction of the service they provide to all of us. There's a reason why the primary sector is called the primary sector. Primary productivity, the core source of all value generation, is bioproductivity. Geddes, coming back to Geddes, said,
Exactly.
by leaves we live. This is where the botanist got his say. By leaves we live. That's what we have to understand. We need to regreen our cities. We need to regreen our planet. We need to reforest. The half of the global forest has been denuded in the last 100 years, in the last 5,000 years, actually. And again, that journey is a journey that is only 5,000 to 10,000 years old. Before that, our ancestors, every human being, was part of a group of people that understood themselves as expressions of a living bioregion, moved migratorily through that bioregion and disrupted it in a positive way, had a salutogenic, life-generating influence on that ecosystem and made it more abundant. We now have the research, the wonderful research of Lila June on North American sites that were carefully nurtured into higher abundance by Native Americans. The way that she, in her research, points out that the story that the Indians followed the buffalo is actually the wrong way around. The buffaloes followed the Indians because they practiced a way of seasonal disruption and migration that made the prairie more abundant for the buffalo, and then harvested some of the surplus in deep reverence of these animals. That's a relationship. Like I mean, I spend a lot of time in my garden now, and the kind of communion and community that you find with more than human beings, and the embodied experience as a gardener to have the land and each tree speak to you. Just before we got online, I did my little walk around the land, and at this time of year, the joy of knowing an individual tree intimately enough that from one day to the next, you see how the buds change, swell, turn into leaves, how the leaves change color, and how you perceive health and well-being, not just through the mind, but through sensing, feeling, and intuiting. That's the kind of invitation. As we come back into our regenerative power, we also need to reclaim our human capacity, because we've been so in our minds that Jung talked about 4 ways of knowing: sensing, feeling, intuiting, and thinking. Everything we've framed in language right now has most people in the thinking space. But because we're passionate for what we're doing, they also feel something. And it is actually that feeling that really makes a lasting impact. It's not the blah, blah, blah. And so how do we come back into relationship with each other and relationship with the more than human world, where we value our capacity as living participants and expressions of this nested wholeness? The reason why we can feel like that is because we're not apart from it. We're expressions of it. And that, for me, yeah, like Jude's, I love what you like Jude's extrapolation of Geddes's think globally.
Think cosmically.
Think cosmically.
Feel globally. Act globally.
Exactly. But it's also, you could say, you need to think, act, and feel locally, globally, and cosmically. That's the co-presence of that, because ultimately, of course, there are always larger realities that we're nested in, and it helps us remind and put ourselves into context. But right now, I feel that, again, the danger of this evolutionary model, to some extent, is that we can disappear into a sort of esoteric, out of the immanence of the body conversation of the cosmic. And what we really need to do is to come into our bodies again and understand that we are expressions of a larger being that is Gaia, the living planet, but that even that larger being is nested in a much larger system, and that even thinking of it in those terms where objects are nested in objects, because is just a way of thinking, and that the real change is happening even beyond that in the non-material realm. But where do you start? Because we were saying, how do you involve simple people? Maybe not with the cosmic story first, maybe with something that is really relevant to them, and then bring it back. But it's simple things like just having a thought there with regard to cities, the light pollution, like the work of bringing cities back to a level of using light wisely, that you can see the night sky, would make such a difference in this cosmic connection. Because along the long journey that we've had in this form as Homo sapiens, we've sat around in circle looking at the night sky, and you can't do that without feeling small and insignificant for a while. And that feeling small and insignificant makes you wonder the questions of who are we, where are we going, where do we come from, what is this all about? And if as a culture we don't ask those questions, we lose our way. And that's what we've done.
Yeah, once more, you again stimulate all kinds of connections as you're sharing your impressions and thoughts and feelings and sensing. And I'm remembering some work that I've recently just encountered with Ian McGilchrist. I don't know if you know his work, where he's basically saying right brain, left brain. Actually, we have given our left brains all of the privileges, when in fact it's the right brain that's doing all of this connection and patterning. And that really the sequence of how I understand what he's suggesting is it should be right brain, grok it, left brain, analyze it, and then come back to the right brain and release it into a much more generative, regenerative space in the world. So I feel this is really good, wise instruction to us in the West. And I also am remembering how Aurobindo has influenced me to think of cities. So you take Geddes and go to India, and I don't know if the two of them ever encountered each other, but Aurobindo, again, very early in the 1920s, he proposed that there was a right size for cities. And the right size he suggested was about 50,000 people. A little note to file, there's about 50,000 bees in a wild beehive. Oh, isn't this interesting? Now, if you do the math in India, if there were only cities of 50,000 and you went forward to the time now, there'd be a little bit of short of maybe 1 million or so people wouldn't have a place to stay because of his math. But the thing that I understood about his intention was two things. One was that individuals are connected to each other and their bioregion at that size. They become very intimately aware that they're not some separate place that's been stuck on a particular region. And then the other thing that he invoked was something that he called a karma yoga. I have taken the liberty of creating a care-ma yoga. So I say that one must care for itself so that you can care for each other. And all together we care for our places, and all together we care for the planet. So caring for person, people, place, and planet. And that kind of practice, in my experience, can be something that sets your intentions for how to connect with the highest and the best at all scales. And it also helps me to notice how has all of those, especially the planet, spoken through me during the end of a day. So I just feel that you're sharing this energy and love of life is bringing up those kinds of influences that have also flowed in the direction that I have been working with both Integral City and Living Cities.
So this is wonderful. Just briefly on that, because it's very often I mean one of the, to get people out of this putting into the foreground the design, the deliverable, the object of the solution, like, and understand that yes, of course we will have to create new products, new houses, new cities, all of that. but to foreground the verb, the process of becoming, that doing that enables. I, in my book, write a lot about that regenerative cultures emerge from people living the questions together. And you need a certain scale, a human scale, a beehive scale of living the questions together with relevance to a locality. And the most powerful questions that I think we need to ask in this daily practice, humble apprenticeship or pilgrimage of appropriate participation, is what you were just referring to. A friend of mine called it the triethica, but it's actually something that you find in every indigenous practice around the world, that you ask for any major decision of what to do in your life, does it serve myself? Does it serve my community? And does it serve life? 3 simple questions. They're somehow also at the core of council practice. And you have to have 3 good reasons on each of the 3 levels. It is never enough to have good reasons only on one of those levels. This, on the one hand, says to the greedy self person, I need to consider the community and the planet, but it also says to the passionate activist trying to serve people and planet, remember yourself. Otherwise, you won't do this for very long. And this is a marathon, not a horse race. We need to take care of ourselves. And so, yeah, it's wonderful that you bring that into the working with cities, because I think these are, like, we have been given the original instructions. It is all there. We know how to participate appropriately in nested complexity, but we've now have the hard challenge of how do we harvest the best of enlightenment, modernity, technology, and science, and the thinking mind, and reintegrate it into the fullness of our being in that way. And we will need bridge memes. Like I love Ian McGilchrist's work, but I hesitate. Like I studied neuroscience. The dualistic left, right, and male, female, there are just so many memes still in that like the metaphors he used to explain this. And neuroscience shows that there's plasticity between the brain. If you have an accident, the right brain can take over left brain functions, and the left brain can take over right brain functions. So very useful narrative that has meant a lot to a lot of people, but we are always trapped in language. And that meta perspective of understanding that precisely because we're always trapped in language, we need to do what you were alluding to. We need to trust our sensing, feeling, and intuiting more. But we also need science to help us create intersubjective consensus on how to bring sensing, feeling, and intuiting into the world responsibly. Otherwise, anybody who says, "Oh, I had a vision and we should all do that," could become a demagogue and get others to follow him.
Thank you, Daniel. I think one of the things we share is the awareness that in order to impact a system, one nudges, one sort of pokes it and notices how it responds and be responsive to the system. And I know that we could go on for another hour, but in respecting your time, I'd love to have another conversation about your experience of community on Majorca and compare it to the sense of community I have here in the Fintorn Eco Village. And so thank you so much for your contribution to this Earth Day Summit and all kinds of provocations. Marina, do you have a last word that you'd like to give for Daniel before he departs?
Well, I'm saying goodbye with the deepest sense of gratitude to you both for this wonderful conversation, because I'm smiling in my heart and on my face. And you know, your answer that we should the main recipe is love. To fall in love in the place is what for the place, yes, is what I am taking with me in my heart, and as an advice for many people who really want to make our places flourishing and thriving in harmony with nature, not only in our egocentric goals, but serving for the planet. So love is the answer, and it's so simple and it's so powerful. Thank you for that.
And it's our natural state of being. That's so you can kindle it. It's like a little glimming flame that all it needs is a bit of oxygen. And in every place, that's what Geddes did. He went into the old town of Edinburgh and said to the people, this place doesn't need to be a slum. This place doesn't need to stink. This place doesn't need to make you feel you can't go out after 6 o'clock at night. And by people saying, yeah, actually, I love this neighborhood. I love these people. I've lived with them all my life. And taking pride again in that place and caring for it. That's that. And we can do this everywhere. But we have to do it together, and we have to stop the inequality in the world and be like. Another thing that Geddes was leading in is he had a lot of privilege, but like we all do in this world, we wouldn't be using this technology if we didn't have privilege, talk at this educated level. But it's not about feeling bad about your privilege because other people don't have it. It's about what you do with your privilege and how you bring it into service of self, community, and life. And that's what Geddes did beautifully. And his agency, his caring, loving intention, his last book was called Towards a General Biology of Life. He tried to really understand, how do we integrate humanity back into the regenerative living cycles of a living planet cities. And for me, that's what we still need to do. And if you do work that 120 years later, 3 people can have a passionate conversation about, then you've created a meta design, a living meme that is actually salutogenic, that is healing the planet. Geddes's work is still going on designing, and because it is part of an ancient lineage, it's part of the original instructions. And love is the easiest entry point. Love, place, and people. Yeah?
And it translates across all cultures and comes from the globe herself. So happy Earth Day.
Happy Earth Day. Thank you so much for this conversation. I really enjoyed it.
Likewise. Thank you, Daniel.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Such a wonderful interview. Thank you so much for Marilyn, for Marina and Daniel. And of course, I want to share also the comments. Eric said, love this guy. And Said, who yesterday presented the amazing thoughts, ideas, and results of his work, which are related to Ken Wilber model and spiral dynamics and the humanity transformation and economics challenges, I would say, right? And how we can transfer ourselves from the first tier levels to the second tier levels, right? And Said, so nice to see you and your comments. I love that shift in focus, right? Regeneration is no longer a dance between me and we. It's both merging a dance. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the comments.
So I see also, and I'm smiling because it's amazing synchronicity, because the next session, it's going to be related to the Systemic Impact Leadership course, which me, Marina, and Olga Gerardin would love to introduce to you. And we also going to talk about spiral dynamics and 4 quadrants and 4 levels, person, people, place, and planet, of course. And that's, I think we got amazing bridge. And probably we can make take a 1-minute break, right? Just to digest what we just got. And let's get back in 1 minute. How does it sound for you? Can we do it? Thank you. So let's continue our celebration. Today is the Earth Day, and I congratulate every one of you and all people around the world with this amazing, amazing celebration. And we're ready to continue to move directly to our next session. The next session is Systemic Impact Leadership course presentation. But we don't want to make it just a presentation of the course. We want to deliver value and we want to make it useful for you. So let me introduce my two colleagues, Marina Demchenko. She, you just saw her, right? She took the interview with Marilyn. And Marina's birthday is today, and it's, I think, amazing sign. Lev, you would like to add something? It's amazing sign, I think, for us and for our team that our co-founder Marina Demchenko's birthday is also today as a Earth Day. You want to add something?
I want to ask you a question, if I may, just to as a start to the next section, which will be, I'm sure, extremely rich. And how do you connect, you and the team which created this course, how do you connect it with our goal of working with local and global leaders in 10,000 cities? I have very much interest to understand how we'll connect this course with people on the ground.
Thank you so much. Let me make it as an intrigue, right? And let me first my colleagues to introduce, right? Each our 3 blocks. So our next session is going to have 3 parts. The part number 1, Marina Demchenko is going to represent it. So our leadership, systemic impact leadership program is based on the 3 levels. It's a places levels, we call it social level. It's a people level, we call it organizational level, and it's a personal level, we call it individual level. So because we're celebrating the Earth Day today, we're going to start with the social level, and Marina is going to represent how to be impactful leader on a social level. After that, we're going to also watch the video and Olga's presentation. Olga Gerardin is also a co-founder of LC. She has amazing experience working with the corporates around the world, and she is going to share how we can lead people in an integral way, in a systematic way, a systemic way. And in a part of this presentation number 3, I'm going to conduct a practical workshop for you, and I would love to invite you to take a time for yourself. And that's how, Lev, that might be the first part of the answer, right? So how we can relate, right, systemic impact leadership course to our global goal and vision, right? We can, I think, it's just my perception, but I would love to ask you after the presentation, how do you see it, right? But in my opinion, we should start from ourselves, like Daniel invited us to do, right? And it's an individual level. After that, we can see how we contribute in people by leading people in our organizations, or maybe businesses, companies, maybe a non-profit organization, or even in our families or friend circles, in our cities activities, right? And the social level, it's how we are impacting to the places, to cities, to territories, and the planet in general. And we try to put all of these things together in our program, and we would love you to see how it's going to work. So the first video, again, Systemic Impact Leadership course, social level, Marina Demchenko. Happy birthday, Marina, again, is going to introduce what this social level in our program includes. Please, let's watch the video.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on your time zone. Happy Earth Day to all of you, and let us celebrate it together. Let me share my screen. Okay, I hope you see it. Let us talk about systemic impact leadership approach, which we are providing with my colleagues in Panorama Lab. And let me talk to you about social aspects of sustainable development. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Marina Demchenko. I am PhD in economics, text speaker, a researcher using the integral approach. I think about myself as a weaver of abundant reality. I work with different systems, be it a person, an organization, a big company, or a city itself. And I define myself as an earthling with the Slavic roots, because, you know, I believe that our motherland gives us lots of energy and wisdom and culture and powerful history, which gives us understanding of what we are. But it's really important to contribute all our skills, all our knowledge and understanding and this energy to the development of the earth itself. So taking it from the land where you were born and giving it to a planet which gives you life, which provides you life every day. By the way, I'm the first ever advisor to the mayor of the city on the holistic well-being and happiness of citizens. It was in Russia, city of Zverevo, and I really believe that only connecting people together in their love, gratitude, and appreciation to the land where they live, only together we can provide this well-being and happiness for each other, for our organizations, for the places where we live, and for our Mother Earth. I'm a co-founder of Panorama Lab for integral personal, organizational, and territorial development. I am also a co-founder and operating director in Living Cities Earth, the global horizontally organized action community of leading experts in integral development of cities, of territories, of organizations, various researchers and practitioners, people from business and from public sector, from civil society. And my passion is future, and I'm really focused on development of humanity, on our, recollection of what to be a human and what is our purpose in this world, in our life. So let's start. Planet Earth. What do you think? What is it, our planet? Is it simply one of the planets in the solar system? Or maybe it's a land which should be conquered, managed by humans, divided, or maybe somehow gardened. Or maybe it's a spaceship which carrying us through the cosmos. But what if we are not just aloof observers? What if we are not neither conquerors, nor astronauts, nor even dwellers? What if we are the Earth? Just as neurons in our brain, at the upper right corner of this slide, neurons form our brain, other cells of our body form tissues, tissues form organs, and organs form our body. Just in the same way, people form communities. We form families, organizations, we form countries, and humanity as a whole. You can see how it looks alike. A city from the plane of the board of the plane in the lower right corner. And this entanglement of our neurons in the brain. And by the way, you can see our Mother Earth from the spaceship. Yes, from the picture from the satellite. And looks very similar, isn't it? And you can also see how solar system, galaxies, the whole universe reminds us about molecules, atoms, quarks in the lower left corner of this slide. We can find their infinite fractal similarity in anything with everything in the world. We literally are the Earth. We are her cells. You can see here how individuals form relationships, our relationships form groups, societies, planets, and so on and so forth to all that is. We are the parts of one big, vibrant living system. And what does this revelation can tell us? Each of us, every day of our life, makes a choice. If we are the cells of the planetary body, we can choose whether to be the stem cells, cells which create everything in the organism and provides its thriving and health, or we can choose to be the cancer cells, which conquer, consume, destroy, eat everything around us. And you can see that most of the systems in our human societies are much like the dominator hierarchies, which behave as cancer cells, which exploit existing life. And we can rather often see in our human systems the words, I don't care, it's not my business. There are some people who are responsible for something, not me, not now. We have scientists, politicians, bosses, anyone else, but not me. But if we perceive ourselves as a stem cells of the planetary organism, if we understand that we are the living parts of this vibrant, big, beautiful organism, planet Earth, when we can start nurturing life from bottom to up to top, from inside out, and then we can start thinking about what can I do, not only for myself, but for people around me. How can I contribute to my organizations, to my city? These thoughts are usually full of curiosity and humble apprenticeship, instead of subordination, submission, compliance, obeying, which we are accustomed in our social systems. So, as everyone's lives depends on the health of the planet, so the health of the whole planet depends on the way of life and on the decisions which we make every day, on the decisions of each of us. And here I would like to refer to my dearest friend and teacher, co-founder of the Living Cities Earth, Marilyn Hamilton, who coined this 4P nesting level approach, a master code of care in living systems. Marilyn Hamilton offered thinking about care as the circles on the water, when a person, first of all, should take care about themselves, about how to be fully alive, how to be healthy, how to be thriving, how to be happy. But it's more important not only to think about ourselves, but also to collaborate with other people and start thinking about how my own benefits and my own prosperity will contribute to people around me. And collaborating with people around us, we can start taking care about our planet, our places, our cities, settlements, the bioregions where our cities are situated. And to make a systemic positive impact to the planet itself, we need to have compelling answers to all of the following 3 questions. In each our step, in each our decision, it's important to understand what is the positive impact to which will benefit to ourselves. The second question is how this decision will positively impact people around me. And the third question is how my decisions will benefit the place where I live, and how can I contribute the place where I live, and how it is influence on the planet itself. And having these 3 compelling answers to these existential questions, we can truly think systemically and take systemic systemically impact leadership and really contribute to each other, to our organizations, to cities and planet itself. And in order to be balanced in this approach, in providing these benefits on different levels of our nested hierarchical living systems, which we are part of, it is really important to be congruent. And as it is important for a person to be congruent and to have no dissonances in how we feel, how we think, how we act, and what we speak out, it is also very important to have this congruence in our organizations, in our corporate cultures, in our civil society. And I think that this approach can help us understand the core issues, the answers to the question, why do our systems, living systems, our social systems are not always healthy. And our course, Systemic Impact Leadership, is mostly dedicated to healing these systems, to providing them prosperity, thriving, and to providing them harmony, first of all. So, how does it work on other levels? This Equal approach, 4 quadrants of integrity and wholeness, was created by the well-recognized philosopher, contemporary philosopher Ken Wilber, who told us that each living system has 4 quadrants, 4 aspects of development or of manifestation, if you like. We have interior aspects of our development and exterior. Exterior is how we manifest ourselves through our behavior, through our systems, through our processes. And interior parts of our development is about our internal conditions, about our worldviews, values, feelings, emotions, knowledge, and of course about some collective aspects, how they influence our decisions. That is about our history, social norms, shared purpose, shared values, and so on and so forth. So this approach can be applied both for person, for organization, for the city itself, for any country, and for the whole of humanity. And our main idea in the Systemic Impact Leadership to provide you with knowledge how to balance all these 4 quadrants, how to help your society, your city, your communities, your organizations, your personal relationships with your teammates, with your maybe relatives, with people whom you love and whom you care, how to provide this balanced, congruent, and healthy interrelationships, how we can heal our systems, how we can approach systemically to these interactions on different levels, on the personal level, on the organizational level, and on the societal level itself. So here is the structure: personal layer, organizational layer, societal layer, and these 4 quadrants. What is about external, exterior manifestations, and what about our internal conditions, how we feel, how we think, what are we seeing, how we perceive, and how we understand the reality. And all these interconnected systems can help us contribute in most positive way, taking into account the influence, the impact of our decisions on different levels, without making harm on any level in any decisions we make. So, to tell the story short, we will use individual, organization, and social development approach. We will use this 4-quadrant matrix, which was coined by Ken Wilber. We will use the evolutionary approach of to the development called spiral dynamics, because we are interested not only in systemic analysis in this very moment, but we want to look at it in the dynamics, how it will develop through the time. And of course, you will be provided with different tools, instruments, approaches, ideas, instructions, checklists, and so on and so forth, which will help you implement your knowledge in your day-to-day life and start changing your approach to the systemic leadership through the first from the first day of our course, and start contributing positively on different levels of our social systems, finally at the same time contributing to the development of the planet itself. So we will provide to you 9 weeks of the course, 2 online webinars in each week, with practical assignments, checklists, tools for development in different formats. You will also have access to 20 practical workshops, which will start, by the way, already in May. And the course itself, Systemic Impact Leadership course, will start in June. You can use this QR code in order to pre-register for the course, and you can visit our website, which is in the bottom of our website, of this slide. So at the end of my short story, I would like to wish you to find your own path as a cell of the planetary organism, the planet Earth. To think over the idea, what cell in this organism, what organ in this organism do you want to be, and do you want to belong to? Is it a blood cell, or maybe a neuron of the brain? And how you can contribute on all levels of this beautiful, wonderful living system in which we are nested and which we are part of. And at the end of this story, I would like to share with you some insight which came to me and my clients when we were working with one of the cities in Russia, with people who were very keen about their culture, about saving their motherland, about their people who loved their history, who wanted to create a very attractive image of their territory because they truly love the place where they live. So there are no separate individuals saving or destroying the planet. By doing so, we are saving and destroying ourselves.
with every decision and action we take every day. We are the plant, the cells of its organism. We are the life itself. So let us heal and nurture it together. Thank you for watching, and you are very, very welcome. See you on our Systemic Input Leadership course. Goodbye.
Thank you so much to Marina. So as I mentioned before, Marina just opened the door and let you to see the part of the course, the social level of the systemic impact leadership. And now I would love to invite you to explore organizational level, people level, and let's watch the video which was created by Olga Gerardin, and Olga also is going to represent herself, and let's explore the second level, our organizational level.
Good day, everybody. It is my pleasure to be part of this wonderful gathering today and to join you in celebrating our planet with you. Welcome to the Systemic Impact Leadership Part 2. We will be looking at the systemic impact leadership in the organizations. My name is Olga, and I am a partner at Panorama Lab. You have already met the members of our dream team, Marina Demchenko and Alexei Groshenko. I truly appreciate your involvement in this wonderful initiative organized by the LCE and the opportunity to be here with you today. You can look up the details about my credentials and professional path on the web. I will just mention that I am a globetrotter. I love traveling, which I'm doing right now. That's why I'm presenting via video. Travels give me insights, ideas, and energy. I love discovering and experiencing the beauty of our planet, seeing the diversity in all its forms, be it people, cultures, places, different thoughts, ideas, nature, of course. With more than 2 decades in corporate environment in human resources, I had the opportunity to work with people from over 120 countries on 5 continents. Marina earlier today introduced us to the integral approach to leadership at the societal level. And I would like to share with you some insights about how this approach and how our integral model to leadership create positive, sustainable impact in the organizations. I will then pass it over to Alexei, who will cover our role as individuals in leading positive impact in our beautiful world. So let's begin. We know that any organization is focusing on 3 important things: innovation, collaboration, and efficiency. These are the prerequisites for any organization to be successful in the real world, to continue operating and operating by delivering results. And that's why we see that every company pays attention to important areas such as employee well-being, the company culture and the team spirit, of course, smooth operating mechanisms, and all these in order to create sustainable results. We know that companies launch many projects, many change initiatives. They implement those around the world to ensure that companies remain attractive, they're a pleasure to work in, they're admired and admirable for everything that they do. Knowing all this, let us look at how successful these change initiatives and everything that the companies implement have been. And here we may see some interesting results. If we look at the reality for the past 2 decades, and we look at the success record of change from 1995 to 2015, we will see that not much has changed. We see that 30% or less is the success rate of the changes and initiatives implemented by the companies. And we know that 70% of the implemented changes do not deliver expected outcomes, or changes are developed but never implemented. I always wondered why that is. Well, sometimes I wanted to say it's all due to the Pareto principle at work, the famous 80-20 principle that he developed. But you know what? I suggest that we look at what makes the companies successful, what distinguishes those companies, those 30% that make their changes work and that make lasting impact, lasting positive impact in their organizations. Let us start by looking at a couple of examples. The first example that I would like to share with you is Project Senegal. It is a real company that has decided to participate in the community efforts to make our world a better place. The company mobilized the employees, who then traveled thousands of miles to Senegal, where the company partners with local NGOs and charity organizations. A group of selected 20 people spends the entire day on the beach, cleaning it of debris, plastic, trash. The team, by the end of the day, is very proud. They filled up the entire truck with garbage, leaving the beach area clean and neat. Wonderful team effort, wonderful result. The team is ready to celebrate. As the truck leaves the beach, a team member sees the truck stopping about 200 meters farther and dumping all the garbage back onto the beach. What a disgrace. The team runs to the driver and asks him why he did it, why he neglected all the work, all the efforts that the team was doing during the whole day. The driver politely and calmly explained that, first of all, there are no waste processing and garbage recycling facilities in Senegal. Secondly, he said that he was getting paid for this job, and with the money that he was receiving, he was able to feed his family, so his basic needs were somewhat satisfied. And he also said that it would be really great if the companies, before they were sending volunteers to clean the beaches in Senegal, helped the government and the country build the infrastructure, build the facilities that they could help finally resolve the issue of the waste and ocean waste. And then, welcome to clean the beaches. This is Project Senegal. Let's look at another project. This one was initiated by Hewlett-Packard, HP, the company that was named most responsible company in America in 2022. And this project I have chosen to share with you because I find it truly remarkable. Back in 2020, HP decided to partner with local organizations and NGOs in Haiti, the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere. More than 6 million people live in poverty on the island. HP decided to build a program to support local workers who collect plastic from beaches, waterways, and on the land in order to recycle this plastic into new HP devices. They decided to install a high-tech washing line at the partner recycling facility, and this installation of the washing line significantly increases the amount of plastic that can be processed. In addition, it boosts the value of the plastic on the open market, which brings much needed income opportunities for local workers. Now, the plan was launched in 2020. We all know that 2020 had other plans for all of us on this planet. First, there was the pandemic, and then the tropical storm Laura swept through Haiti in August 2020. But you know what? The pandemic could not stop the washing line, and neither could tropical storm Laura. Too much was at stake. Hundreds of local collectors depended on the facility for their livelihood. And the project partners had already come too far in building this essential infrastructure. There was no way turning back. So the HP team decided to do the installation virtually. starting in July, with a local crew from Haiti and the neighboring country, Dominican Republic. Through a combination of innovation, persistence, and grit, a multinational team got the washing line job done, and the washing line began operating in September 2020. Can you imagine this? Building a manufacturing facility, a high-tech washing line through virtual guidelines, and making it work. So HP basically created a miracle against all odds. And so far, this effort has kept around 2 million pounds of plastic materials, or more than 60 million bottles, out of the environment. Isn't it amazing? In addition to that, building this washing line for recycling also addressed a series of socio-economic issues in Haiti. Haiti is similar to Senegal here because Haiti does not have a formal garbage system. Plastic is picked up by local collectors. And many of these collectors are women, and they support their families. What HP decided to do? They invested in the safety and sanitation improvements to protect the workers. In addition, HP also provided school tuition and supplemental learning centers for the children of collectors. Moreover, these new washing line collectors were able to double their income because the capacity of the production has increased tremendously. The efficiency of the work and the plastic that was collected, the volumes increased tenfold. HP created 1,100 job opportunities, earning opportunities for people living in Haiti. And with the capacity going full speed, HP estimates to add additional 1,000 earning opportunities in the local market. So this has been an extraordinary project that had to overcome so many obstacles, while at the same time being so rewarding and so impactful. And in addition to the social responsibility that HP was carrying, I think HP touched a very important problem that our planet is still facing. This problem of generational poverty. With this beautiful initiative implemented by HP in Haiti, they enabled the garbage collectors, the plastic collectors, to not only put food on the table, but also put some money into their savings accounts and plan for the education of their children. And who knows, maybe their education as well. So the Haiti facility, in my view, is a template for all other projects around the world. This is an inspirational story that organizations can look up to and really learn from. I'm not surprised that HP was named the most responsible company in America in 2022. This is the project that I think we all can be proud of, and we shall share this story with the world. Now, if we compare both projects, Senegal and Haiti, they both have positive impact, although the dimensions and the scope of the impact is different. And it is always a choice for us in terms of what tools, what instruments, what approach we would like to use when we want to create positive change. We can do something similar to Project Senegal. It's still a noble purpose, doing good for the planet by collecting garbage. Or we can develop something and implement something similar to the Project Haiti. And the question that I would like us to ask is there something that the leaders that make long-lasting changes and successful changes, is there something that they know that we all need to be aware of and use in the approaches to create positive impact for our employees, for our organizations, customers, shareholders, society? And at Panorama Lab, we believe that yes, all these leaders, they share 4 principles in common. First of all, when they look at their organizations and when they design a new initiative or something, be it process, product, project for implementation, for success, They know that there is no one best way to design, organize, and manage any organization. Best design is always dependent on the demands of the situation. This is number one. So you have to be creative. Use your knowledge, use the tools available, and then apply your thinking process, systems thinking, in order to design the solution that's appropriate to the situation. Secondly, the leaders that make the organization successful, they understand that all system elements of the organization are interconnected and interrelated. They directly impact organizational effectiveness. So the employee well-being without smooth operating mechanism in the company will not deliver sustainable results. Sustainable results will be absent if there is rotten company culture, even if the employees are feeling great and even if there is a smooth operating mechanism. But if all these elements are healthy, are functioning well, and work in congruence and in harmony, then we can see this whole organization blossoming. So success and effectiveness of change initiatives are dependent on healthy functioning of the system as a whole and healthy functioning and output of each and every element within the system. Success is also dependent on the relationships within the structure of the organization, as well as the interaction of the organizational parts with the environment. And this is where you have already seen the slide in Marina's presentation. She talked about it earlier. It is very important that whenever we look at the organization, we look at it holistically, we look at it systemically, and we consider the three levels that we operate in: the individual level, the organizational level, and the societal level, because all these are interconnected. They impact each other, and the output of one becomes input for another, and so on. And of course, organizations need to have proper technology structures and competent people in place, making sure that we all create value and positive impact for this world. Therefore, the fourth element here is the engagement of the whole system, and managers and leaders that bring their organizations and their teams to success, they know this, that the engagement of the whole system is essential. They know that people learn best and they willingly apply and implement the decisions that they were able to create when they participated in the design, when they participated and were involved in creating the solutions that the companies are going to implement, organizations, governments, administrations, etc. So with this in mind, with these principles of organizational success, I would like to once again invite you to the training, Systemic Impact Leadership Training, that covers these four aspects. First of all, our training course that is coming up in June will help leaders learn how to think systemically. Secondly, the leaders will explore ways to bring coherence into the systems of different type, systems of different nature, with different products, different solutions, etc. Thirdly, the leaders learn how to create organizational engagement by understanding self and understanding others. And of course, the leaders take away many different tools that they can use to create lasting positive impact in their organizations, in their lives, in the lives of people surrounding them, in their communities, in their cities, in their countries, and for the planet. So I hope to see you at our training. I would like to thank you for your attention, for your participation, and we'll see you soon, hopefully live. And with this, now it's over to Alexei. Thank you.
And thank you for all of you for watching and paying attention to the second part of our program, second level of our program, organizational level. And let me right away invite you to explore the other level of our program, individual level. Let me share my screen. And if you don't mind, I would invite you also to turn on your cameras and let's make a connection. Eric, thank you so much. So I'm turning on the presentation. And as I mentioned before, I would like to make it also practical for you. So please prepare the list of paper and pen, and I invite you to take a time for yourself. Now, next 40 minutes, let's talk about ourselves, because a lot of previous speakers mentioned that we need to start about from ourselves, right? And the individual level of our program, that's exactly where we can do it, for sure. Please let me know, is the presentation on? Can you see it?
Yes.
Yes, I see. Thank you so much.